Thank you, everyone. Moving forward with the session, that is track 1.5 dialogue, I request Sri Ujjal Chakrabarti to chair and moderate the session.
Hello. Thank you, Lipsa, and thank you, CII. So, good morning, all of you. The dignitaries on the dais and the dignitary of the dais. It's a proud pleasure for me to be here to chair this session on the business dialogue, the first session of the Purvodaya conference today. I would like to welcome first the speaker of this session, and Mr. Thakkar, who is CEO from Dhamra Port, Mr. Haridas, who is from CII, who is the Director General, and Mr. Suresha, who is from AMNS. So as you can see, this stalwart from the Eastern India, whether it is from the port and from the steel industry. Just to start with, from myself, I am Ujjal Chakrabarti. I'm from Tata Steel. I look after the downstream business, the tin plate business, which is the packaging. I also have been working with CII for some time, having done the chair of the eastern region of the one of the states, which is Jharkhand. And it would be an engaging session with all of you. And let me start with this topic, which is the connecting India's eastern border and Southeast Asia through economic corridor. So it's really an honor for me to join this session where the industry leaders, where the government and the knowledge partner here, all of us are together for a shared vision of uplifting Eastern India and taking Eastern India to the new heights. This track 1.5 for the business dialogue is especially very significant because it allows the policy intent, the business aspirations, and especially the Eastern India in the focus. And why not? The Eastern India, as you know, is not only the center of the industry of India, which is especially the steel, mining, and many other automotive heavy industries, but also its very strategic location, which is on the coastal area of the Bay of Bengal. The Purvodaya states, if you can see the map of the eastern India, the Purvodaya states, which is Orissa, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, then Jharkhand, and all the Bihar, all are very, very strategically located on the eastern front or near the Bay of Bengal. And that's where the connectivity of this eastern part of the country, states of the countries, to the Southeastern Asia and Southern Asia. And that's the subject today, which is the multimodal connectivity between these states to the other states or to the other countries. Uh, may I request to switch off these music, please? Yeah, yeah. I hope somebody is listening. Okay. Yeah. So that's where the advantage of these eastern states with those countries. And a lot of work has happened over the years. And if I take the examples of IMTTH, which is India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, which is the highway which got started many years ago, About 70% of these highways, about 1500 to 2000 kilometers, is almost ready. And as we come to know that by 2027, this highway will be completely ready. So what does mean? That means is that the eastern India is connected to these countries, Myanmar, Thailand, and let Purvodaya, which is the look east or beyond boundary, and that's something which is another aspect to it. What help you need from policy and regulatory framework going forward to do this? Uh, we are having sessions after this, multiple sessions, and perhaps that's will be deliberated there. But perhaps you can have questions for them and also take these subject forward with them. Then how about MSMEs and small industries who there are plenty and we hear the stories about MSME. They are the backbone of the industries. They are huge in number. How they leverage these initiatives. So together we need to co-create this roadmap. It's not a mere discussions. It's not mere deliberations, but perhaps this platform, this forum help us to deliver or to develop those cooperative targets and those kind of initiatives that we can take it forward for the government, for ourselves, and also along with a knowledge partner forward so that we take the Purvodaya initiatives to a next extent. With this, I would stop here and I would invite my co-panelists to throw their views on this and then I will ask further questions. So first of all, over to you, Mr. Thakur. He is the CEO of Dhamra Port, so you will definitely bring in a lot of initiatives, a lot of thoughts on the infrastructural port. Over to you, Mr. Thakur.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning to all of you. So, I can see the different people, different age, and most important, I can see a lot of young people are here and understand what we understood in last year. We discussed and how far we traveled onto this. So, if you see the last year, what we were discussing about, what rightly said uh, by the honorable chair, that it is the corridor, it is the connecting the dots. So we are into the business of logistics and we do understand the importance of this because any country which are growing and rapidly growing, the if you see the backbone is definitely infrastructure. So fortunately on 10th of December, I was also here in Bhubaneswar, Chief Secretary of Odisha. They invited all these industries to understand how government is moving forward to connect some of the dots. So just to start with that, we will then elaborate what state government and central government are focusing. So what we understood, there are many opportunities in the mining sector. So if you see, because every time we are saying that this is the state which is a very rich of mineral, but how you are facilitate the mining community, the investors, and give that confidence that government is there. They are setting up all this infrastructure so that whenever you are ready for this mining, evacuation will be smooth. So I will start with that example because last year we discussed this and I could see very, very positive development it has done. So when I was here on 10th of December at Bhubaneswar, what I understood, there are four important corridors that government of Odisha, with the help of Indian Railways, they are developing. One is the outer corridor of Talcher region. One is the internal corridor of Talcher region. One is connecting all these bauxite mines to the plants, that is the corridor, and one very important corridor which is connecting this Talcher to the ports. So these were very important because ultimately there are some economic centers, economic activities are there. If we are just connecting them, it will unleash that potential. So that is the very, very positive thing which has happened. So it is not only at a conceptual level the DPR has made. Actually, if we see that lookist policy, what it requires, we should have more port-led development, port-led industries. So we have identified many pockets near to the port. So it's a huge land parcels that government of Odisha they have identified. So all this future investment and future industries will be there. So that will also ease out the business. There will be you can say the cost will be less because you are actually at the port, and these are we are developing the model what we have seen earlier in Japan and latest in China. So now India is exactly onto this. So I just want to give that confidence to all of you that we all are acting. So as an industry we are acting, government is acting, think tankers they are acting. So last year whatever we thought, today we are there, and today whatever we will discuss, definitely we will see next year. So whatever the pace, the growth we are thinking, it is there, sir. So I just
I'm here from the steel industry, and there are a lot of import happens from the eastern side, Australia and down Indonesia. So there are a lot of import and also export. We have good opportunities. So these corridors can definitely help, and we need to work fast, as you mentioned about the road connectivity, so that the total logistics cost to deliver always comes down. So thank you very much for this work. I would like to now go over to Sujit, and uh, I would like you to touch upon the issues uh, which is left is like MSME, and how do you think that MSME and small scale industries can leverage uh, Purvodaya's vision and all this road connectivity, and also Southeast Asia, how you think that Purvodaya can take it forward, these initiatives? Yeah, Sujit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. First of all dignitaries on the dais and ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Siddhartha Pradhan, who has been a force behind the Purvodaya discussions over these years. Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. Government is doing quite a bit in terms of promoting the region. We know that. The number of schemes the government have announced, the number of programs they are deploying. The one question that we need to ask to ourselves is industry doing enough to raise this profile of this region, to unleash the economic potential of this region? Why I say so? The backbone of any economy, not only in India, worldwide, any economy is MSMEs. In India, if you look at their contribution, they contribute 30% to the GDP, 40% to the export, Indian export, and they are the true backbone. And if you look at the micro enterprises, which is almost 97% of the MSMEs within the MSME category, they are the second largest employer in this country after agriculture. Now, if you want to truly unleash the potential of this region, we have to unleash the potential of MSME and micro enterprises. And if we don't do, we will not achieve, or we will struggle to achieve the vision of Purvodaya. And in this connection, I just want to highlight few points. The one is the ecosystem for the micro and small enterprises. Today, AI, emerging technologies, frontier technologies are changing the landscape of industry. And at the receiving end is the micro enterprises. What are we doing in terms of enabling? I'm connecting with Chairman's view of the digital. While we talk about digital connectivity, how are we helping our micro enterprises, our small enterprises in enhancing their competitiveness, improving their productivity, enabling them to compete not only in this Indian market and international market? And that's a question mark. We in CII, we have a Center for Livelihood and Employment, which work with micro enterprises. In the last 1 year, we worked with close to 3,000 micro enterprises from 7 states, covering about 25 districts. And it was really revealing when we worked with them. They they start the business, many of them start the business, they have a skill set, or they inherited the business from their the generation above them. And many of them, they do not have any basic training on business management, but they run the businesses. So we train, we handhold, we provide support. And it would be quite surprising to learn from them. 70% of these micro enterprises, they are not aware of the various schemes of the government of India. Even those 30% aware, only 10% could actually access it. 80% of them won't get funding from the normal banking sources. They get funding from private lenders or family. So we went little more deep into to understand why it's so. Then the real issue is these businesses are not organized professionally. They don't have documents, they don't have business structure, which would really enable them. And digitization ends at WhatsApp. It doesn't, nothing goes beyond that. So unless we address or help our MSMEs to really grow, we will not be able to unleash the potential of uh, the northeastern, east and northeastern region. Here, the large-scale industry has a major role to play. And there is a need for large-scale industry to come. Government is doing its bit. Government is doing quite a lot, but the ecosystem won't get developed unless the large-scale members look at supporting micro enterprises, maybe under CSR, providing hand-holding support, bringing them together, helping them to be professionalize their business, helping them with not giving money, but there is enough funding available in the market, but helping them to prepare to get those fundings and really help them to grow. If we don't do this, if we really focused on it, unleashing this potential will always remain a challenge. In India today, we talk about two figures. The latest statistics says 73 million MSMEs, but the official figure says 65 million MSMEs, out of which 13 to 14 million of them are in this region. So how do we structure, how do we really help them to grow? On the other side, when it comes to digitization, so I asked this question when we meet them, look, you have to adopt technology to grow. In CII, we currently work with a startup, and they have come out with an innovative product. They can completely replace the marketing and sales team. They can reduce the marketing and sales team from a 50-member team to a 2-member team, because the AI makes the phone calls. They talk to the customer in a human voice. They respond to the questions. They, based on the context, that conversation will take it forward. And thereafter, once the customer says, yes, I am interested to buy your product, and then it passed on to a human being for closure. That means you are replacing a call center, a sales call center of 150 to 100 people in one go. Because this AI solution has the ability to make 300 personalized calls at a time. Now that's how the businesses are changing. And if you don't adopt, if you don't accept technology, adopt technology and move forward, we will have a tough time going forward. Now, if you really look at the MSME, I asked this question: how do you decide what technology that you use in your company? So they say, look, we don't know whom to go and talk. If you are a large scale company, I can go to a big 5. They will come, they will look at my business, they will give me consultation, they will tell me the step-by-step process, how do I adopt, how do you go for a digital transformation. As an MSME, where do I go? Now we say we are a software powerhouse of the world. Now any of us sitting in this hall, it's a challenge. Any of us sitting in the hall, name 20 software companies in India. Just 20. And I tried many times. You can't say more than 10, more than 12. It's over. This country produces 1.5 million engineers in a year. And on the other side, the MSME say, I don't have a technical access. I don't have anybody who can come and guide me in terms of what do I do? How do I adopt technology? So we have now come out with a program. Now, also on the skilling part, I'll come a little later. You produce 1.5 million engineers in this country. Last week, we had to appoint some office boys for a new setup that we are coming up in one of the southern states. 5 of them applied for were engineers. This is a situation. So when you do skills without creating opportunities for job, you are going to have a tough time going forward. On the other side, our MSME is saying, I don't have access to technical manpower who can guide me in adopting AI, in adopting technology. So how do you bridge this gap? So here again, since CII, we have come with a program with the Niti Aayog, AICTE, where we are working with engineering colleges and training the students to go to the MSMEs in their vicinity, look at the MSME, guide them in terms of how they can help in terms of adopting technology and improving efficiency. And that means that the academic institution will become a IT hub for the MSME, 100, 200 MSMEs in their institution. And 100 colleges have signed up so far. That means from January to March, you will have 10,000 of engineering students in doing internship with CII by going to at least 30 small and medium scale companies, understanding their business processes, identifying the areas that technology can be used to enhance their business. And that means we are going to touch almost a 1 lakh small and medium scale industry in the next 3 months. And these MSMEs then can look at this educational institution as their mentor in terms of getting support technology. So this is a very important aspect unless we need to address this in going forward, where AI literally changing the business landscape, AI changing the way business are being conducted, and AI is changing the human beings in a different way in the business. Unless we empower our small and medium scale industry, we will have a tough time going forward. Equal important is the skill development. Skilling is important, but the standard of skilling is a critical challenge. Employability is a challenge in today's manpower that we get. In CII, we have the board which consists of about 100 plus top CEOs in this country. We have boards at the regional level, and every meeting we ask a question in terms of what is that biggest challenge that you face in terms of taking your growth forward. And every meeting, the major one, the first item comes up is the skilled people who are employable. So unless we address this challenge, these two challenge, we will have a problem in truly unleashing the potential of this region. And I say it especially keeping in mind employment locally. And we will not be able to create employment locally unless we handhold and make new entrepreneurs, youngsters to entrepreneurs, and also empower the existing entrepreneurs to do more. So this is one point when Chairman, you mentioned about MSME and digital. I mentioned because though I have a different set of talking points, but I felt since you mentioned it's so important, and this MSME startup and micro entrepreneurs, I think they don't have a place on the stage in the morning, so I thought I must represent them as well. Now coming to the Southeast Asia, it's a promising region as we know. I want to only talk about one aspect from a Purvodaya perspective. In most of these countries, we have bilateral relationships. We have joint committees with the government. We have hundreds of delegations coming to this country. How do we structurally involve in these bilateral mechanism from Purvodaya? Because we need to bring the industries together. Governments are working together. How can we create more and more platforms to bring industries from these region coming together? Purvodaya is a great start, but we need many sector focused programs in terms of we are able to bring. Today, we have joint committees with Europe, various countries in Europe, US we have, Japan, strong relationship for a number of years. Industry exchange, B2B meetings happened. From when we want talking about this Asian region, at the government level, there is connectivity, there is a lot of activities going on, but from an industry to industry connect, I don't see much happening. And this is where I think the focus has to be. How do we create more and more platform? Because one thing about business, when they see opportunity, everything works out. Even if you don't have a policy, things will move on. But how do we bring these potential segments, the industry from these countries and the industry from India together, and things will start.
And you are from a global company, AMNS. What do you think that is Purvodaya or let's say eastern states do so that you can compete at that level, and also the Asia Pacific region trades can catch up the Atlantic route trade. So what is your perspective in that? So I would like to have your perspective plus specifically respond to these questions if you.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me this wonderful question. Asia Pacific, as you said, yes, China is leading. Uh, See, Purvodaya, especially Odisha, is a mineral-rich state, and we have a lot of opportunities. And if you see China, China, they have done a lot. Uh, Initially, our friend Mr. Thakur discussed about freight corridors. So we from eastern side we have a mining sector which is a bulk raw material and which has to be transported to ports to take the benefit. Today, if you see the logistic costs, especially from steel, I'm talking from steel side, even other major industries are facing the same problem. Our logistic costs are about 17, 18%. When you compare this with China, it is just hardly 8 to 9%. So wastage of time. So there is a lot of savings, especially, and ease of doing business is also very good. So what do we learn from this? So one is we have to connect the ports from the mines area, like freight corridors. Not only by freight corridors, like we should also have very good road connectivity, and also we can develop riverine ports. So these things will enable us to mobilize these bulk raw material to the ports, and also we can export at a lower cost. That is one. So we can reduce the turnaround time. So thereby saving the cost. So we will become competitive. And second is, along with ports, when you build ports and connect these freight corridors, you also have to urbanize these areas. We have to build township near the ports. We have to build facilities where people can go, quality people can go, stay there and work. This kind of facilities we have to create. This helps us to mobilize technical skilled manpower to these areas and do the operations in a best way. And second important is here, we have to see how we can do inclusive growth. That is skill development of local people, including women. So we should focus on developing skills so that they will be engaged in these activities. So certain activities government is doing definitely, but if you see today in India, especially eastern sector, truck moving from mining area to a port like Paradeep location, it takes 5 to 7 days, one single trip. So in China, if you see why they are leading, because hardly it halts. It takes one day, come, unload, and then again take a load and go to next location. You see the difference. So a lot of energy being wasted. So this is the area digitalization can easily help us. So we have to collect all the data. It is not, see, in the big industries are doing, Tata is doing, ArcelorMittal is doing, and Jindals are doing. They have data, and based on their data, they are taking action points, and they are improvising their businesses. And when you see collectively, at large, see, various MSMEs, you have MSMEs, you have small scale industries, you have many transporters, they do not have data. So a kind of digitalization, there has to be a lot of investment into it, and also government has to support this. This data has to be there with everybody, and immediately the action should be taken to resolve the issues. And these kind of activities are there in China. If you go to China, they have solution for these things. So that is why they are much lower in cost, and ease of doing business is very good. So we will be able to do take the similar benefits from eastern side if we do these kind of, if we invest our time into these activities. Of course, large industries are investing in their building their infrastructure when there is an opportunity. Here they also need support like land rehabilitation and logistic. Again, is a big challenge for them. So it takes suppose a project is announced, it takes 5 to 10 years to establish that setup in country like India, whereas it happens fast in China. So here leverages, these are the leverages that government should support, making a policy changes. And this can, definitely we can do better in future if we invest our time into it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Suresh. I think very well articulated, and you spoke very well about the differences between China and India and how what our government. So there's a lot of work being done today, and so here is the audience. Is anyone has got any comment for the panel on this subject or any questions? Uh, this is your time, or else I can go to my co-panelists for the next set of questions. Uh, yes, please, sir. Is there is there a mic with him? Yes. So there are two, two, two speakers. Then only I'll move to the next set of questions.
Hello. I have few observations. In fact, no comment and no question. First thing is our friend mentioned about MSc, and I will suggest, please, most of you might have come across the word OTOP, one Tambon, one product of Thailand, OBOP, one product of one village, and Japan started 1979, and OTOP was started, say, 85, 86, and both the things are doing fine. And the purpose is to boost the SMEs at the local level and connecting to the national and international market. So why don't you follow that kind of model? We can start from the below to the top. Another observation that our friend mentioned about the Chinese situation, and I have one point to say that now we are focusing on ports through which we can import and expand our business. And through that process, we can develop the area. That is the basic thing. So I think ports are there, and rarely we have a regional development plan for the hinterland of the port. And the points that you mentioned, this is missing. And whether you talk about China or Southeast Asia or any other place, they have a very nice plan, not only for the port activities, but the both dependent region, from where you can draw resources and do some activity, industry, and so on and so forth. That is lacking very much. And our friend mentioned that the ease of business modeling, everything will start from the regional plan itself. When we talk directly, we go to port. So bypassing the region, that is what missing. That is a point I would like to raise and strongly recommend it. And why I'm telling, I worked in Thailand for 30 years, and through my work, I'm from academics, research. So through my students, myself, I know what is happening in Southeast Asia, and they are far better than ourselves. And China is exception. And I also conducted different kind of training programs from government officials of India. And through those training programs, we have highlighted that what we should do and what are the gaps in our country. And our friend already mentioned a lack of information. People do not know what is happening, what is the policy framework, what is the source of finance, and what is the source of subsidy. So it is whose fault? It is our fault. So with this, I
Sure.
stop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion. In fact, we have ODOP, one district, one product. So that's on the similar on your first point. But I think the scale and the level, maybe we can emulate that. Yes, sir. Can you have the mic to him?
Thank you very much. My name is Satish Mishra, and I'm from Indonesia. I had a institute which is called the Arthashastra Institute. I had two observations which might be pertinent to the discussion today. One is that we are, as we can see, we are in the middle of the evolution of a multipolar world. And one of the conclusions of that is that the past is not a very good guide to the future because the entire constant and the planks on which we build future programs and so on is shifting. Um, and I have two observations in that. On the one hand, we're all looking for self-sufficiency. So we look at food, we look at energy, we look at defense production, and so on and so on. On the other hand, the problems of the future, whether it's AI or disease control or biotechnology and so on, require joint working with others. And we have to navigate both these, in a way, rather opposite tendencies. And in this context, it seems to me that while we are building the physical infrastructure, we don't address our extreme lack of knowledge about even our neighboring countries. And since I come from Indonesia, this is something I see every single day, that we have not built up the institutional structures which actually tell us who we are actually dealing with. Our companies go there without any clear market entry strategies, for example, on the assumption that because they are very well known in India, they're automatically going to be known everywhere else. So knowledge, uh, uh, the paucity of knowledge about each other is a very major thing. The second thing, which is very critical, is when we are building this infrastructure, one of the things we are doing, and we've done that in Indonesia, is actually create a domestic market. And in that domestic market, the moving force has been the growth of the middle class because of demography and so on and so on. So again, the question is how do we turn infrastructure corridors into economic corridors? And in many places in Southeast Asia, that has not worked very well. So there's a lot of things to think about, which are, in a way, the foundation of the kind of business decisions we take. So thank you very much.
Sure. I think a very important observation you made is that one is that definitely I agree with you that past is not a correlation for the future because the world is evolving and in this digital age, the learning and ecosystem is continuously evolving. Coming back to your point on, yes, I'm sure that India is primarily is infrastructure-led industry, and that's where the economy gets created. But of course, consumer-led is another way you can look at, and I'm sure it will going to get evolved through that. So the knowledge and learning from each other, what the point that you said, are actually very important. Thank you for that
Sir,
observation.
I have one concern.
Ye-
Sorry.
I can't see you.
I'm Dr. Vishal Sood. Here. I'm here. Good morning to all, one and all.
Okay, okay.
Sir, my concern is that we are signing MOUs with universities and all. So it would be better if we could onboard our team in that university panel and try to develop such a syllabi whereby these young students or these fresh blood can be absorbed and can oversee the things which we are probably neglecting. So my request will be we should try to take initiative in terms of designing syllabi in such a way that it could create employability and can solve many problems on board. So we
Sure.
lack this
Sure.
step
So,
measure.
sir, you are from which academic institute?
I am from Shri Shri University.
From academic. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
No, so you know it that NEP 2020 is actually designed to do that, but it's all about the implementations of it. And like I am from CII, I lead the Eastern Region Education and Skill Vertical. So there are a lot of work that is going to happen, and but you are right, we are not doing enough in terms of onboarding, the academic into the industry development and creating the collaborations around it. But there's a lot of work and is happening around that. But I take your point. That's very important. Now, as we move on, yeah, yes, sir. Can you have the mic here?
I'm Siddharth Pradhan. I'm the president of TEF. I should not be intervening over here, but I thought I'll tell the August House I built up Dhamra port way back in 90 when I was Secretary Commerce in Government of Orissa in 96, 97. It was a very difficult project for environmental angle. But what Mr. Thakkar and others said, let me give the background. It is all there in the cabinet note. We had earmarked 15,000 acres salt pan in northeast of Dhamra. So the future development takes place. That area, is very marshy and all that thing. I had built up in my cabinet note how a port should develop. Not only that, we have Kanika sand, just across the channel, where the future development, as they do in China, in Shanghai, 20, 30 kilometers away from the port, Kanika sand could become the future super port, other side of Kanika sand. Now coming back, unfortunately, I have been a bureaucrat all my life. I've served the government 45 years. But unfortunately, the decisions which we take is right. We do not disseminate. We do not bring out to the public. Maybe due to the paucity of funds in Odisha government, the decisions are not implemented very fast. Whether it's the railway corridor, whether it's the road corridor, they think everything will be done by the port developer. No. Initially, this port was built up by Government Odisha collaboration, International Seaports of Thailand, Mr. Kirit Shah, the world's largest tranship owner. Unfortunately, he went bust. It was sold off to Tata's, then L&T, then Tata's. Now Dhamra is under Adani. The most difficult part we must understand is that how soon we take decision and help the entrepreneur who has come in investing his hard-earned money, so that it is a two-way process. We as bureaucrats, I must confess that we have failed in a sense, not implement how China is doing. China in 50 years has become a massive industrialized country. The world's industries or the main industries are now located in China. So it is all there in the cabinet papers, but we'll have to disseminate to the public at large. What is that is not sealed. No, it is for the public. We must bring it. Unless and there is a collaboration. Another suggestion the gentleman gave is that we have, when I was in the Prime Minister Council, we said that certain industries intensive, the university students should intern over there. For example, Northeast, we have a lot of petroleum projects. I was advisor to the petroleum minister. I said that IIT, Guwahati, any technical institutes, they should intern the local boys so that they know what is going on, so that they may come and join. It is skilling them from the very beginning. These are certain suggestions I thought we must implement.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I think there are a lot of good suggestions came from the audience, but in the interest of time, I need to close. John, how much time we have? Can we take more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Okay, then I'll take your questions. Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
Sir, uh, good morning, esteemed panel. Suresha sir, Haridas sir, Chakravarti sir, and Thakur sir. I'm more than happy to be in presence of this August House in front of these dignitaries. Also, I need to comment about the very rare occasion where I can see all four from the various industries in one place. So I thought this is going to be the right time for me to speak about my question. Because I'm from Sri Aparajita Enterprises, Vishakhapatnam, sir, and I'm done my MBA from XIM Bhubaneswar 2018 batch. And I can term myself as one of the young entrepreneur in the field of logistics. Sir, my simple question is, when coming back to MSMEs and developing MSMEs in India, especially technically startups, which we can term as, I'm myself into the field of logistics, sir, and I've been to various industries where I can see the existing scenario, which is significantly being run by large-scale industries. Earlier, there was situations where the products from Tata Steel were taken by smaller industries and they made the products and they can sell them in the market. That was an opportunity for them back in olden days. Right now, Tata Steel is directly into downstream products. In the same way, warehousing and transportation were the opportunities for earlier youngsters where they can build up their market. Now, bigger industries like Adani ports and special economic zones are themselves into the business. And road logistics is gradually being converted into rail and air logistics, sir. And we can see, sir, AMNS in one of the higher project which is upcoming with a very large scale steel plant in Nakapalli, Vishakhapatnam. They themselves are having a very integrated supply chain system where warehouse, railways, and storage systems are also being done by themselves. So, sir, I cannot comment about the panel, but from the esteemed panel with dignitaries like you, I just want to know what can be the opportunities for the young entrepreneurs who are looking for opportunities in the same sectors where already the opportunities are being operated by the bigger industries himself. So let me say, sir, in the Tata SEZ, which is being occupied, which is being done in one of the districts of Odisha. If we can go forward with some activities there, and can Tata kind of support, or kind of if you can come up with some warehousing opportunities, can Dhamra Port support us? So in the same way, could AMNS, or this is the kind of things which I'm just liking on
Okay.
behalf of all the young entrepreneurs. What can be the suggestion from stalwarts like you, sir? So that is the kind of question I just wanted to know.
Can any one of you respond to this?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very relevant questions you are asking, because on one part there is a strategy where the corporates, what we are thinking, that what is there in complete value chain, and into that value chain what where should be. So why we should not be there on upstream, why we should not be on the downstream, and where we can have complete control. So that is worldwide. So it is not in India. You will find this everywhere. All these corporates, they are thinking, because this is part of strategy. Now coming to your specific questions, that what is the room or space for the MSME into this total gamut. Just to give perspective from Adani, if you have seen this, how Adani is growing with all these partners. So our model is completely a partnership. So the strategy and think tank is definitely Adani is having their core strength. So that is how doing. But even if you are coming to the port and logistic from where I'm coming, all these partners are working with us from many years, and that is how even if we are building the warehouses, then it is run by somebody else. Sometimes if we are there in the airports, all peoples are coming and they are giving the services, including in the ports. All these partners, they are onboarding and they are providing the services. So what is job us as a corporate? Our job is to create infrastructure, creating ecosystems, and to giving a shelter. Under that shelter the people are flourishing. So that is how exactly the Adani is working, and I'm sure most of the corporate, they are also working in this, because we understand it is not only the one organization is growing, it is the complete region has to be developed. So that is our strong philosophy, and I'm sure the Tata must be working, and I have seen them because I'm working closely with them. But my appeal to all these corporates, that this is one thing which is coming up as a feedback. So we must think of that. So wherever we are being making a strategy, we must take into consideration how MSME is thinking, how what are the rooms that we are living for them. And one thing which connecting the dots, we must be there, that this is how world is moving, this is our aspirations, but this is also you have to step in. So whether it's a technology, whether it's a digitization, whether it is a skill gap, so together we can develop a good ecosystem. So that is the feedback or inputs from my side.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
think we all echo to your sentiment. I think that's very well responded. Thank you, sir.
I
Just
have
want
only
to add
one.
one point. In
I
addition
have
to
only
that, one is information. One should have clear information and efficiency. Every sector looks for a value addition. So if you are able to understand what really needs and you can bring in value addition, even industries will support. Of course, policy support is also required from the government.
Thanks. Thank you.
I
Can I
I
have your question?
can I
Make
have
your
one?
question very short, huh?
I have got an observation.
On this topic, the or we can come after him because he was. Yeah, please make your question very short, huh? So that you get more time for response. We can't hear you.
an introduction of myself. I'm running a logistics company in Cuttack with preliminary and primary focus on domestic air cargo of India. So I am not so much particular about the ocean freight, but since we are geographically closer to Paradip port, which is now India's biggest port in India, right? In terms of volume of cargo handle, I just want to ask a simple question, one line question. What is the scale difference of Indian ports compared to ports in China like Shanghai, Guangzhou, Tianjin, Shenzhen, and Singapore? And the ports we are talking of in India, like Paradip, Mundra is India's biggest commercial port run by Adani Group in Gujarat. And Tuna port is there, Hajira port is there run by Gujarat. And what is the main difference of Adani Group in strategy formulation? Running the ports in eastern India like Dhamra, in southern India like Vrinjan Fort in Kerala, which is one of the deepest harbor of India, and running Mundra and Tuna and Dahej. Just one liner, simple. What's the difference of the strategy Adani Group makes and running the ports in eastern India, which are and southern India, which are deepest harbors of India, and compared with that with Gujarat ports in western India? Thank you. Very humble to ask this question.
Thank you.
Don't
So
take it as a geographical issue.
no. So just give you your first answer to the questions. The difference how China is operating and how we as a India is operating. So today, if I have no hesitations to say that we are far behind. So if you say the top 10 port of the world, 7 are from the China. So first let us recognize that. Why? Because it's a big manufacturing base that we need to understand. And they are today the powerhouse of production for the world. That also we need to understand. So the aspiration of India is definitely to become the next powerhouse. So that automatically gives India as a power for more import and export. So that is a one simple things. And just to give an idea of one parameters, we call it as a million metric ton is a parameter. So by and large, all these Chinese port, they are handling 500 million metric ton. The biggest in India, which is Mundra port, is handling 200 million metric ton. That is one port. So that is where the scale today is. But are we increasing the scale? Definitely we are increasing the scale. So that is how I say that Dhamra will one day it will be 300 million metric ton. By that time Mundra will cross 500 million metric ton. Paradip will definitely will cross 300 million ton. So that is one thing. So now you are telling about the western part of the India and eastern part of the India. See, the eastern part of India is rapidly growing. It is not that western will not grow. It has already grown, but now the time is for the eastern part. So why we are focusing and why today we are seeing the Purvodaya, this is the exactly reason how my appeal to all of you that just focus more on eastern part of this world. It has more potential because right now it is completely the ground is ready. So we have to just go there and we have to just believe into that. That is my takeaway from the eastern part of world.
Thanks. Thank you. One last question, sir. If you be very short.
I have no question, I have an observation. I'm Professor R.C. Bhattacharya, uh, Vice Chairman, Globseed Business School, and Director of Globseed Technologies. We work in the field of AI and also with a business school. Now, Mr. Haridas has talked about AICT. We are AIMS. We have 700 members, all universities there. A program is going for the last 3 days at SOA University, and you are here. I was just requested by CII Calcutta, since you are at Bhubaneswar, go there. I have come. So my question is, already a couple of points have come from my friend from Indonesia and also one university. Is it not a, you know, ludicrous thing that we need talent, we need skills, we should bring the education into the mainstream of this. So my request is to Haridas, please have a better linkage with us. I have come all the way from this SU University just to make one point. Let us work together with the institutions also. So AIMS
Sure.
is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. So as we go along, I think we got a lot of input from all of you. And so my final set of questions to all of you, let me start with Mr. Suresha. So So therefore, after a lot of discussions, a lot of input, what do you think one point that, and for that question is for all of you, uh, that the country or let's say the Purvodaya should look into to take the next step forward for its all-round growth and development? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an important question. The quick decisions. So people have to take
Speed.
quick decisions. Somebody said from the audience side that the decision making has to be fast. It's an important topic that people have to look at, and people have to take quick decisions, and they have to bring in solutions.
Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. Please.
2 points. One, we need to create more and more opportunity for industry from uh, Eastern India as well as in the Southeast Asian countries to come together, work together. We have to create opportunities. And second, a lot of focus needs to be given to further strengthen our MSME support
Sure.
ecosystem.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. So I will say that, sir, the one thing which immediately requirement is now ground is ready. We all have a thought. So if we can have a one common policy for this Eastern India, that these are the countries, these are the region, this is the product, and this is how we want to develop. So we can give responsibility to each industries in every place that this is exactly our requirement. And then what our friend was saying, that what is the space for the MSME, we can easily spell out, and we can give assignment to each and everyone. I think this is the now important to give all these things in a one policy. Is Lucas policy.
Thank you. Thank you. So as we close, I think it's a very good discussions. And I would just like to quickly summarize is about the connectivity-led growth that everybody here and in the audience is talking about. When you talk about connectivity, it's not only the digital connectivity, it's not only the infrastructure connectivity, it's also the connectivity of the mind. That's the kind of collaborations, the kind of agility, and the kind of one policy framework led that we are looking for. So thank you very much. That's a good start for the day. And I wish all of you the very best. And thank you for your patience listening and all my co-panelists for your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our esteemed chair and eminent panelists, for an enlightening and impactful dialogue. Your perspectives have set the perfect foundation for the sessions ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, time for showing our immense gratitude for a great participation. I would be humbly requesting Trustee, the Energy Forum, Sri Siddharth Pradhan sir, to kindly come and join us on the dais, and we would be felicitating the Business Dialogue Sessions chair and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We'll be first felicitating Shri Ujjal Chakrabarti, being the befitting chair of the Business Dialogue Session, Executive in Charge, Tin Plate Division, Tata Steel Limited. Thank you so much, sir. We'd be now requesting to felicitate Sri Sujit Haridas, Deputy Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry. Indra Thakkar, Chief Executive Officer, the Dhamra Port Company Limited. Can we expect some more energy in the house, everyone? Thank you. And Sri G. Suresa, Executive Director, Odisha Assets, MNS India. And time to capture this canon moment. Certainly, we don't want to miss the same. Galaxy of intellectual people, the leaders. Please put your hands together. Thank you, everyone. All right, we will move for the inaugural session for the preparation, and we would be taking a short tea and coffee break. I would be humbly requesting everyone to kindly assemble inside the hall as soon as possible. Let's say 10:55 would be the cutoff time. Thank you so much again, valuable audience, for your participation.
Hello, 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 hello.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished dignitaries and esteemed delegates, a very warm welcome to the International Conference Purvodaya Perspectives 2025. Purvodaya, our gateway to the East, symbolizes new possibilities, new linkages, and new future. Over the next 2 days, we shall engage with visionaries who shape India's economic, diplomatic, and technological landscape. Today, we have witnessed one of the impactful business dialogue session, and we are gearing up for the formal inaugural session. And of course, the inaugural session and lot of other sessions which will follow the same, they will help us to explore new pathways of connectivity, cooperation, and economic growth linking India's eastern borders with Southeast Asia. This forum brings together visionary leaders, diplomats, scholars, and industry experts to shape a shared, prosperous future. With great honor, we would be now commencing the inaugural function of this significant conference. Since our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Odisha, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Khambampati sir, along with other dignitaries have joined the stage, I request everyone to please rise for national anthem. I would be now requesting Sri Pradipta Mohanty, past Chairman CII, Ms. Aparna Ray, Joint Secretary MEA, His Excellency Dr. Sankar Prasad Sharma, Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, to kindly join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the inaugural session, and also, all of you are aware that as per our ritual, we start every holy occasion by seeking the divine blessings of Almighty. This hints for ceremonial lamplighting. I'd be requesting Honorable Governor, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Khambampati, and other dignitaries to kindly proceed for ceremonial lamplighting.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते
Thank you so much, Control, for this auspicious music of lighting up the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. Thank you so much. We now immediately proceed with the felicitation of our chief guests and our guests of honor to acknowledge their invaluable contributions to national development and regional cooperation. I would be humbly requesting Trustee, the Energy Forum, Sri Siddharth Pradhan sir, to kindly felicitate His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Odisha, Dr. Haribabu Khambampati, with a round of applause from all of you, ladies and gentlemen. A sheer moment of pride, sir has accepted our invitation to be the chief guest of this inaugural session. This is a very beautiful articraft presenting the rich art and culture of our state, Odisha. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind presence. I'd be now requesting to kindly felicitate. We have the presence of His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharma, Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. So we welcome you to Odisha, Temple City Bhubaneswar, and on the occasion of Purvodaya. We have the gracious presence of Ms. Aparna Ray, Joint Secretary, PPNR, Ministry of External Affairs. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your participation. We wholeheartedly welcome you to the inaugural session and looking forward for your valuable contributions in the sessions ahead. I'd be requesting, sir, to kindly felicitate immediate past chairman, CIA Odisha State Council, SNM and chairman of SNM Group, Sri Pradipta Mohanty. To bring some warmth, we can give really a better round of applause we can expect from the house. And now I would be requesting Sri Pradipta Mohanty sir to kindly felicitate Trustee the Energy Forum Sri Siddharth Pradhan Mahoday, requesting Sri Siddharth Pradhan, who is a distinguished civil servant and trustee of the Energy Forum. With decades of experience in revenue, finance, and public policy, he brings deep insight into India's economic evolution. His contribution significantly created impact on dialogue on energy security and regional cooperation. Sir, over to you for the welcome address. May I request you to kindly come to the left forum, sir. Left.
Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. His Excellency, the Governor of Odisha, Honorable Sri Hari Babu, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Nepal to India, Dr. Sharma, Mrs. Aparna Roy, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, and Mr. Mahanti, the past President of CI Odisha. Good morning to all of you. Today I stand before you as the trustee of the Energy Forum to welcome you on the third edition of Purvodaya Perspective. This Purvodaya Perspective has become one of the flagship program of Ministry of External Affairs away from Delhi. We are grateful to Madam Aparna Roy to helping us in organizing Purvodaya Perspective and the annual gathering. Friends, Purvodaya Perspective has become an important dialogue, annual dialogue for Ministry of External Affairs, setting forth the tone and tenure of what Purvodaya can deliver, should deliver, and will deliver in the times to come. Purvodaya is a term coined by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Damodar Modi in the year of Lord 2016. This coinage was taken up by Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Minister of Education, in the years that has followed, and he has been one of the driving force behind this annual Purvodaya Perspective Gathering. What do we achieve over here? This year, we have the theme India's eastern border and its connectivity with Southeast Asia. Friends, as you know, 1/3 of India's humanity, they live in the state of Orissa, Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and the whole of Northeast. Prime Minister rightly opined that unless until the Purvodaya state, which constitute 1/3 of the humanity, they develop and they have only 12% of India's GDP. Unless they reach a scale of 20, 25 to 30%, India cannot develop its full potential. We are strategically located on the eastern seaboard of India, connecting with Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Cambodia, Laos, and beyond the ocean to Philippines Sea, Philippines state. In the years gone by, people from this part of the India were having trading connection with all these countries which I have just enumerated. They brought riches back to India. As one famous historian said, how is that only in the state of Orissa these huge temples were built, be it Lord Jagannath, Konark, Lingaraj, and various other temples spanning the whole eastern seaboard, starting from Bengal to Machlipatam. Because they brought back riches. A country develops only when trade and commerce they develop. And that is the theme, that interconnectivity in trade, industry, waterways, and all other connectivity should be developed. We in the Energy Forum have been planning with the help of Ministry of External Affairs. My friend Aparna is a great supporter of this team. Fortunately, she hails from this part of the land, Bengal. And she said that as we progress, we should extend our seminars, dialogue to Bengal, Northeast, Assam, so that people of the whole region, they are enthused and they take part what they can do, they should do, and they shall do. And time is limited. We have a very rich schedule through the day and also tomorrow, so that various aspects will be dealing with it. And the theme which and consensus which you develop, we will present the paper book to Ministry of External Affairs for their policy decision. At the end, I will thank all of the dignitaries who have come and to make this a great success. Utkal Janani, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Sri Pradhan. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be now calling a prominent industrialist, a leader who has contributed immensely to mining, logistics, and regional development. His entrepreneurial journey is marked by the commitment to innovation, employment generation, and community upliftment. Please give a thunderous round of applause. Let's welcome Chairman S&M Group, Dr. Pradipta Mohanty, for his address.
Namaskar, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Kambapati, Honorable Governor of Odisha, His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharma, Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Madam Aparna Rai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Sri Siddharth Pradhan, Retired Secretary to Government of India and Trustee, the Energy Forum, dignitaries in front of the dais, leader from the industry, members of CI, members from media, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to join the third edition of Purvodaya Perspective 2025, an important platform that brings together leaders, policymakers, and partners committed to shaping the future trajectory of India's eastern region. This year theme, Indo-Pacific, strategy, infrastructure, trade diplomacy, Eastern Economic Corridor, blue economy, and frontier technologies reflect the region's growing strategic significance. Purvodaya at its core is a vision to position Eastern India as a central growth engine of the nation. This region, stretching across Odisha, West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, and the Northeast, possesses a unique combination of natural resources, coastline advantage, human capital, and emerging industrial ecosystem. This strength placed East India in a pivotal position to support India's ambition in manufacturing, logistics, connectivity, and global trade. A major transformation, as we discussed in the morning, is underway to develop the Eastern Economic Corridor, which are reshaping the how industry connect with the ports, hinterland, and global market. Enhanced rail network, multimodal logistics, coastal shipping, and new port infrastructure across the eastern board are enabling faster and more efficient trade flows. To strengthen the Act, India's Act East policy and expand our engagement across the Indo-Pacific. As a professional who comes from the mining and industrial ecosystem, I'd like to briefly highlight how natural resources of this region, mineral base, forms the foundation of the steel, aluminum, energy, manufacturing sector across the country. However, the focus today is shifting from extraction to value addition, clean technology, and responsible industrial growth, ensuring that natural advantage translate into long-term economic growth. What is equally important is the region's expanding focus on frontier technologies, green energy transitions, digital governance, and sustainable infrastructure. From renewable energy initiative to smart logistic systems and technology driven public services, Eastern India is steadily aligning itself with the India's national priorities under Viksit Bharat and Make in India. The blue economy also presents a major opportunity with the some of India's most important ports and long coastline in the eastern region can drive new growth in maritime trade, fisheries, port-led industrialization, and coastal tourism. This component complements the Indo-Pacific strategy, offering avenues for international partnership, investment, and supply chain integration. To fully unlock the opportunity, collaboration becomes key between government, industry, between states with the region, and between India and Indo-Pacific partners. Whether it is infrastructure, execution, skill development, sustainable resources, or encouraging innovation, collective action will define the success of the Purvodaya vision. As I was associated for 2 decades with CI, I can assure you Eastern region, particularly Odisha, is transformed in a mode with this strategic location, emerging corridor, strong resource base, and rapidly improving industrial ecosystem. This region holds the potential to shape India's next phase of growth by focusing on responsible development, technology adoption, and international connectivity. East can truly become a powerhouse of Indo-Pacific. As we have opportunity to deal with ASEAN countries, which has around 6 trillion GDP and around 1.9 billion people, we have the opportunity and we can at least try to reconstruct or reinitiate our old maritime trade with all these countries so that we can grow and become a powerhouse of the country. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahanti, for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a sheer matter of pride for all of us to welcome our distinguished diplomat who plays a pivotal role in shaping India's long term foreign policy vision, who leads the MES PPR division, driving strategic foresight, research led policy making, and India's engagement on global platform, whose contribution have significantly strengthened India's diplomatic footprint and informed key international dialogues. We are proud to welcome Ms. Aparna Ray, ladies and gentlemen, Joint Secretary, Policy Planning and Research, Ministry of External Affairs, for her valuable address.
Distinguished dignitaries on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. On behalf of the Ministry of External Affairs, I'm delighted to welcome you to the third edition of the Purvodaya Dialogue. When this dialogue was started, we had a singular purpose, which was to knit together East India and Southeast Asia. Today, as I see this diversity and richness of people and topics before me, I must congratulate our partners, the Energy Forum, for curating such a wonderful gathering. This year's topic is corridors, corridors between Eastern India and Southeast Asia. As a person from Eastern India, from Shiliguri, as a matter of fact, I can testify that these corridors are nothing new. Any native of East India instinctively understands the deep historical and economic connections that have existed between Eastern India and Southeast Asia. We Eastern Indians, Purvobashis, have historically faced eastwards across the oceans and across the mountains to our partners in the East. Remarkably, it is a partnership that has been peaceful, mutually respectful, and mutually beneficial. The task before us now is to build these existing linkages in a way that benefits all people in all countries. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Ladies and gentlemen, the efforts that our government has made for the past decade and a half under Act East provides the concrete framework for this cooperation. Within this framework, Eastern India is our linchpin and our launching pad. When it comes to the seas, it is our eastern seaboard, which is our maritime link to the Indo-Pacific. The government of India is investing more than 80 lakh crores to develop the maritime sector. The aim is to integrate ports, coastal shipping, inland waterways, and logistical infrastructure. Kolkata, Paradip, Gopalpur, Vishakhapatnam, these are just a few of the hubs of multimodal connectivity that are going to come up. From the seaports into the lands, the connectivity that we are building will be the bridge between the markets, industries, and human capital of East India and Southeast Asia. Our efforts are undergirded by a deep political connection. We look at this landscape as overlapping networks, such as BIMSTEC and IORA, which are firmly grounded with ASEAN as its core. As I survey this landscape, The overarching theme is consistent focus on peace, prosperity, and progress, which is based on multidimensional regional integration. Friends, these are uncertain and turbulent times. The world political and economic order is being reshaped. But turbulent times are also times for opportunity, an opportunity for us to look beyond the usual and find innovative solutions and new ground in areas like supply chain diversification, blue economy, digital partnerships, and frontier technology. We also have to build partnerships that will preserve our own ecologies. Disaster preparedness, coastal resilience, HADR are all spaces in which we collaborate for greater good. However, these high foreign policy ambitions must be grounded in ground realities. And that is the primary purpose of dialogues like this. It is for us to learn from the experience of companies, entrepreneurs, academics, citizens who are making this foreign policy a reality in every day. It is in this context, again, that I welcome you to the Purvodaya Dialogue and wish you a very productive, engaging, and enjoyable 2 days here in Bhubaneswar. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving ahead. Nepal and Odisha are united by a timeless civilizational bond. From Lord Buddha's message of peace in Lumbini to the spiritual grace of Lord Jagannath in Puri, our historical maritime links, shared pilgrimage traditions, growing cooperation in tourism, education, culture, and energy reflect a friendship that is natural and enduring. As Purvodaya celebrates Eastern India's rise, Nepal stands as a trusted partner in our journey of shared prosperity. And what a matter of shared happiness that we have the presence of an eminent economist, diplomat, and former vice chairman of Nepal's National Planning Commission. A respected voice in South Asian diplomacy who has been instrumental in strengthening Nepal India developmental partnerships. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome wholeheartedly His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharma for his address, Ambassador of Nepal.
Thank you so much for your very kind introduction. His Excellency Governor of Odisha, Sri Haribabu Kambampati ji, Ms. Arpana Ray, Joint Secretary, MEA, Pradipta Mohanty, Chairman, SNM Group, Sri Siddhartha Pradhan, Trustee, Sri the Energy Forum, distinguished panelists, speakers, and participants. Namaskar and warm greetings. It's a great privilege for me to join you at the inauguration of this third edition of Purvodaya Perspective. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Energy Forum for the invitation and for its valuable contribution as a platform for high-quality research, dialogue, and regional cooperation. As our announcer MC was mentioning earlier, Odisha and Nepal, we have a very special connection in terms of tourism, in terms of regional connection, as well as in terms of the religious interconnection between the two countries because of Jagannath Puri in Odisha. Anybody from Nepal, I think everybody from Nepal, they would like to come and visit Jagannath Puri because that's one of the Char Dhams in India. And as you know, I think we have a priest in Jagannath Puri from Nepal, and only the king from Nepal can enter and do puja in Jagannath Puri, although we don't have king these days, though. Coming from Nepal, I'm pleased to be part of this important discussion on connecting India's eastern borders and Southeast Asia through economic corridors. This theme aligns closely with the aspiration of our entire region to build stronger economic linkages, enhance mobility, and create new avenues for trade, energy, and technology partnership. India's eastern region has long served as the natural bridge between South Asia and Southeast Asia. As we explore ways to strengthen these corridors, we open the door greater economic dynamism, supply chain resilience, and deeper people-to-people engagement, including in the area of tourism. For countries like Nepal, regional connectivity represents more than physical infrastructure. It is a path towards shared prosperity. Enhanced cross-border roads, railways, transmission lines, energy trade, digital connectivity, and streamlined trade procedures all contribute to strengthening our collective economic future in this region. The themes chosen for this conference reflect the evolving priorities of our region. Infrastructure and trade diplomacy highlight the importance of coordinated policies that complement investment. The emphasis on the blue economy reminds us of our responsibility to foster sustainable economic growth, and frontier technology partnerships signal our commitment to innovation, especially in clean energy, digital system, and resilient infrastructure. And now more and more in the area of AI. That's what we heard in our previous session too. Nepal deeply values its long-standing partnership with India. Connectivity initiatives such as BIMSTEC, the BBIN framework, cross-border transmission lines, trade facilitation measures, and hydropower cooperation. Now I think Nepal is already exporting about 1300 megawatt to India, especially in the summertime, have demonstrated the tangible benefits of working together. Strengthening economic corridors across India's eastern borders will open additional opportunities not only for India and Nepal, but for the entire sub-region. I also commend the Energy Forum for its vision in convening this series. The earlier editions of Purvodaya Perspectives were widely appreciated for their depth, and I am confident that this edition will generate valuable insights that contribute to policy collaboration and long-term regional strategies. Connectivity helps to uplift lives, enable opportunities, and deepen trust among nations, and Nepal remains committed to advancing partnership that supports sustainable development, energy security, and inclusive growth across our regions. I wish for productive deliberation and great success over the coming 2 days, and thank you for inviting me to this August gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, we would be now proceed for the release of the Energy Forum's occasional papers capturing analytical perspectives on energy, regional connectivity, and the Indo-Pacific narrative. I'd be requesting our team to kindly bring the TF's occasional papers on the dais, which will be released by our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Odisha, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Kambhampati sir, and other dignitaries gracing the dais. I request everyone to kindly join and share your good wishes in the form of round of applause. Thank you so much. I request our dignitaries to kindly be seated. Our mentor, the guiding force of Purvodaya, Honorable Union Minister of Education, Dr. Sri Dhamendra Pradhan sir, couldn't make it today due to some professional commitments, but he is kind enough to share his very special video messages. So I would be requesting that we would be playing the video message on the occasion of this inaugural session of Purvodaya Perspectives 2025.
Jai Jagannath. Honorable Governor of Odisha, Dr. Haribabu Kambhapatiji, Ambassador of Nepal, Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharmaji, Director General CII, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee ji, Trustee, the Energy Forum, Mr. Siddhartha Pradhanji, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy that the third edition of International Conference on Purvodaya Perspective 2025 is being jointly organized by the Ministry of External Affairs, Confederation of Indian Industry, and the Energy Forum in Bhubaneswar to take forward the Purvodaya vision of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. I would love to be present in person at this important international conference, but due to pressing engagement, I am sharing my thoughts through this video. The idea of Purvodaya was articulated by Honorable Prime Minister during the dedication of Indian Oil Corporation Limited's Paradip Refinery to the nation on the 6th February 2016, a historic moment that I was fortunate to witness. Union Budget 2024 also introduced the Purvodaya plan for the inclusive development of eastern region of the country, encompassing Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand and Andhra Pradesh. The Purvodaya initiative aims to transform this region into the growth engine of Vikasit Bharat. I have had the good fortune to discharge the responsibility of several critical sectors of the economy, such as petroleum and natural gas, steel, skill development and entrepreneurship, and education. All these sectors have significant bearing on the development of the eastern region. This is the third edition of the Purvodaya Dialogue. In the past two occasions, we discussed the strength of the eastern region and the future possibilities. I congratulate all our stakeholders for making Purvodaya the epicenter of our development narrative. It is pertinent to mention that with ports such as Paradip, Dhamra and Gopalpur and major steel, aluminium and mineral-based industries, Odisha today stands as the gateway of the Purvodaya and leads this narrative. Vital infrastructure projects have emerged around ports and mineral hubs. Port-led development and blue economy define our development priority. Economic corridors, however, extend beyond roads and ports. They also encompass the flow of energy, data, finance and ideas. This conference rightly focuses on potential areas of growth such as India's transforming relationship with oceanic partners and advancing cooperation for the blue economy and sustainability. I appreciate the organizer for such a comprehensive agenda of 2 days of discussion. Today, we are living in exciting times. The world faces a great deal of geopolitical churning. Energy security has emerged as the priority area of concern for the country. The question we can ask here, how can Eastern India contribute to India's long-term energy security? The region is rapidly emerging as a strategic energy corridor with expanded refining, petrochemical and gas infrastructure. India today has over 9,300 kilometers of operational petroleum and product pipelines. These pipelines, along with the ports of Paradip, Dhamra, Haldia and Vizag, are becoming powerful energy gateway for crude oil, LNG and petrochemical trade. They link crude imports to refineries, refineries to industries and industries to domestic and global markets. This integrated network reduces logistic costs, strengthens energy security and makes Eastern India an attractive destination for global investors. There is significant scope to build energy partnership between India's eastern seaboard and Southeast Asia that can support secure, affordable and sustainable growth for all our countries. Sustainability is yet another focus area. Our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, has made comprehensive policy interventions both nationally and internationally to address the concern of sustainability and climate change. Cleaner energy for greener tomorrow is no longer an option. It is only the way forward. What Purvodaya states can do in this direction? Purvodaya is not only about growth, it is about green growth. We build pathways for the future transition, green hydrogen, biofuels, low carbon refining and cleaner petrochemicals, aligning Purvodaya with sustainable growth. India has received world attention for its global talent pool. We are a young nation and our youth have the promise and potential to shape the future of the Bharat. Purvodaya states are known for rich human resource. Education and skilling are two key pillars through which we can leverage our potential. The region is proud to have institutions such as Indian School of Mines, Indian Institute of Technologies, National Institute of Technologies, Indian Institute of Management, Indian Institute of Science and Education and Research, National Institute of Science and Education and Research, several CSIR institutes, Institute of National Importance, and several public and private universities. These institutions are producing quality human resources that define our development journey. We all know how the alumni of these institutions are contributing to nation building. Recent collaboration between Government of Odisha and Global Financial Technology Network, Singapore opens new opportunities for the youth of our country. The conference must reflect on the way forward. How we can make our youth future ready should be our focus. How can we harness the potential of this resource-rich region should be our priority. How can we engage the private sector more proactively in the region's development could be our concern. Once again, I take this opportunity to applaud the Ministry of External Affairs, TAFE and CIA for successfully organizing this international conference. CIA, under the dynamic leadership of Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, acting as a partner of major investment promotion programs like Make in Odisha, Bengal Global Business Summit and Bihar Business Connect. CIA Eastern Region has reaffirmed its position as a trusted partner for the government in advancing the economic growth of the Purvodaya states. I look forward to all of your contributions to the rise of the East and the stronger collaboration with Southeast Asia. Thank you, friends. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Honorable Union Minister, sir, for your thoughtful message, which shows he is present here with his heart. Purvodaya is all about green growth. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, a matter of sheer pride and privilege that we have the august presence of Honorable Governor of Odisha, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Kambhampati sir, who is a respected academician, technocrat and parliamentarian, who has championed innovation, digital inclusion and regional development. As Governor of Odisha, who has been a strong supporter of sustainable growth, youth empowerment and socio-economic advancement across the state, whose vision, compassion, and thoughtful guidance have touched every corner of our state. Ladies and gentlemen, we must mention that Odisha holds a very special place in his heart, and in return, the people of Odisha have embraced Sir with immense warmth, respect, and trust.
Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharmaji, Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Ms. Aparna Roy, Joint Secretary, Policy Planning and Research, Ministry of External Affairs, Shri Siddhartha Pradhan, Retired Secretary to the Government of India, Trustee, the Indian Forum, the Energy Forum, Mr. Pradeepta Mohanty, CAI, Odisha, distinguished participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here today for the inaugural session of the International Conference Purvodaya Perspectives 2025. This gathering is not merely an academic or policy forum, it is a platform that reflects India's evolving aspirations, our civilizational self-confidence, and our collective commitment to unlocking the full potential of Eastern India. Ladies and gentlemen, for centuries, the eastern region of our country stood as a beacon of prosperity and cultural brilliance. It was home to thriving ports, vibrant trade networks, celebrated centers of learning, and strong maritime communities that carried India's ideas, art, and enterprise across the seas. Eastern India once shaped the economic and cultural direction of our neighborhoods. Yet, over time, due to historical disruptions, episodic neglect, and infrastructural constraints, this region gradually lost the pace of development visible elsewhere in the country. A land that once influenced the world found itself lagging behind in the national journey. Today, we stand at a historic turning point. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the nation has embarked on the mission of Purvodaya, a declaration that the rise of the East is essential for the rise of India. This mission is not only timely but transformative. It seeks to restore the region's rightful place as a central driver of India's economic strength and a vital contributor to Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Over the past few years, and especially in the present one, Eastern India has witnessed an extraordinary surge in connectivity, infrastructure, industry, energy, and human development. Roads, railways, ports, airports, and digital networks are being strengthened at unprecedented speed, and new economic corridors are reducing distances, opening markets, and bringing opportunities closer to people. Among all the Purvodaya states, Odisha stands out with exceptional promise and performance. Blessed with abundant minerals, an extensive coastline, rich forests, mighty rivers, skilled manpower, a stable government, and a vibrant cultural identity, Odisha is emerging as one of India's most dynamic and forward looking economies. This year, a series of landmark initiatives by both the union and state governments has accelerated this momentum even further. Odisha's ambitious entry into the semiconductor ecosystem through proposed assembly and testing facilities marks a decisive leap into advanced technology manufacturing and high value innovation. Simultaneously, the expansion of railway lines, the development of high speed and semi high speed corridors, the modernization of major stations, and the strengthening of mineral routes are transforming logistics efficiency across the region. I think by this time you will be able to know that Government of India, Ministry of Railways is implementing the railway projects in the state of Odisha to the worth of 80,000 crores of rupees, which are under pipeline. 80,000 crores. And I am very happy to know that the railways are having a plan to connect all the 30 districts in Odisha by railway line. And Ministry of Road Transport is also implementing the projects to the extent of more than 50,000 crores. Both railways and the road departments put together, they are implementing the projects worth of 1,30,000 crores of investments in these two sectors from Government of India in the state of Odisha. The state's ports, Paradeep, Dhamra, and Gopalpur are undergoing rapid expansion, driving port-led industrial growth and positioning Odisha as the maritime engine of Eastern India. Alongside these developments, the rise of green hydrogen production signals a new chapter in sustainable industrialization, while major tourism and heritage revitalization efforts from the Sri Jagannath Heritage Corridor to new eco-tourism and Buddhist circuits are enriching both the cultural landscape and economic prospects of the state. As Eastern India rises, it also reconnects with the roots of a civilization that once projected India's maritime strength across Southeast Asia. Odisha's historic identity as Kalinga, an ancient hub of sailors, traders, scholars, and monks, reminds us that the region was once a vibrant bridge between the Indian subcontinent and the nations of Southeast Asia. For centuries, these exchanges carried textiles, metal crafts, agricultural products, knowledge systems, and the message of peace through Buddhism. The shared heritage visible in Angkor Wat, Southeast Asian versions of the Ramayana, and enduring cultural bonds such as Bali Jatra testify to this glorious maritime era. In today's geopolitical and economic context, as India advances its Act East policy, Sagar and Mahasagar initiatives, and Indo-Pacific partnerships, the revival of these ancient connections becomes more relevant than ever. The theme of this conference, connecting India's eastern borders and Southeast Asia through economic corridors, captures a critical aspiration of our times. The new corridors being built, whether across the Northeast or through the Bay of Bengal, must serve not just as conduits of commerce, but as platforms for deeper cultural exchange, strategic cooperation, and shared prosperity. When I mention Northeast, you can imagine the development that is happening in the Northeast for the last decade. The number of airports which we have built from the independence to the year 2014, more than that number, the airports were built in the Northeast region during 2014 to 24. Honorable Prime Minister's vision is to connect every Northeast state by air connectivity, road connectivity, and rail connectivity. As you all know, I was in Mizoram for 3.5 years before coming to Odisha. In Mizoram, a railway line extending to about 51 kilometers was built from Bhairavi to Sairang to connect the state capital Aizawl. 51.5 kilometers. The cost of the project railway line for 51.5 kilometers is about 8,250 crores for 51 kilometers. In normal circumstances, no governmental agency will be able to support that project. For 51 kilometers, the question arises why we should spend 8,250 crores. What is the economic feasibility? What is the financial viability? These are the questions to be answered by everybody. But Honorable Prime Minister thought that it is not the question of money. It is not the question of the cost. At any cost, the northeastern, far away from the mainland, the Mizoram should be connected through railway line, and the people of Mizoram should have that connectivity. That is how that investment was made. As you are aware, Mizoram is the forest state in the country, in the northeast. It is a sandwiched state between Bangladesh and Myanmar. Northeast, as you are aware, is connected through the Chicken Neck, Siliguri corridor. If some problem arises, Northeast is being detached from the country. Therefore, Government of India, particularly the Ministry of External Affairs, is implementing a project called Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport System, connecting Mizoram to Bay of Bengal through Myanmar. The entire project from Indian side was complete. Sitwe port is developed with Indian cooperation. Sitwe port is operation. Only pending work in that project is between the last village of Mizoram, Zorunpui, to the Paletwa, where the goods should be transited to inland waterways. 105-kilometer greenfield road is pending. And waterway line is being developed from Paletwa to Sitwe, which can be connected to the Bay of Bengal, and total India can be, eastern region can be connected to the entire northeast. Unfortunately, because of the political developments in the country of Myanmar, that particular road construction is delayed. I hope in the coming 2-3 years, if the road is going to be completed, the entire northeast is going to be connected to the mainland via Bay of Bengal. Therefore, these two major projects for Mizoram, connecting railway line, and also the opening of alternative to the mainland country, I think these two projects will change the face of the development of Mizoram. And in similarly other states, lot of infrastructural activity is going on, airports, national highways. Even in the hilly states, national highways, I think NHIDCL there is constructing 4-way national highways in the hilly states, which they could not imagine before. They have the potential to reshape regional supply chains, enhance maritime security, promote the blue economy, and strengthen India's role in a rapidly evolving Indo-Pacific region. When I mention blue economy, Honorable Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan ji included Andhra Pradesh also in Purvodaya. In our country, we are exporting marine products to the tune of about 65,000 crores per annum. Out of 65,000 crores of marine product exports, almost 1/3 of the exports are from Andhra Pradesh alone. If you include Andhra Pradesh in Purvodaya, Orissa has a lot of potential to improve, to produce more marine products, both aquaculture and capture fisheries. If these states which have the coastline, if they concentrate on blue economy, definitely we can achieve a lot of progress. The path ahead lies in harmonizing connectivity with diplomacy, ensuring that every major infrastructure endeavor also strengthens stability, trust, and collaboration across the region. As new ports, railways, industrial clusters, and green energy networks take shape, it becomes equally important to integrate traditional knowledge systems, coastal heritage, and community-led practices that have sustained Eastern India for centuries. Modern infrastructure must work hand in hand with ancient maritime wisdom so that the corridors we develop not only move goods efficiently but also connect people, ideas, innovation, and shared aspirations, creating a foundation of prosperity that is both sustainable and culturally rooted. By embracing this holistic approach, Eastern India can drive India's next phase of growth with clarity, confidence, and purpose. The rise of the East will shape the rise of India, and the rise of Odisha will ignite new area of progress for the entire region. I am confident that the insights from this conference will lead to practical strategies that strengthen the Purvodaya vision and build future-ready pathways linking India's eastern borders with Southeast Asia through resilient, sustainable, and transformative economic corridors. This shared effort will deepen regional cooperation, empower our people, enrich cultural bonds, and move the entire region towards a more prosperous and interconnected future. Thank you. Vande Utkala Janani. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Let's rise for national anthem. Thank you so much. Our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Odisha, His Excellency Dr. Haribabu Khambampati Mahoday, His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sarma, Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Joint Secretary MEA Ms. Aparna Ray, Sri Pradipta Mohanty, immediate past Chairman CII and Chairman SNM Group, Sri Siddharth Pradhan, Trustee the Energy Forum, and thank you audience for being a part of this inaugural session. With this, we conclude the session. And our heartfelt thanks to all of you for your participation and valuable insights. Our dignitaries will have a special look on the startup stalls as of now. I request all of you to kindly join as soon as possible because there is a very special keynote address by His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sarma, Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, India. Thank you. session, the keynote address. So I request everyone to kindly come and show the power of unity and how Odisha welcomes such prestigious dignitaries. I request the volunteers for Purvodaya Perspectives 2025 kindly pass a message outside that everyone should come and join us for the keynote address session. I humbly request everyone again to kindly come inside. मैं सभी से विनम्र अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कृपया सब आके हॉल के अंदर बैठ जाएं. Before audience will come and take their respective space inside, I would be definitely taking some time to mention about Purvodaya, wave of prosperity. Purvodaya meaning rise of the east, which has today become much more than a conference. It's a moment, a mission, a wave of prosperity flowing across the eastern states of India, Odisha, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Bihar, and the Northeast. It brings together the forces that fuel growth, industry, innovation, investment, infrastructure, policy, and people, all in one impactful platform. Undoubtedly, from transforming economic corridors to uplifting MSMEs, from energy security to skill empowerment, Purvodaya is shaping a new narrative for Eastern India, a narrative of possibility, progress, and global competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be requesting our dignitary to kindly take the stage for the keynote address. But before that, would like to introduce him again. It's indeed a privilege for all of us to once again have with us His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharma, the Honorable Ambassador of Nepal to India. As he now join us for the keynote address, earlier, during the inaugural session, His Excellency graciously shared valuable perspectives as our guest of honor, setting a thoughtful and forward looking tone for this gathering. Dr. Sharma is widely respected as a seasoned diplomat, an accomplished economist, and a visionary policy maker. His rich experience in public policy, international development, and economic diplomacy has significantly contributed to strengthening bilateral cooperation and fostering regional understanding between Nepal and India. His insights consistently bridge policy with practice and national priorities with global perspectives. As we move deeper into the core deliberations of today's program, the keynote address holds special importance. It's a moment to reflect, to realign our thinking, and to draw inspiration from leadership that combines wisdom, experience, and a deep commitment to sustainable and inclusive growth. We are confident that His Excellency's address will offer us strategic direction, fresh perspectives, and meaningful takeaways that will enrich our discussions ahead. May I now request all of you to join and let's give a thundering round of applause. In extending a warm round of applause, let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Shankar Prasad Sharma, Honorable Ambassador of Nepal to India, to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Uh, Thank you so much for your very kind introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I already talked about the importance of connectivity and how Nepal and the entire Asian region can benefit out of the strategies that has been developed in Purvodaya Perspectives in the context of connectivity. So it's a great honor to be able to participate and address the distinguished gathering on the occasion of International Conference Purvodaya Perspective 2025. I would like to thank the Energy Forum for inviting me and requesting me to speak a few words in this great occasion. I would like to make this brief presentation on the progress made by Nepal, especially in the area of renewable energy development and the transformative opportunities that regional and global power interconnection presents for the shared clean energy future. I, uh, I think I said in the inauguration that Nepal is highly connected with the eastern part of the region, eastern part of India. The reason is that wherever you go in the eastern part of India, I see many people speaking Nepali language. I think whether you go to Mizoram or Assam is also, I think, the one, Sikkim, and most of the states. I think even if you meet some of these people in Delhi, I think they can speak some Nepali. And that's the kind of connection we have between Nepal and the eastern part of India. Digital connectivity, I already mentioned that now India and Nepal are digitally connected, especially I think in the basic UPI system, and that is being connected in the eastern part of India and then through the eastern part of India and to Southeast Asian countries also. But at this point of time, I think I would like to focus more on the clean energy connectivity between Nepal, the India, and rest of the region in that context. We have, as of now, I think 3,800 megawatt of hydroelectricity that has been built in Nepal. In terms of hydropower, I think our total energy consumption is coming from hydropower. I think we have about 140 megawatt of solar energy, but otherwise, I think this is mostly totally coming from hydropower sector in Nepal. So it's all clean energy. But in the meantime, I think Nepal has a huge potential of 83,000 megawatt of hydropower electricity in the country. So that we need to exploit, and that will be extremely beneficial to the entire region, not only South Asia, but also the eastern part and Southeast Asian countries, the entire BIMSTEC region of the region. Out of 83,000 megawatt, I think the studies shows that 42,000 megawatt can be, as of now, can be exploitable right away commercially. Uh, Nepal and India, I think we have already have an agreement. So we signed a vision document between the two countries in 2022 to develop the hydropower electricity in Nepal jointly in partnership with India. Trade the hydropower basically between Nepal and India and beyond. So when we are saying that beyond, I think it covers many other countries and also develop the transmission line between the two countries. So Nepal is also steadily advancing solar development. About 140 megawatt of solar power is already connected to the national grid with nearly 1100 megawatt in various stages of development. Our policy direction is clear to expand solar energy in a balanced manner that enhances diversification, grid reliability, and long-term energy security. At present, hydropower projects totaling 8,000 megawatt are under various stages of preparation and construction in addition to what we already have about 3,800 megawatt. So in that connection, I think about 4,800 megawatt of electricity are being developed with significant public and private sector investment from India, reflecting rising investor confidence and deepening regional cooperation in clean energy. As I said, the 2022 this vision document that we signed between Nepal and India, that has created not only the the partnership in the generation of hydroelectricity, like as I mentioned earlier, 4,800 megawatt, that is with the partnership of Indian companies. I think we have 4 different transmission lines, high voltage, 400 kVA high voltage transmission line, that is either being built or we have already signed the document between the two countries to build those transmission lines between the two countries, and that will be realized very soon. The government long-term vision is basically to develop hydroelectricity, let's say 28,500 megawatt by the year 2035. So in 10 years time, I think we have either Nepal will develop it or jointly with Nepal, India, or I think Bangladesh is also interested in investing in the hydropower sector in Nepal. So I think we have a roadmap of developing 28,500 megawatt of hydroelectricity by 2035. Not only that, I think Nepal's vision, however, extends beyond national development. We aspire to become a major clean energy exporter in South Asia with a target of exporting up to 15,000 megawatt of renewable electricity by the year 2035. So it's not very difficult because Nepal and India in 2023, after we signed the vision document between the two countries, we already signed another document saying that in the next 10 years, Nepal can export 10,000 megawatt of electricity to India. So India and Nepal, we are already working towards it to develop the hydroelectricity projects in Nepal and the transmission line being jointly built between the two countries so that we can reach that target on time. So this is what we are trying to do. And Bangladesh, talking about Bangladesh, I think we have started exporting 40 megawatt last year. But this year, given the spare capacity in the transmission line, we may be able to export up to 60 megawatt of hydroelectricity to Bangladesh. But we need to build more transmission line between India and Bangladesh so that I think Nepal can export the hydroelectricity from Nepal to Bangladesh by India. So this is also a kind of tripartite agreement that we signed between the three countries last year to export electricity to Bangladesh via India, the Indian transmission line. The milestone in this journey, as I said, the 10,000 megawatt, that has been already signed between the two countries. Building on the joint vision statements of our prime ministers in April 2022, this agreement makes a major leap forward in expanding the regional power market and strengthening energy cooperation. Cross-border energy cooperation lies at the heart of Nepal's clean energy pursuit. We have established robust grid interconnection with India and initiated trilateral power trade with Bangladesh. During the wet season, Nepal exports approximately 1,300 megawatt of electricity this year, and it's rising. In 2022, it started from 39 megawatt, but now within the last 2 years, 3 years, we have been able to increase from 39 megawatts to 1,300 megawatt of electricity exports in India. In the winter season, lean season, we still import about 800 megawatt from India. So I think because in the peak demand in Nepal is in the winter time, and the summer time, I think we have lots of surplus of hydroelectricity in the country. So this India and Bangladesh, I think there is a vision in Nepal that this has laid the foundation for the fully interconnected BIMSTEC region in the region. So I think India and Sri Lanka, they have also an agreement to have the underwater cable connection to have the energy trade between the two countries. So not only that, I think the entire Southeast Asian region, once this interconnection in the BIMSTEC region is materialized, that will have a connection with the ASEAN countries and the entire South Asian region. So Nepal power transmission has been propelled by expanding cross-border connectivity with India. That began in 1970s with the modest 33 kV lines but now we have about one completed 400 kV lines and four under construction kVA lines for high power hydroelectricity transmission lines. Under our joint transmission planning framework with India, up to 2035, 8 high voltage interconnections have been identified to enable more than 16 gigawatts of cross-border power exchange. The Dhalkewar Muzaffarpur line is already in operation, while the Butwal Gorakhpur and Dhalkewar Sitamani lines are in advanced stage of construction. Two more double circuit lines, Inarwa New Purnia is basically on the eastern part of Nepal, 400 kVA transmission line, and Lamki Bareilly, that's in the western part of Nepal. 400 kV lines are also being built jointly with India. As regional and global grid evolve, interconnections will follow renewable energy to flow seamlessly across time zones, balancing supply and demand, lowering system cost, and expanding access. This vision aligns closely with One Sun, One World, One Grid. This slogan in India, I think the Prime Minister Modi ji has said this one, where clean energy can move freely and sustainably across borders. Realizing this vision requires integrated regional power markets that facilitate smooth, non-discriminatory and unrestricted trade in green electricity, transparent regulations, harmonized technical standards, and open access to transmission networks. That's we see in most of the European countries and ASEAN countries, will be essential for attracting private investment and ensuring long-term sustainability. Another crucial dimension of sustainability is the resilience of our energy system to be escalating impacts of climate change. Despite Nepal's negligible share of global emissions, more frequent floods and droughts are causing severe damage to our infrastructure and livelihoods, often requiring extensive reconstruction. Strengthening climate resilient infrastructure is therefore a national imperative, and not only in other areas but also in the hydropower sector. We call for stronger regional and international cooperation to address climate induced losses and mobilize financing for both mitigation and adaptation efforts. Nepal stands as a defining moment in its clean energy journey with vast hydropower reserves, growing solar capacity, and rapidly expanding cross-border links. We hold the promise of powering our regional sustainability. I invite our friends and partners to join hands with us in investing in Nepal, investment in renewables, and be part of brighter, greener future for all. So it's not only hydropower, but there are other opportunities, especially in the area of IT, digital connectivity, and other infrastructure. I think we are partnering with India very rapidly. I think if we see the progress over the last 3-4 years, it has been substantial. And we would like to see more of that with the help of private sector in India. And we would like to welcome you in Nepal in achieving these goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your wonderful inputs. I'm sure you must have jotted down the valuable takeaways from this keynote session. So, with this, we will take a halt. I mean to say, I wanted to announce for the lunch break. We will resume before 2 o'clock to begin the session 1, which is all about Purvodaya and Indo-Pacific aligning infrastructure, trade, and economic corridors. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all. Please make sure that you will be here and reserving your seats before 2 o'clock. Thank you. message if your friends and your colleagues, your known persons are still enjoying the lunch. I know the wonderful delicacies of Swasti Premium being one of the premium property. But again, we have to make it before the time because our speakers have given their valuable presence and their precious time with us. We have less than 10 minutes, and before that, I request all of you to come inside and reserve your seats. So far, you were a part of the business dialogue session and inaugural session. So we must be thanking the organizing bodies, the Energy Forum, guiding the strategic backbone of this conference, the Energy Forum, a premier platform bringing together India's leading energy companies, technologists, and policy experts. TEF is instrumental in shaping India's energy roadmap from conventional power to renewables, sustainability, decarbonization, and the future of green growth, as cited by Honorable Union Minister of Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan sir, in his speech video message, if you have heard of. So, can I expect a round of applause for the Energy Forum? All right, thank you so much. For the last two sessions, including this one, three sessions, Ministry of External Affairs, they have been an inevitable part in supporting. We are honored to have the support of MEA, Government of India, a ministry that strengthens India's global partnerships, builds strategic alliances, and fosters international collaboration. MEA's presence amplifies the international character of Purvodaya Perspectives 2025. And of course, Ms. Aparna Ray, Joint Secretary, PPNR, MEA, would be gracing the next session as the chair. So please give a thunderous round of applause, everyone. Come on. Ma'am, we'll be taking some time. Just, taking some time to let the audience know about the organizing bodies. And of course, Confederation of Indian Industry, a name synonymous with India's industrial transformation. A round of applause for CII, which stands as a co-organizer of this edition also. With its deep industry networks, policy influence, and commitment to national development, CII plays a pivotal role in turning ideas into action and aspirations into economic reality. We are thankful and indebted to CII for their support. So first two editions of Purvodaya became turning points for the region. The initial edition brought all stakeholders into one platform, unlocking conservations on manufacturing, logistics, mining, petrochemicals, tourism, renewable energy, and entrepreneurship. The second edition took the movement forward from possibilities to pathways, from dialogues to deliverables, from intention to impact. Together, these additions build confidence, strengthen partnerships, and position Eastern India as a corridor of rising economic strength. And here we are witnessing the third edition of International Conference Purvodaya Perspectives 2025, connecting India's eastern borders and Southeast Asia through economic corridors. Once again, a round of applause if we all are enjoying the sessions with meaningful takeaways. And of course, the speakers, they are sharing their valuable insights, guiding us towards we can say greener and of course a Viksit Bharat 2047, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we have less than 5 minutes. Once again, requesting if the organizing team is here, the volunteers are here, kindly do the needful. Please pass the message to the audience who are enjoying their lunch to please come inside. We will be starting the session without delay, sharp 2 o'clock. And of course, I forgot to thank, but it should be the primary duty of every host to thank such kind of valuable audience what we have witnessed from the morning couple of hours, because you have taken part graciously in all the discussions, asking questions and sharing your thoughts, your perspectives. Of course, this is vital for all of us. And thank you for being so gracious, participative, and looking forward for the same kind of energy and cooperation throughout the day for today and tomorrow. The session, which we will start around 2 o'clock, the panelists are Sri S.K. Mohanty, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, Sri V.S. Chauhan, Executive Director, Deloitte India, Sri Nicholas Pandey, Managing Director, Kalika Group Nepal, Sri Nawaz Rajabuddin, Founder President, Confederation of Micro, Small and Medium Industries, COSME, Sri Lanka. If the speakers are there, I just wanted to know, all the speakers are there. Shri S.K. Mohanty, sir. Okay. Shri V.S. Chauhan, sir. Thank you, sir. Shri Nicholas Pandey ji. Okay. Shri Nawaz Rajabdin ji. Okay, all lovely. So we have all the speakers and the chair as well. So we'll wait for few minutes, so 2-3 minutes, so that at least some people can join. I must mention what is actually, there are certain points for which the organizers are looking for in terms of expectation from Purvodaya Perspectives 2025. So with this success behind us, the expectation from Purvodaya Perspectives 2025 are higher than ever. This edition seeks to present a sharper roadmap embracing green energy, future mobility, frontier technologies, circular economy, women-led entrepreneurship, and India's global ambitions. Today we gather not only to discuss but to design the future of Eastern India. That would be the true meaning of Purvodaya, to craft strategies, partnership, and innovation that will define this region's rise in the decades to come. I must mention that this conference stands at the intersection of policy, enterprise, diplomacy, and sustainability, making it one of the most meaningful events of the region. For next couple of hours, I would be requesting everyone to please be attentive and keep your cell phones in silent mode so that it won't distract our valuable speakers upon sharing their views. And also we have a very special keynote address by Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member Economic Advisory Council, Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are approaching the time, I would be taking some moment to introduce our chair, our speakers. So if we all are in same note from beginning to the end, once again, I would be seeking your cooperation. This is just to know that we all are in same note. One more round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So as mentioned, the session titled as Purvodaya and Indo-Pacific, aligning infrastructure, trade, and economic corridors. We are honored to have with us Ms. Aparna Ray, Joint Secretary, Policy Planning and Research, Ministry of External Affairs, a distinguished diplomat shaping India's long-term strategic vision, global partnerships, and Indo-Pacific engagement. She leads key initiatives on geopolitics, multilateral cooperation, and economic diplomacy, with deep expertise in regional connectivity and emerging global trends. She chairs today's session on Purvodaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Let's welcome our chair, Ms. Aparna Ray, Joint Secretary, PPR, MEA. Ma'am, we welcome you again. And our valuable speakers, I'd be taking a moment to introduce them. Join me upon welcoming Professor S.K. Mohanty, our speaker, who is a leading trade economist from RIS who has shaped India's engagement with Asian, BIMSTEC, and global value chains. His insights into regional integration are widely respected. Sir, we are looking forward for your participation and your valuable perspective. We welcome you for the session 1, Purvodaya and Indo-Pacific. Please be seated, sir. Mr. V.S. Chauhan, our next speaker, who is the Executive Director at Deloitte India, brings decades of experience in infrastructure strategy, logistics, and economic corridor development. We welcome your thoughts on how infrastructure can accelerate regional growth and other valuable additions. Can we have your presence on the dais as our esteemed speaker? Welcome, sir. We are pleased to have Mr. Nicholas Pandey, and I would be requesting him to kindly join us on the dais, who is the Managing Director of Nepal's Kalika Group, an influential voice in South Asian industry and cross-border cooperation. Sir, can we have your presence on the dais, please, with a round of applause from all of you, everyone. Last but not the least, I would be humbly requesting our final speaker, Mr. Nawaz Rajauddin, for this session to kindly join, who is the founder president of COSME Sri Lanka, a champion of MSME empowerment across the region. His experience in supporting micro and small industries will bring a vital dimension to this discussion. Audience, make sure to jot down the valuable points and your questions, because with the permission of our chair and panelist, you can ask questions and make it more participative. Over to our chair, Aparna ma'am. I request the console to kindly supply the mics. Check, check. Can we increase the volume, please, console? Check. Check.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 1. This is where the rubber hits the road for our discussions, where all the foreign policy imperatives and all the high ideas that we discussed in our session 1 will actually meet granular details. And I'm extremely happy that I have with me today a panel of experts, all of whom have spent years working at an academic, at a practical, and at a regulatory level in these areas. We are looking forward to their insights. Before I have my opening remarks, may I please request the panel to introduce themselves, please, sirs. What would you like us to know about you, and perhaps some individual connection that you have to the East or to Southeast Asia would be nice to set us off on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. A very interesting session. In this session, I would like to say that how India is effectively a part of Indo-Pacific region, and what is its strategy, and how Odisha is linked to the larger Indo-Pacific region from the standpoint of trade. So how it is advantageous for India and state of Odisha to really engage themselves with the region in trade.
Is this? I think I will also interrupt here to say that we must, I think the audience would like to hear about your years of experience, first-hand experience at RIS, working on issues related to trade and economic liberalization, FTAs in this area. We are very, very happy to have you on the panel, and we look forward to a granular discussion of that. Sir.
Thank you. My name is Nawaz Rajabdeen. I am the founder president of the Confederation of MSMEs. Basically, I'm a businessman. I was in business for about 40 years. And thereafter, I joined it to most of the chambers. We were very closely connected to FICCI India, CII. Now we are very, very close to CII. And I was also the president, past president of the Federation Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Construction Chamber Vice President, and also Chamber of Hardware Association, where lots of steel comes from India to be sold in Sri Lanka. I was a country director for UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development, a sustainable industrial development in the region. So these are my basic, and I was also asked to lead the Industrial Development Board as a private sector. We have a lot of private-public partnership. Private sector is very important to share their knowledge. So Industrial Development was handed over. I did their first exhibition there. So we have 22 industrial estates, and all those items that are manufactured are all in that region. So I made it very clear so that all the items had to have a common display place. This is why we had an exhibition, and it was very successful. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Energy Forum, for having me here. Briefly, 30 years as Indian Revenue Service Officer. During that stint, I was the commissioner at the largest containerized port, that's Navasheva. I headed the air cargo complex in Mumbai. In fact, I had begun my career working on the borders of India, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. When I took voluntary retirement, I was heading the largest dry port in Delhi. Thereafter, I lead the global trade advisory practice at the Deloitte India. I also lead the research at Isaac Center for Public Policy of the Ashoka University. I teach international trade at National Law University in Shillong, and my doctoral research is on the topic of measurement of trade facilitation. So pleasure to be talking about this subject here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After lunch is usually the most difficult time to keep the audience in the hall, but I see a full house, so congratulations to you all. My name is Nicholas Pandey, and I come from Nepal. We are a landlocked country with a lot of connectivity with India. My background is from construction and especially infrastructure. My company is almost 50 years old company. I'm not that old, but I'm a second generation entrepreneur. My relation with one of the event organizers, CII, is through CNI, which is Confederation of Nepalese Industries. We've done some events together in Nepal regarding infrastructure and connectivity, which is how and why I'm here, and I'm looking forward to this event. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not stand in the way of the discussions, but I do have a few questions, which I hope that in your presentations you will address. And the questions are pointed questions as to particular areas in which the Purvodaya states can synergize and improve on their connections with the Indo-Pacific. Specifically, how do the Purvodaya states gain from the free trade agreements that are the network of free trade agreements that India is now entering into? How do we fit into the supply chain, the diversified supply chains in this area? To you, sir, perhaps, what are the legal and regulatory frameworks that are required to facilitate these closer connections? And Nicholas, perhaps, how do we go from being a transshipment hub to a actual logistics? How do we have deeper logistical connections with each other? These are just some preliminary ideas, and looking forward to the presentations, perhaps 10 minutes each, and then we can open the floor for questions. I'll pass.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that how India is engaged with Indo-Pacific region. From the very outset, I would like to say that there are two concepts of Asia-Pacific and Indo-Pacific, and how in that huge region, India is growing. India has its own vision of becoming a developed country by 2047, and it has set different targets to reach that. In the whole journey of India being a developed country, the growth driver would be trade. That we have seen. We have experimented with different strategies. Uh, okay. We have used different strategy to keep ourselves on high growth trajectory. Uh, During the period of buoyancy, we started with export-led growth, and then when recession started in the global economy, we started with the domestic demand-led growth, and that really helped us in terms of keeping very high growth rate over the period of times. So we have, as I said, that we have got a vision of becoming a developed country by 2047, which we call it Amrutkal vision of 2047, and where we have targeted for $30 trillion as a GDP, and similarly that of trade projections. Similarly, we have also made some targets for 2030 as the medium term one, where we would targeted for reaching $7 trillion economy by 2030. So in this, the India's specific strategy of Indo-Pacific, the focus is on security and growth. And growth is again to be steered by the trade and other instruments. What we have seen that the whole by different countries. And India is also defined what is Indo-Pacific. In the last Shangri-La dialogue, Prime Minister Modi defined that what is Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific from the the eastern of the Africa to the western side of Americas is the vast land that belongs to Indo-Pacific region. So in that we can see there are several regions from East Africa, West Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Oceania, and the entire North and South America in their western side. So in this, the India has its own focus about that one is inclusivity, where we are focusing that not against any country. It is not a very specific country. We also recognize the centrality of ASEAN, and also we also emphasis for economic growth. So in that, there are certain key features which we really focus on, and also the economic dynamics of that, where we would like to focus on that huge emerging markets in the region, the growing market manufacturing hubs, energy security, processed food, rare earth elements. These are some of the areas where these are some drivers, and also we are also source to different supply chains like electronics, semiconductors, minerals. Now, how it is important for India? It is important for India because India can rely on this particular region on various counts. In this, we have got four core doctrines to really outline what is India's policies towards Indo-Pacific. Sagar is one, Look East policy, and Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative is the third major three doctrines we have evolved, under which we have also developed partners with a number of countries within the region. Recently, we have signed number of free trade agreements, which we call as SEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which are most of 21st century FTA type, unlike that of 20th century areas, where we add various other dimensions like Singapore issues and beyond. Now, India is also have a great ambition to be a leader, maybe regionally or globally, and all we have to really have close links with the various regions of the region, like ASEAN, BIMSTEC, IORA, East Asia, and West Asia for trade and investment. Now, as I said that if we want to be a developed country by 2047, then we have our own targets. By 2030, we targeted for $2 trillion trade, where we expect that half would come from goods and half from services, and GDP would reach around $7 trillion by 2047. Of course, there is no proper definition of that, would be our target for trade by 2047, but it would be around something around 15 to 18 trillion dollar if our GDP would be around 30 trillion dollar. Now, we have to really to focus on number of FTAs, and also we should ensure that how our policies towards Indo-Pacific should be consistent with that of the Indo-Pacific region. Now, what we see that in the whole process, GDP would be the driver of growth. What we have seen that whenever there is a rise in trade, there is always its cascading effects on growth. So that we can see, and there are also several other areas, like we are very strongly linked to the Indo-Pacific region with various global supply chains. There is a considerable level of production fragmentation through which we are linked to the region. we are also critically dependent on technology intensive goods with the region. Blue economy is one which is have been our focus. If we compare between Indo-Pacific and Asia-Pacific, it is very interesting trend coming that over the last 22 years, what is the trend? In imports, we are rather import less from the Indo-Pacific region and more from Asia-Pacific region. In exports, we export more to Indo-Pacific regions and less from the Asia-Pacific regions. That means, in nutshell, Indo-Pacific is more dependable source or destination for India in terms of trade as compared to Asia Pacific region. So though there is a trade deficit with Indo-Pacific region, but it is considerably significantly low as compared to Asia Pacific region. Now, if we look at how India is having trade with the Indo-Pacific region, there are sector-wise presentation I have made, but it is very clear that the trade deficit with Indo-Pacific region is very minimal. Trade is growing, and the trade deficit is under control. It is around 10%. So definitely, it is a better one. And in the long run, we can also make arrangement in terms of reducing this gap, because there is considerable level of intra-industry trade where we export and import from the same sector. So if that is the case, I think the trade balance can be adjusted in the long run. Here, when we talk about the trade, it is not the volume of trade, it is the quality of trade. And quality of trade is in terms of what is the technology content of trade, where trade margin is the largest, or in terms of end use products, particularly what is the kind of intermediate we import and what kind of a final goods we export. If we are importing more of intermediates and more of capital goods, it is business as usual. But if you are exporting more of intermediate and more of final consumer goods, it is always good for a country like India, which is emerging. I think that trend you can see in end use sector. This is the case. Look at in the technology intensive sector, where we are very much dependent on technology intensive goods, both for imports and exports within the Indo-Pacific region. This is for Indo-Pacific region. And in that, import focus is more on medium and high technology intensive goods, whereas our export focus has been primary, resource based, and medium technology intensive goods. Coming to Purvodaya, it's very important that how different states are really performing as compared to India as a whole. Just to try to show that between 2011 to 2023, what has been the growth performance of different states. And it is very interesting to see that most of the eastern states are doing pretty well. Look at Assam, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Tripura, Sikkim. They are doing pretty well as compared to other states. But in case of Odisha, it is quite substantial. Growth rate is around 7%. Only Karnataka and Tripura ahead of Odisha during this decade. It is primarily because of the multi-sectoral development strategies adopted by the state, and also in the expansion of the GDP sector, it is mostly supported by the external trade. Now, coming to the case that how Odisha is linked to Indo-Pacific region and what is it's really exporting to the region. I think it is very clear that in a very disaggregated sectors, I have taken HS chapters at 2 digits HS. In this, you can see that nearly 41 chapters out of 99, Odisha has been exporting to Indo-Pacific countries. And the important aspect is that in all sectors, it is agriculture, minerals, and manufacturing. In all sectors, the state is exporting. But dominance is in the mineral sector and also in the manufacturing sector. In the manufacturing sector, it is aluminum, iron and steel, chemicals, and many other exports which Odisha is exporting. But despite being a base metal producer and exporter, it's really focused on the export of machinery and electronics has been pretty low. Coming to Odisha as a stake into different major regional arrangements, we signed several SEPA free trade agreements. With recently, we have signed with United Arab Emirates, with Australia, with UK, Mauritius, and Oman. Oman we have already signed, and it is to be declared yet by end of this month. But in those areas, how we have been really doing, the Odisha state have been doing in terms of exports. So it is very clear that in four sectors, particularly textiles, plasters, base metals, and machinery, Odisha's significant presence is there in most of these countries separately. But there are several sectors where it is emerging, but it can really be developed in the long run, those sectors which are painted in green. But one can see that in some countries, we are export dependent in certain sectors, not in all sectors. Therefore, we can choose different regional partners in terms of focusing our exports. Now, in Indo-Pacific, very specific mention is about blue economy. Blue economy would be the driver of growth for India as well as coastal state like Odisha. We prepared blue economy report for PMSC and also Niti Aayog in 2020. And also, we are bringing out a blue economy report by January in RIS. So these documents clearly indicating that blue economy is present not only in fishery or tourism or in shipping sector, but it is present in almost all the sectors, both major and minor sectors, and therefore it is important that you have to really look at and set our priorities for different investment and other activities. So it is important that a state should have their own planning to ensure that the blue economy is really rewarding for the state, different coastal states that we have been working with the different coastal states. Similarly, the coastal states are also very rich in terms of marine economy, and that integration is very much required. In the morning, Honorable Governor and Honorable Minister, both of them have articulated about the importance of ports and the inland waterways, which is very important. There are several rivers which are can really help the state in terms of reducing the transportation cost, and those things can be developed. Besides, in the maritime sector, there are various other sectors should also be focused, including which are not yet done very properly, like shipbuilding, repair facilities, bunkering, because we have already very strong footprint in the petrochemical sector. We can also do that. Marine ICT, we can also develop a dredging yard which is not there, and also maritime institutions for capacity building.
2
My
minutes left of
my last. So what exactly we can really expect that from the Indo-Pacific strategy, we can expect that the focus would be on security, and also security can also provide space for trade. In our Amritkal vision of 2047, where we have aimed at a developed country, this is very much gelling with Indo-Pacific strategy. Our strength in economy is in trade and also in technology. We also expect the similar kind of reciprocation from the region. Odisha can really benefit by engaging with Indo-Pacific in the area of value chains, and can also think of production diversification, where I showed that there are various areas where it can diversify. India is into regionalism, that is the major instrument which can really bring fast growth. If you want to really maintain 7 to 10% growth rate to reach $30 trillion by 2047, naturally regionalism is one important factor. In that, Odisha can also be party to it and contribute to India's initiatives, and therefore Odisha should develop its own strategy for trade to engage with different regional groupings and individual countries in the IP sector through FTAs. And Odisha should also be part of different FTAs to ensure that how the state can really engage directly with the trade with different partner countries and take advantage of the facilities available in the agreements. Now, my last is about the education, which I skipped, that there is tremendous potential within the region to really focus on education and training to develop skilled workers, not only to develop the manufacturing sector, but can prepare can meet the migration goals if you can really do it nicely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mohanty, for all of that good news about Orissa. The future looks bright. May I request you, sir, now to give us your perspectives from Sri Lanka and how we can learn from your experience?
Let me thank the Ministry of External Affairs, the Energy Forum, and Confederation of Indian Industry. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, my other speakers, it is an honor to speak today about one of the most promising economic transformation in our region, the Indo-Sri Lanka corridor. A corridor not defined only in geography, but by shared opportunity, shared prosperity, and shared future. Sri Lanka and India are linked by history, culture, trade, and people. Today, the world is reorganizing supply chain, the Indian Ocean supply chain. The Indian Ocean is emerging as a global maritime hub, and both India and Sri Lanka are repositioning themselves for regional growth. The Indo-Sri Lanka Economic Corridor is a strategic framework that integrates port, logistic, energy, cross-border power trade, digital connectivity, manufacturing services, and investment and other trade. I represent the micro and small sector in Sri Lanka, and I see a lot of opportunities. My country within India now, Odisha is another state that I come for the first time. I have traveled very wide in India. We have a great opportunity to develop both India and Sri Lanka on a joint basis. I see a lot of development taking place in Odisha, and we can have joint partnership for manufacturing trade for Odisha, and especially in the morning, so much of news I got from this area where aluminium and other items are turned. Large quantities of mineral sands are exported from Sri Lanka to other European nation. Odisha can take a lead because these mineral sands are exported to turn titanium, which is used in the aviation industry. I see a potential here. So I will certainly take this matter up and see how best we could develop this particular area. And so many speakers, earlier speakers spoke about maritime, shipping. We also have the shipping. But my focus mainly on micro, small and medium industry. We, from the Confederation of Micro MSMEs, we took the opportunity to develop the women entrepreneurs because we find majority of the women entrepreneurs, over 50,000 women entrepreneurs in different regions, are informal. They have the fear of declaring what they do, how much profit they make, how much losses they make. But on a disaster like tsunami, if they lose what they have, no state government or banks will support them because they are not registered. They are entrepreneurs, I should say. So I wanted these women entrepreneurs to come forward during the COVID crisis. Confederation of MSME took COVID as an opportunity to create. Most of the business houses are closed. Women entrepreneurs are at home. They can't do. But one thing I can tell, in Sri Lanka, women entrepreneurs are very committed and most of them are very educated. So we train them. When I signed an MOU from the Federation of Confederation, we signed an MOU with about 75 to 100 members were there at that time. By the time we finished first year, there were more than 600 members participated. And they were making more money than the person who was working. The husbands are working there. They're all laid off. They have no job. So this is an opportunity. So now they are in the process of registering, making the trade formal, so that our federation is making arrangement to register with the industrial ministry and the bank so that they will be always, they can always get funding on a low cost. So coming back to Odisha, now connecting India's eastern border in Southeast Asia, I also represented SAARC Chamber of Commerce We have a great potential. Sri Lanka was the first to sign the FTA with India, and lot of opportunities are there, but not properly addressed. So I'm sure a lot of joint venture partnership can be formed between Odisha and Sri Lanka. Or if the Ministry of Manufacturing and Trade is there, we can have a contracting partnership. They had to come by so many other places. Nobody had to come by so many other places. Nobody likes to stay 5-6 hours in the airport to get the next. Nobody likes to stay 5-6 hours in the airport to get the next connection. So I will have to take this up to. So I will have to take this up to Sri Lanka, and I will have to discuss and see how best we can give a closest. I will have to discuss and see how best we can give a closest connectivity between Sri Lanka and Odisha. Then there will be a boom in business and manufacturing trade, and they also see how we can develop in the next steps. What the corridor offers Indian investors: 36 hours shipping to India ports, lower operating costs than India, strength, strong English speaking talent pool, duty advantages and trade facilitation under the FTA, integrated digital energy network, first mover access to a growth of regional hub. So I don't have to talk much because we also have lots of Indian participation in, mostly it comes from Delhi, Bombay, and other part of North. South India also has some connectivity to different region. So I see a great to different region. So I see a great potential for Odisha.
And I notice that a commonality between, say,
world, and in fact even lesser amongst ourselves. We also have a whole lot of challenges for the country like Nepal and Bhutan, which have to have transit through India because they are landlocked states. Sri Lanka, interestingly, does not have a land border. So the challenges there are different. So when we focus on the landlocked countries, there is a transit provision. The other interesting framework to use is that when we talk of trade, quite often we refer to trade in goods. But even when India is growing and the global trade in services is growing faster than trade in goods. So we need to have that perspective in mind. And if we were to kind of look at a much shorter past and relatively longer future, we need to take into account digital trade. And when we talk of digital trade, we talk not just, these are the areas which are going to grow much faster in the trade space than goods per se. However, because of the context which is there, let me focus on trade in goods. The first thing you would notice that Nepal and Bhutan have transit through India. That transit happens through Kolkata, and in case of Nepal, it happens through Vizag, and not in between from Odisha. Why is that so? The answer is need to promote containerization of one of the ports in Odisha. Odisha does have 3 ICDs, which in some sense are like dry. And interestingly, you look at India's map, particularly of the sea, that rivers all flow towards the east. They are lifeline item of export from India. And the discussion all around was that India will trade what India has comparative advantage in, like labor-intensive products, etc. And India will import the goods in which UK have comparative advantage. The numbers belied that actually. One of the biggest item of One of the biggest item of export from India to UK was actually petroleum oil and lubricants. Clearly a product which is not actually we are surplus in, except the fact that we have huge capacity for refining, and that's something which was being exported. Even more interesting was what is imported from UK. Into India, and it was gold and silver. Neither of the two precious metal that UK produces. It happens for reasons which are far more complicated than many of the trade experts will tell you. And therefore the place has to be made attractive to human ingenuity for them to come and invest and leverage all that we have, far more than I can put together in words, and then that gets started exporting. So there is a need to combine investment policy with the trade policy to leverage what would get exported from here. The next thing is that there is disproportionate amount of focus on tariffs as a barrier to trade. International trade is more hampered by non-tariff issues than by tariff issues. Ask my friends in Sri Lanka, ask my friends in Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and in fact in India, that we actually are more constrained by non-tariff issues than by tariff issues. In fact, in one of the discussions when President Trump declared India to be the tariff king, I was speaking with one of the assistant USTR of the US, and I said, I'm very, very happy to concede that India is the tariff king till the time you concede that US is actually the non-tariff king, because since 2010 they have imposed more non-tariff barriers than anybody else. That's the point where also the MSMEs come in, because the MSME exporters actually have goods quality and even the vision and the desire to explore foreign markets, but they can't comprehend the challenges of entering into the external market. That's the place where we need to bring in, leverage the policy and the support to encourage them to actually sell the market, meet with the compliance requirements which are there in the destination countries. And to do that, one of the global best practice is to create a class of what is called authorized economic operators. Sri Lanka launched one in 2004. India has had one for about 20 years, but revamped in 2016. They are a class of pre-tested exporters or importers who are subjected to far less checks on the border, which allows them to reduce their trade cost and trade time and meet with the logistical requirements of getting the consignment to the buyer right in time. Creation of a category of authorized economic operators of the countries of BIMSTEC or SARC is like SAFTA if it was possible, or even bilaterally, to say, if you recognize your exporter to be worthy of trust, we will accept that entity as worthy of our trust as well. By doing so, we will create a class of exporter and importer and build trust.
Development Bank and also through corridor to a strategic hub. One thing I would like to mention is like
women. One of the interesting things in Southeast Asia is that it has the largest percentage of women-owned and managed enterprises, particularly micro and small enterprises in the world. And one of the reasons is because in the early phase after independence, in this case, after the time of the military government, women migrated from the villages to the cities to work in textiles. And one of the things that happened was they then sent money home to their families, and it changed the decision-making mechanism inside the families. So a lot of these transfers that we're talking about also have phenomenal sociological impact, which then changes the decision-making of the future. So trust to, to be able to connect with countries, be complementary to them, work towards some kind of new multipolar world that we're talking about. Um, what do we do first in creating that trust? How well do we know our partners? Becomes critical. And so I would suggest that we take these things into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for those comments, for reminding us that trade is not just, and connections are not just about trade and prosperity, but also about the worlds in which we live and how we interconnect in our sociologies. Are there any, may I see a show of hands? Any questions or comments? I can see a hand at the back there. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Ashutosh Nanda, an IP consultant. I just request to Chair Ma'am that why can't we have a specialized IP center for Purvodaya entrepreneurs or innovators so that they can connect with Nepal as well as other Sri Lanka and other neighboring countries like Bhutan also. And I also want Sri Nawaz's comment on this, particularly how they will IP will be taken care by the Sri Lanka, and my proposal will be any beneficial to this activity or not. Yeah.
IT. So I can take this.
Yeah.
Thank you. My answer to your question of why not? Of course, these are possibilities that can be discussed, and that is the point of forums like this, to see where the interest is and where the ideas are for future collaboration. So point made and taken note of. I can see another hand at the back somewhere.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to listen to all the panelists. This is Suvendra Kumar Baral, BJ Autonomous College. Ma'am, it's very difficult to trade negotiation. It may be bilateral dialogue, trilateral dialogue, or a multilateral dialogue, whatever we discussed about. Even if Sir has pointed out the concept of competitive advantage, we are in better advantage position. But recently, we have seen in all these countries political turbulence they have gone through, and if we can help them in maintaining political stability, I hope we can treat them better trade. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to circle back actually, sir, to say if you had any comments on the previous question on IT, because so much of IT collaboration is from small entrepreneurs. Any thoughts on?
In micro and small sector also, because most of the regions we have, nobody knows what they do and what they manufacture. So IT plays an important role connecting all these people. So this is one of the reasons why we look forward for Indian participation. Now at the moment there are large number of organizations from India has come to develop the IT sector in Sri Lanka.
Thank you. I see another hand here in the middle. Sir, please.
Hello. Yeah. So I am a bit curious about the statistics which Mr. Mahanti showed us regarding consumer goods and the proportionate of consumer goods imported and exported from India to Southeast countries. I have been to Singapore and I have been exposed to Singapore economy since around 13, 14 years and its relevance in India, which I was discussing with Ms. Ray and Mr. Chauhan few hours ago. So there are a lot of discussions which are going on regarding finding an alternative matlab, alternative supply of consumer goods which China was doing maybe probably a few years ago or maybe decades ago. Similarly, Indian economy is also seeing towards that direction. That there is a discussion regarding China plus one for the countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia. Or are we looking for India plus one kind of strategy for countries like Sri Lanka or Nepal or say Bhutan? Or maybe we can discuss in more depth if I personally interact with people, some people on the stage right now. But this is one of the topic which is very curious regarding that, and that actually is on a macro level thing that actually is very much relevant towards Indian e-commerce. How Indian e-commerce has evolved over the last 2 decades, and what are the paths we can foresee in future.
Thank you. Thank you for that question because this relates to one of the series of questions that I was going to ask, and if I may formulate them in a certain manner. Professor Mohanty, perhaps the part of it that relates is how can we, what are the areas statistically and looking at from an overview that India can actually pick up on the plus one on strategy? Where is it that exactly our diversification we can play a role in diversification? Um, Similarly, questions particularly to Sri Lanka and to Nepal. In the plus one strategy, where is it that you see India playing a role? And what are the biggest problems that you see or biggest hurdles that you see? We've always talked about the positives so far. So I would like to hear what is it that is on the minus side of the ledger. And sir, to you, what would you say is the number one regulatory change that would have to be made, or some of the changes that would have to be made for India to take advantage of the current diversification discussions?
Thank you, Chair. It's very important aspect of trade is
Closer.
production, product diversification is the most critical one. But if we look at individual countries, products demanded by individual countries could be different. For example, recently we did a study for US that where is India's strength and where India has created a huge trade surplus. Of course, in the expected line is that in the primary sector, India should have huge trade surplus. No, India has got huge trade deficit because import of huge oil from US. In the manufacturing sector, how do you look at the manufacturing sector? Are you looking at end use or technology intensive? If you look at end use, uh, intermediate products, and also in final products, even within the intermediate products, you go for semi-finished products and parts and components. And within final goods products, you go for consumer final goods and also capital consumer goods. In all those four segments of intermediate to and final goods to, India has got a trade surplus. And the largest trade surplus is in the final consumer goods. So, but that kind of trade pattern we don't see in Nepal or in Sri Lanka. So the demand pattern would be different. Maybe that one can say that US may be a developed country, so pattern may be different. We also try to look at same trade by technology intensive goods. Very interestingly, we saw that in low technology intensive goods, India has got the highest trade surplus. But second trade surplus coming from the high technology intensive goods. And in the primary, as usual, and other sectors, you have a huge trade deficit vis-a-vis US. But that is not the case with many developing countries. So the reason could be that whatever opposition you do, you cannot restrict final consumer goods. Because if a country is having a large per capita income, you can't really stop. If you don't produce quality products, it can be imported by them. They have got the purchasing power. And that is the reason why most of the developed countries, we have got a trade surplus with Europe, even Sri Lanka also. We have got a trade surplus in many core major four European countries. Trade deficit may be $1 or $2 billion, not in $10 billion. So it all depending upon what exact market we are looking at and what is that demand pattern. That may vary. So that would really guide us in terms of product diversification. We have to go more on that. And here I just wanted to tell one more thing. Many times we say that employment is nothing to do with the trade. Employment generation is state policy and trade is external policy. But we have estimated and tried to see that trade policy has got everything to do with trade employment creation in the domestic market. What kind of markets we are looking at, and that would determine what kind of demand you need and what kind of production that you generate here. So it is very important that we should really set our trade policy in a manner that would really help us in terms of product diversification. Thank you.
I agree with him, but most of the items, the negative part of it, most of the item manufactured, sometimes we find it extremely difficult to find the market. Not only India, the other region, they have their own standard. Now, for example, when you want to export to Japan, we are number one manufacturers of certain product. They look for their standard. So, for example, I was in Australia. You can see large quantity of items are coming, but I don't implement any standards. So this is why a common certificate, ISO certificate should be there. Every product that are manufactured, some of them don't have any certificate. Naturally, you can't market it. And they import without the standard. Then comes the check and control, where the customs are concerned. Now, I don't think this part of the region that can happen, definitely to Europe. Some of the items that are manufactured in India, Pakistan, Japan, all of them. Now, it's extremely difficult. So this is why they look for one standard. I think government should take the initiative to create a standard. This is the standard we should have, not anybody else's standard. So that standard is perfect. I mean, you're exporting to 10 or 15 countries. What does it matter? The other two countries don't want our product. 10 or 15 countries. What does it matter? The other two countries don't want our product, but they want their own standard. Who is going to spend for their standard? Then we have to send the product to them. By the time they approve the item, we are sold it to the other place. So these are negative things that we are facing now. That is why the industrialists, the people who manufacture some of the items are finding extremely difficult. So this also the government should play an important role.
Thank you, sir. A good point to segue to you, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. For India or any other country aspiring to be, kind of take a slice away from China, which is the manufacturing powerhouse, just reported $1 trillion of trade surplus. We have to look at our trade policy to promote being a more active player in the global value chain. What do I mean by that? When you read India's trade law or the customs law, you will find that it assumes that the trade happens between unrelated parties. Whereas
I definitely have no doubt in my mind that India is the most likely plus one of China. I can only speak through my experience. Like we import goods both from India and China. And one of the key factors is definitely cost. Not all goods coming from China are substandard. Um, but when we compare cost and while we are shipping goods, I had to import it from China. So that also tells a lot about what kind of manpower we have. India has, sorry. And yeah, in terms of, since I'm from a infrastructure construction industry, I see a lot of uh, Chinese contractors coming into Nepal, more than what we get from India, and also the delivery of projects, at least not, if not in my country, but in their own country and internationally, their speed of delivery of projects is quicker, and the ability to execute project in terms of quality is also slightly higher. So I believe like the only restraint, like if India improves in terms of infrastructure in place and in terms of skilled manpower, I'm sure like India is already there in terms of the technical part. So I think if we improve in these departments, India is definitely +1 of China. Thank you.
Well, that was a balanced positive and negative. Uh, I only have one request remaining since oh, there is a question. A quick question if you want, the last one to close.
Thank you, Chair. It has been a wonderful session. I was only intrigued a bit by the fact that we are perhaps giving a dominant spatiality to the corridor idea. Because when we say economic corridor, I wonder how do we define it? Because our definitions will make a lot of difference to our conceptualizations and our operationalizations. And we see there's connectivity, geopolitics all around us, and a reference was just made to China. And the way in which the corridorization of the connectivity projects under BNI has taken place. That's one. The second is that how do we sort of align the digital part of it, the digital corridors, and the physical part of what we define as corridors. So these were the two questions. I know these are huge questions, but I think dawning is also in conceptual terms, Suryodaya, Purvodaya. So I think we will have to do much more critical reflection on the way in which we approach these concepts like corridors or economic corridors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that question. Thank you for pointing out the definitional problems. As an aside, I've just come from the WTO where it's taken us 20 years to try and define what digital trade is. So definitions are always a difficult way to go. Would anybody like to take a last closing comments before I close session? Any last comments? Professor Mohanty? Sure. No? Sir, any comments? Any comments? Yes, so that remains my last request to the audience. Could you please put your hands together and thank our distinguished speakers for their time and their experience. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this enriching session. We are indebted to the befitting chair and our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of appreciation, we'd be humbly requesting again Trustee, the Energy Forum, Siddharth Pradhan sir, to kindly come and join us. And we would be taking a moment to appreciate the efforts rendered by our chair and our panelists. Of course, with a round of applause from everyone. Come on. First and foremost, we would be felicitating Chair Ms. Aparna Ray, Joint Secretary, PPNR, Ministry of External Affairs. There's a very special articraft meant for this Purvodaya Perspective 2025. meant for our chair and our panelists. I'd be requesting Sri S.K. Mohanty, Research on Information System for Developing Countries, to kindly join for the felicitation. Sri Pradhan, doing the honor. Sri V.S. Chauhan, Executive Director, Deloitte India, receiving the token of appreciation for his valuable participation. We have Sri Nicholas Pandey, Managing Director, Kalika Group, Nepal. Last but not the least, Sri Nawaj Rajabuddin, Founder President, Confederation of Micro, Small and Medium Industries, COSME, Sri Lanka. And time for our special photograph, capturing the memories. Why the last few lines are totally silent when it comes to show the appreciation. All right, thank you. Thank you, Shri Pradhan. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for your kind participation. So far, the business dialogue session, the inaugural session, and the first session post-lunch, Purvodaya and Indo-Pacific, aligning infrastructure, trade, and economic corridors. Ladies and gentlemen, all our esteemed dignitaries, please be attentive. A very special session you are going to witness. This is about keynote address. Before inviting the dignitary, please allow me few minutes to take you through his short bio. It is a privilege to welcome one of India's foremost economic thinkers, Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, who is a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and one of the country's most influential policy strategists, a celebrated economist, author, and former principal economic advisor to the Government of India, who has played a central role in shaping national economic reforms, infrastructure policy, logistics redesign, and long-term growth frameworks. A Rhodes Scholar, global financial market expert, and best-selling author whose ideas have guided India's transition towards a modern, resilient, and self-confident economy. Widely admired for his clarity, intellectual depth, and futuristic vision, he continues to shape India's strategic thinking for Amrit Kal. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sri Sanjeev Sanyal for his keynote address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and let me begin by thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here. I'm going to talk about a topic which is directly linked to the theme of Purvodaya. After all, the very meaning of Purvodaya, as you know, literally means the rise of the East. But the question that I'm going to look at, first of all, is why do we even have to discuss the rise of the East? And the point I'm going to make is that India actually has an Eastern problem. So the first thing to remember is that, you know, there is a lot of discussion in economic journalism, both in India and even abroad, that India has a north-south problem. But in fact, as I will show you, India's true problem is an east-west problem, where the western half of India, in fact, if you take a line, a north-south line through Vishakhapatnam, and you look at the eastern part and the western part, you will very clearly see that the eastern part is poorer on virtually every economic and social indicator than the western part. So it is not a north-south problem that we have. We have a very serious east-west problem. So the question that arises is, what is the scale of the problem and what do we do about it? So what I'm going to do is to take you through a paper that I published last year. If you can go back, please, to the previous slide. Yeah, and please let me handle the changes and don't do it. Yeah. So if you look at the um, economic trajectory of the last 60 odd years, basically since 1960, one of the things that we are going to do is here is to take you through a the relative growth performance of various states in India to give you a sense of the kind of performance India has had. Now, this is a paper I published in 2024. And what we do here is to look at the relative performance of states measured on two indicators. One is their share of India's GDP, that is gross domestic product, divided by the sum of GSDS of all the states. So basically, it's the share of each state's GDP. And then look at the relative per capita income, that is the ratio of the per capita income of net state domestic product of as percentage of the all India per capita net product. And the analysis is done from the 1960s onwards, as comparable state level GDP is not available prior to this. May I please request somebody in the background here not to speak, because it is disturbing me. And as I said, the thing that will come out very clearly from this is that India has a very serious east-west problem that something needs to be done about it. Now, in order to understand this, you first need to go back to 1960-61. What were the relative positions of India's different states in 1960-61? And you'll see that 5 states of India accounted for more than half of India's GDP. Okay, and those states were Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Bihar. Now look at this. People do not today think of Uttar Pradesh as being an economic major power. But back in 1960-61, it was not only India's most populous state, and I'm here, remember, this is the unified, undivided, before Uttarakhand was taken, but frankly, Uttarakhand is a very small state from economic perspective. So you can see Uttar Pradesh accounted for 14.4% of India's GDP. Maharashtra, not surprising, was 12.5. But look here, West Bengal. West Bengal in 1960-61 accounted for 10.5% of India's economy. Now note that this is after 2/3 of the state had gone away to East Pakistan. So even after that, West Bengal was the 3rd most important economy in India with 10.5%. Tamil Nadu was 8.7 and undivided Bihar was 7.8. So if you take out today's Bihar, it's about 1.5 percentage points less, so it would be about 6.3%. Even then, very substantial proportion. Now this list obviously is driven by the dynamics of the colonial era economy. Maharashtra had Bombay, West Bengal had Calcutta, and Tamil Nadu had Madras, to call them by their names in 1960. And so they had their biggest industrial hubs there. Calcutta at that time was by some margin the most important industrial and commercial hub in India. More important, in fact, than Bombay. Maharashtra as a whole was more important than West Bengal, but Calcutta as a city was more important than Bombay. Very often forgotten. And of course, UP and Bihar were powerhouses. Today we do not think of Bihar, but of course at that time the economy was generally more poorer. Agriculture was much more dominant part of the economy, but still it is worthwhile pointing out that Bihar, or undivided Bihar, was part of the top 5. Odisha, just as a matter of point, was about 2.8, 2.9% of the national GDP at that time. Oh, one other thing I wanted to point out, that Bihar's share of GDP was greater than that of Karnataka and Gujarat in 1960-61.
I'm just pointing this out because you do not think like that today. So what happened? So after that, you can see the various shares of GDP, what happened. So here is what happened. So for Maharashtra, you can see that their share was about 12.5% in 1960-61. In the subsequent decades, it's bent up a little bit, came down a little bit, but basically over a long period of time, it is basically stable. It's gone up a little bit over 65 years, but from 12.5 to 13.3, but basically it's stable. Look at Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu's share actually, before liberalization of 1991, actually was deteriorating. So many people have this impression that southern India was doing very well and always been doing very well. Well, actually, till 1991 reforms happened, southern India was actually a laggard and the share of Tamil Nadu was actually declining. It is after liberalization, you can see that Tamil Nadu has actually recovered its place and in fact gone past where it used to be in 1960-61. So now Tamil Nadu's share has actually gone up to 8.9%. But the other startling fact is the decline of Bengal. Continuous decline. And you can see that its share has basically gone from 10.5% in 60-61 till in 23-24, it had declined down to 5.6%. A major decline in the importance of West Bengal. This is one of the major findings of this study. We all know this, but here is the hard evidence. Look at the other two states. Here I have given here for comparability, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, both before they were divided, because then I have comparable data. And you can see that the shares of both Bihar and UP have declined very, very rapidly between 1960-61 till about 2010. Since then, it has actually flattened. In fact, in the case of UP, it's gone up slightly, but it stopped deteriorating. But there was this major decline from 61 to 2010-11. Big decline and then flattening out. Bihar's share, by the way, today, if you remove 1.3%, if you remove the share of Jharkhand, it then comes to about, because Jharkhand is about 1.5% of GDP, so it comes out to about 2.8%. So you can imagine what used to be one of the top 5 is now accounting for only 2.5% of India's GDP. This is the major decline of Bihar we all talk about, but this is the numbers for it. But it is, at least in both cases, as you can see, no longer deteriorating. Here is another comparison of two very similar states, Haryana and Punjab. If you go back to 1960-61, the share of Punjab was 3.2 and Haryana was 1.9. Then you had the Green Revolution. And Punjab's share went spiking up to 4.4. Can you see that? The red line. And then it began to come down and come down and come down, and it has come down now to below where it was in 1960-61. So Punjab, many people have the impression that it's a rich agrarian state and so on. That was true in the 1970s, maybe even 80s. But since after that, it has actually performed very badly. Now, why it happened, we can debate. Maybe the impact of the Khalistani movement. But one of the very big things, why it happened, we can debate. But one of the things was successful countries or states first may go through an agrarian shift, but typically then move into industrialization. In the case of Punjab, that didn't happen. It was successful in an agrarian basis and then kind of stayed there and never industrialized. And of course, then it also saw a huge out-migration of its talent, particularly to places like Canada and so on. And it has basically now been for almost 30, 40 years been in stagnation. But look at the contrast with Haryana. Haryana was actually the younger brother. You can see it was only 1.9% of the state, but now it is 3.6% of India's GDP. It's a relatively small state. It is by population smaller than Punjab, but it now has a very significantly larger economy than Punjab. Other developments, Prior to 1991, the shares of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. was broadly flat, and that of Tamil Nadu, as I showed you, was actually declining. But since that time, the economic trajectories have seen a significant turnaround in post-liberalization. All these Andhra Pradesh, both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, but particularly Telangana after bifurcation, Karnataka also after bifurcation, they have done particularly well. Delhi's share has gone up. You know, 1960-61, significant part of Delhi state was still agrarian. People forget this. But Delhi, just Delhi, this is not Delhi NCR, just Delhi has done very well. And it is now 3.6% of the national economy. Gujarat saw a significant increase in its share in GDP over the last 2 decades. So interestingly, Gujarat actually did not do particularly well in the 1960-61 to 2000 phase. But then afterwards, and since around about 2000, it then began to compete, and now it accounts for 8.1% of the national economy. So it's a very important part of the national economy. Interestingly, through the entire phase, Odisha's share remained 2.9%. It didn't go down like West Bengal, but it has remained basically static. So where are we today? Who are the big economies of today? The data is for 23-24. Maharashtra is the largest economy in the country. It accounts for 13.3% of the economy. Tamil Nadu is number 2 at 8.9. Uttar Pradesh, undivided, I'm giving here for comparability, is 8.4. But if you take only Uttar Pradesh itself, it's 7.4. Karnataka 8.2 and Gujarat 8.1. These are the big economies of India today. But Uttar Pradesh, if you just took it by itself, would not actually be in the top 5. And you can see again, as I said, West Bengal disappears from the list. Now I'm going to do the same exercise using per capita income. This is as percentage of the national average. So of course, everybody's income has gone up, but I've done it as percentage of national income so that you can get the relative performance. You can again see 5 major states in India relative per capita income in 1960-61. Who were the big richest states in India? I'm taking major states in India, so I'm leaving out the very small ones like Sikkim, Goa, etc. The major states, and I'm taking Delhi as a major state because it actually contributes more than almost 3.5% of GDP. So it's a major state economically. So Delhi, even at that time, had a per capita income that was 218% of national average. So it was one of our richest states. But Maharashtra was 33% above national average. But look here again, West Bengal was 27.5% above the national average. Punjab was 119.6, so Punjab was richer than national average, as was Gujarat. Even at that time, Gujarat was richer than the national average. But West Bengal held the 3rd highest relative position among states, major states at that time, even higher than Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, etc. So people forget the importance of West Bengal in 1960-61. And at that time, Bihar and Odisha had the lowest relative per capita incomes of about 70 to 71% of the national average. So Odisha and Bihar were roughly about the same level of per capita income. Now look what happens after that. I'm going to start with Maharashtra and Gujarat. You can see that from 60-61 till about 2000, Gujarat actually underperformed. Its per capita income as percentage of the national average actually declined towards the national average. And it's only in the last 25 odd years that it went back up. And it has now gone not just well up, but it's actually now 60.7% above the national average. So it has become richer in per capita terms even than Maharashtra. So you can see that this is a very important shift. Maharashtra too has done well. Its per capita income is 50% higher than national average. And remember that the national average itself is rising because the India as an economy is rising. But Maharashtra has done well, Gujarat has done spectacularly well as well. But meanwhile, look at what has happened in eastern India. As I told you, West Bengal used to be 28%, almost 28% higher than national average. It has declined and declined and declined, and today it is below national average. So per capita income in today in West Bengal is only 84% of national average. It is 16% below national average, that means. Now also let me compare it to Odisha, which was actually a much poorer state. When West Bengal was getting 128, it was at 71. It also actually did even worse in the subsequent decades. People forget this. So by the year 2000, actually it had declined to half of the national average. And then it has done very well in the last 25 odd years. And now, interestingly, for the first time, it actually has a per capita income that is higher than that of West Bengal at about 89% of national average. It is still poorer than national average, but it is above West Bengal and is going up very sharply. Similar thing, divergence between Punjab and Haryana. Punjab's per capita income as national average was at its peak in 70-71, where it was about 69% above national average. It is now basically come down to national average. Major underperformance. So Punjab, do not have this mental image of Punjab as being richer than average of India. It's about at the same level. Haryana is what is actually rich. The average Haryanvi actually is 77% higher than the national average, one of our richest states. And it is much, much richer than the average Punjabi. So the average Haryanvi is much richer than the average Punjabi. Not many people realize this. And look at what southern states have done. Many people today have this impression that the southern states were doing very well before liberalization. Has been the success of the southern states is of long-standing history. It's not. It's only last 25 years. It is, if you went back to 1991, most of the southern states actually were below national average. It is only in the last 30 years odd, 35 years after liberalization, they performed well. And the real outperformer is Telangana, basically because of Hyderabad. It is now almost double of national average. But by the way, there are some smaller states that have done even better. Sikkim is the richest state in India. Its per capita income is almost 3 times national average. And Goa is also 2.5 times. So I'm excluding them. So they are the richest states per capita. But for the larger states, Telangana is almost double of the national average. Andhra Pradesh has done much worse, but still well above national average. And of course, there are states, Karnataka has done well, again because of the performance of Bangalore at 81, 82%. Now look at what has happened to Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. As I showed you, their relative performance has been poor, was particularly poor in the phase between 1960-61 till about 2010. You can clearly see it go down. And then in the last 15-20 years, it has stabilized. But it is still well below national average. Bihar, the average Bihari earns only 33% of the national average. We are a poor country. To be earning 33% of our national average is really tough. And just to put it in perspective, since Sikkim is 3 times the national average and Bihar is 33%, an average Sikkimese is 10 times richer than the average Bihari. That is the level of disparity. You can see that clearly. But the good news is, in the last 15 odd years, it has stabilized. It's no longer deteriorated. In UP, you can see a slight uptick as well. So where are we in relative per capita terms? Well, after all that time, Delhi is still the richest. Not surprising. It's an urban center, so not surprising. Telangana doing very well, 194% of national average. Why? Major driver Hyderabad. Karnataka at 181% of national average. So again, major driver Bangalore, but also Mysore, Mangalore and other places. Haryana, huge driver being right next to Delhi. It's the growth of Sonepat, Gurgaon, all that zone. Of course, its agriculture has also done well, and some places like Hisar, etc., have also industrialized. And Tamil Nadu, this is obviously the growth of Coimbatore and Chennai, and of course, other hubs as well. Now, what do I want to say? What is the summary here? The summary is, since liberalization of 1991, the southern states have done spectacularly well. The 5 southern states collectively now account for 30% of India's GDP. But this is not outperformance from the beginning. It's outperformance since liberalization. The western states were always somewhat doing well, and they have continued to do well. So Maharashtra and Gujarat have consistently done well. But of course, Gujarat's performance has been particularly good in the last 20 years. Goa, of course, has become, thanks to tourism, become even more successful. In the northern states, Delhi and Haryana have done better than average. Although Punjab has been a particular disappointment. But it's the eastern part of the country that really disappoints. And it's very, very obvious. West Bengal's continuous decline is a major issue. It's a decline in terms of its share of GDP. It's decline in terms of its per capita performance. Bihar's relative performance also disappoints. The average Bihari now earns about 33% of the national average. Even though it has stabilized over the last decade and a half or so, it has stabilized at a very low level. Odisha has done very well in the last 20 odd years, but from a very low level. So 25 years ago, its per capita income was only half of the national average. Now it's at 88%, so that's an improvement, no doubt, but still below the national average. So this is the point I wanted to make through this, that Eastern India has a problem. And I'm excluding here Northeastern India because it has its own dynamics. But the eastern part of India clearly has here a serious issue. It is now distinctly poorer than the rest of the country. As I keep saying, India does not have a north-south problem. India has an east-west problem. And states like Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and to some extent Odisha is the place where the underperformance really is concentrated. As I said, Odisha has been a somewhat a better performance than the other 3, but nevertheless, if you take it as a group, they have clearly underperformed the rest of the country. And this is brings us to the crux of our Purvodaya conference. You need, if you want India to grow faster, you have to do something special to this part of the. Now we can have a lot of debate about why this part of India underperformed. Some part of it is obviously political leadership. I was born in Kolkata. I am a witness to what aggressive labor unions did to the economy of and the industrial zone around Kolkata from the 1970s. And Kolkata has gone basically, is no longer counted amongst the great metropolises of this country. Cities which are much, much smaller like Pune and Bangalore are now much more important as economic hubs than Kolkata. There were some policy-induced reasons as well. For example, freight equalization in the 1960s and 70s. But that was removed in the 90s. We have had plenty of time to catch up. But the natural resources that were in this part were not leveraged to go up to the next level. So yes, underperformance of Bihar, underperformance of Bengal can certainly be blamed on some political decisions that were not good for the economy. But never mind the past. What do we need to do going forward? Here, let me say that one of the things that you do, which is not a part of this study, but is part of some of my other writings, is that it is important to remember that economic activity and growth, and especially rapid economic growth and development, is not a dispersed activity. It is a concentrated activity. In every single place where you've had very rapid growth, it is driven essentially by a few urban hubs that grew disproportionately fast, which of course causes its own problems. But that is what drives this hyper growth. It generates the excess revenues, which can then be used even in the other parts, the rural and other parts of the state. So, southern India, for example, the growth is really driven by the triangle of Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad. That triangle is what generates growth. There are other hubs as well, Mysore, which is very close to Bangalore, and of Coimbatore and all that. But this is the triangle that generates most of the growth. In the west, most of the growth is generated by Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad triangle. It of course, within that triangle, you have some other hubs as well, like Baroda, Surat, and so on. But that is the triangle that generates that is what is driving the growth. So there are other places like Goa or Nagpur, etc. But it's these urban hubs that generate growth. In the north, it's basically Delhi NCR. And I'm here taking a very broad definition of Delhi NCR because this, in some ways, thanks to highways, etc., has now almost entire route from Delhi to Jaipur is now industrial. And you have a similar kind of thing also developing between Delhi and Chandigarh. And of course, on one side, there's Noida as well. So Delhi NCR is now driving it's one big interconnected web of urban hubs that generates most of the growth. The problem is that Eastern India has not been able to create a real 21st century network of urban hubs to generate that hyper growth. Now, what can we do about it? Now, we can debate this, but very frankly, Bhubaneswar is simply not large enough. Patna is simply not developed enough. Ranchi is also way too small. That one of the conclusions you will come to is that if you want Eastern India to grow very, very fast, you have to do something about Kolkata. It's still, by some margin, the largest economic industrial hub of Eastern India, by some margin. So without getting this engine running, and then interconnecting it to the other hubs like Bhubaneswar, Patna, Ranchi, etc., or even Guwahati, but the core of it has got to be Kolkata. I'm not talking here about the state of West Bengal. I'm talking specifically about the city of Kolkata and the hub around it. Getting this hub going again is absolutely critical to getting a network going in Eastern India. Without high growth urban networks, you will not be able to generate the kind of high economic value generation that you saw in places in basically the rest of the country. And so, while there are many other things we need to do, improve our port connectivity and all of these things that we need to do, particularly with Southeast Asia and so on, we need to do all of those things. I'm not denying that. But getting Kolkata going and then having rapid and good interconnections with other urban hubs so that you can create the network, just like you have a network in, say, North India between Delhi, Jaipur, Chandigarh, Noida, that zone, or you have in Pune, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, you need to create another sort of high growth zone. And that high growth zone, the only place that is viable is Kolkata. So one of the implications of all of this analysis is that yes, Eastern India is underperforming. We need to get it going, but it requires in some way, find some way of getting Kolkata really firing again as it used to till the 1960s. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to also answer questions. And Somebody give me a glass of water as well.
So first of all, really humbled to see you here representing Prime Minister's office. We are expecting Mr. Pradhan, Honorable Union Minister. You made it. It was a really humbling experience for us coming from Prime Minister's office. I saw your Wikipedia profile. You are a graduate from Oxford, and the data and the analysis were so astounding and tremendously fast. I was really thrilled, and you made a very valid point. I'm not commenting on the logic behind it because I know it's coming from you and the kind of credentials you come from. It's a very, very valid point. I'm just touching upon some emotional points regarding Kolkata and Greater Kolkata. Personally, I have stayed in West Bengal, mostly in Kharagpur and Kolkata for more than 5 years. I'll give you three basic experiences which I have seen. One
You'll
of
have to
them,
ask a question, sir, because this is a
question will come. So
yeah.
I have to be bit emotional issue. Let people see. See, we.
No, you'll have to come to a question. I need to give other people a chance. Please
Okay,
come to a question.
Okay, on a top-down approach, first the question first. Of course, Kolkata needs to reclaim its economic powers. How are we going to do so? And what kind of leadership skills we are looking for?
Okay, so fine. So that's a question that can be, maybe I can attempt answering. So you'll have to just limit it to that and pass it on.
Please.
So bringing Kolkata back is obviously a topic of should be the topic of a presentation in its own right. But the first point that I wanted to make is that Eastern India has a problem, and hopefully I managed to impress upon you that India has an east-west gap. Secondly, I hope I managed to convince you that the key to that is to get Kolkata growing again rapidly. How you go about it obviously is a much more complicated issue because it requires alignment of both central policies, but also of state policies. And I'm not a politician. These are questions many of you will pass through your minds as well. But at some point in time, India as a whole and people of Eastern India have to begin to think about that the inability of Kolkata to play the role it should rightfully play in the growth of is not just a problem for Kolkata itself or even for West Bengal. This is a national issue. And it requires investment from the central government and from state government and of course conducive policies. But I think at the very least, I hope one of the purposes of this is to get a bigger debate going around the fact that Eastern India needs a serious urban hub to generate the kind of growth needed to become a developed country. And if Kolkata is not doing it, then in some ways it is letting down the entire region and the whole country in some ways. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanyal sir. It was wonderful hearing all the observations. I have a very nice question. I just say this, I'm Jayashree Mohanty, co-founder and president of Luminous Infoways, a 25-year-old company. So the question is, you so nicely put out the perspective that each of the, geographical area places, like the West and they already have a model in place, all of them. So if Orissa wants to grow, the East want to grow, you also mentioned about all the three cities, Ranchi, Bihar, and Orissa, and said, East really need to work upon. So which is the model should we select? The Telangana wala or the West side, the Mumbai? Which would be
So
more
it's very
affordable?
difficult for me to make some comment, thing, but I would say one of the elements of that high growth is certainly require you to think of, first of all, Bhubaneswar Cuttack as one uh, urban hub. Create the connectivity so that you can create enough bulk. And you will have to prepare for very rapid urban growth in these hubs. Now, be warned that it comes with a price. The success of Bangalore has not necessarily been a happy thing. I mean, many people have made a lot of money, admittedly, but it has also meant that very rapid growth. So begin preparing if this is the model you're going to grow for. If you want rapid growth, some urban hub in Odisha will also have to go very, very fast. And my guess is that it will have to be Bhubaneswar, twin city of Bhubaneswar, Cuttack. If that is what is going to drive the growth, then be prepared, begin to put the urban infrastructure in place for a much bigger city than you imagine today.
Right.
So this will not be, don't think 10% bigger, 20% bigger. Think of doubling the size. What is the infrastructure you need to put in place? And you have to begin to at least create the space for putting that infrastructure in place today and think it through today. I'm not saying you'll have to guess what industries will come in 20 years' time. Who knows what industries will be here? But you have to begin to think through how the trunk infrastructure will function, what the connectivity logic will be, what the size of your airport needs to be, and so on, before that explosion happens. Because very often, while I'm not a great believer in so-called master planned cities, because very often you can't master plan cities. Once the growth happens, it happens.
Yes.
But at least the trunk infrastructure can be thought through. Where will your metro system function? How big your airport needs to be? Do you need to acquire land for it today? What are the social amenities you need to have? What are the interconnections you want to have with the rest of the world? I think those are important. Second, I think ambition matters. So a major problem was that once you aspire to be a global level player, then you will have to begin to demand from resources from the rest of the country of certain kinds. For example, begin to think of Bhubaneswar as a proper international gateway.
Yeah.
Your ports like Paradeep or any new one that you may build have to be of global scale. For example, our western sea coast now will have a massive new port called being built in Vadhavan. That Vadhavan port, which is north of Mumbai, will be larger than all our current ports put together. Now think of the ambition of this. The eastern seaboard just does not have a port of that size. I mean, already the western ports are bigger than the eastern ports, and they're building something even bigger. The eastern India is simply not aspiring for something of that scale, and it'll have to be somewhere in this region. Either it'll have to be in Bengal or Odisha. I mean, the southern ports don't really deal with the interior heartlands. They are not a gateway. I mean, a bigger port in Chennai may be good, but doesn't serve UP, Bihar, etc. So you need it somewhere in the Haldia to Paradeep zone to be able to serve the hinterland. But you need to begin to think of those skills. So if you're going to be a part of a developed India, Viksit Bharat, then Eastern India needs to stop thinking of playing in the national scales. It has to begin to think in international scales and begin to prepare for that. That requires certain policies. It requires the businessmen of this part of the country to begin having those levels of aspiration. And connect, and of course, the kinds of infrastructure we put in have to be done with that level of ambition. So I hope you get a sense of what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for actually inspiring to look on global boundaries now. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. I just went very a puzzle really. I can see that eastern part of India is a problem for given the indicators and so.
You'll have to speak a little louder into your mic.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can see that the eastern India story is there with the GDP figures you've said. What I can't see is why one has to say that India does not have a north-south problem. In many ways it does, but the nature of the problem is different. So I can see if you want to focus on the eastern side, but I don't see the argument about.
No, I mean, there are, as I showed you, per capita income in Haryana is equivalent to something in southern India. So there are high growth centers in the north. There are high growth centers in the west. There are high growth centers in the south. So the problem area is clearly in the east. By looking at the map in that particular way, we are completely missing the real story. And I just told you, if you take a line, north-south line through Vishakhapatnam, all socio-economic indicators to the east of it are worse than those to the west of it. And by the way, this is even true within states. If you take a large state where you can distinguish, Western Maharashtra is distinctly richer than Eastern Maharashtra. Western Madhya Pradesh is distinctly richer than Eastern Madhya Pradesh. Western UP is distinctly richer than Eastern UP. And even bifurcate two states. You have, for example, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Then you see Telangana does better than Andhra Pradesh. So even within states, there is an east-west problem. So we have to begin to recognize that this is the dominant problem and stop looking at the red herring of a north-south divide, because that, in my view, diverts away from this serious problem we have. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sanjeev actually, Mr. Sanyal, Sanjeev sir. Actually, it was very nice listening to you. I have traveled to US via Kolkata, and I have realized the decline of this airport and the competition between Odisha and West Bengal to be so there are more flights that we introduced to, but that was not successful because of the lack of population or the demand. So now the question is, what is, I mean, the industrial hub, it has declined, and what is it's been declining for last so many years.
Half a century.
Yeah, yeah. So what are some of the things we should learn from this decline, and we should avoid uh, that in Odisha happening? Odisha actually has a very stable government for 25 years, and now the government has been doing some great wonders with double engine. So what are some of the ways to actually cooperate with the hub of East, which is Kolkata?
Okay.
And
So the one thing that comes through very clearly is that stability of government is not the real problem. West Bengal also had a stable government for 35 years on the left front. After that, there was one change, and after that, almost for 15, 20 years, you had the other. So West Bengal does not have political instability. It has, in fact, extreme stability, much more than even Odisha. Whereas Karnataka is continuously changes its governments. So the stability of government clearly is not the driving problem. The problem is policy. So the main thing that comes through is that entrepreneurial culture and business culture of a state and the related policies of that government matter, not stability. If you get bad policies from a stable government and that government remains in place for long periods of time, that is not what leads to development. You can be in decline in a stable way as well. So I would say that policies matter, business culture matters, and one of the things is that when you begin to decline, it's perhaps a good thing to have change in government as a feedback loop to allow for new policies to come. Stably going into decline is of no great, nothing to be happy about. So I would argue that the main thing that comes through here is that policies matter. The stability of government only matters if that is leading to good policy. Yes.
Mr. Sanyal, I completely agree with you that policies frameworks should be on a much wider scale for any success to come through, because we are in a very dynamic world. For example, you said rightly that Calcutta, being the largest metropolis of this part of the world, it should start the engine well, start firing. In relative sense, in Orissa, whether you have Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, twin cities, in fact, the growth in Cuttack may not be as, because the land mass is this part of the year where we could develop. The Odisha government is high time should think of a 25, 30, 50 years plan. if they want to have a conglomeration of 5 million to 10 million population, the land luckily is available, water is available. About 25 years back, when we were planning all this thing in Orissa as an important secretary of the government, we were not having money then. In fact, we had proposed a automobile park of 5,000 acres somewhere on Cuttack to Sambalpur Road near Dekanal. The railway line was bifurcating that area. But today, the government of Orissa has money in the sense that for the mining royalty itself, 2 years back they were getting 5,000 crores. This year they'll be getting 55,000 crores. 55,000, repeat. And this is going to go up. So they have the wherewithal to plan big. No other state in eastern India has that amount of cash. Not Jharkhand, not Bihar, least West Bengal. Unless until, I completely agree here the point, you plan big. Because 25 years back, we had Japanese concept of having Japanese cities with their malls, schools, golf clubs, all that thing. The difficulty was money. The budgets, the state government budget was not there. In fact, it was hand to mouth. So one of the takeaway from your talk is that, which hopefully will write in a report, both to state government and to different states in India, is that think big, link up with Calcutta so that we have a comprehensive roadmap for developing this part of the world.
Yeah, I would agree. But may I ask the people behind the screen to not speak so loudly because it's disturbing. Yeah. So yeah, so I mean, I'm glad to hear that there is resources in the state today. But very important that you do not have a poverty of aspiration. One of the things that caused Kolkata's decline was a poverty of aspiration. If you went back to the 80s, people don't know this, but in fact, all the large computer and software and all those kinds of digital companies, to the extent they existed at that time, most of them had their headquarters in Kolkata, not in Bangalore. And I remember as a child, massive agitation happening in Kolkata because IBM at 1980s was bringing these large mainframe computers to Kolkata for some corporate project that they were trying to do. And there was large scale strikes against this whole thing because they were the office workers of Kolkata, particularly government clerks and bank clerks, went on strike saying that their jobs were under threat because now the computers would do whatever they were going to do, and so this was evil, and so they didn't actually allow those computers to be mainframe computers to be taken off the ships. The result was that IBM shifted its capital out of Kolkata to Bangalore. That's how Bangalore became a major hub of the IT industry. I mean, it had, of course, ISRO and other things there. But this migration happened because of a poverty of aspiration, because the unwillingness of the political class to essentially see beyond the horizon, to see that this was far from killing jobs, this was actually going to create new kinds of jobs, and that today the children of many of those people who had gone on strike to stop the IBM computers being downloaded from the ships, many of them are today working in Bangalore. That is what has happened. So this is a warning that progress cannot be stopped. You have to embrace new technology, and you cannot suffer from a poverty of aspiration. Now, if you happen to have capital to back it up, even better. And by the way, if you have the aspiration, the means comes. The means comes. After all, who would have thought that, I mean, Bangalore still was a hub of some sort, but Hyderabad was a very second, third tier place till the 80s. Pune, Indore, these have now become major hubs of growth. Gurgaon was actually basically a village till well into the 90s. I remember this. Even in my college days, there was one Maruti factory there, nothing much else. So, poverty of aspirations is the much bigger danger than everything else. So, if you aspire and you're willing to take the risk and sort of move forward and think big, the resources come. It's good that you have resources from your mining, but look, foreign investors will come, investors from the rest of the country will come, and guess what? India is not that poor a country anymore. There is resources in the rest of the country. So don't need foreign investors necessarily. I'm not saying you don't need them, but we are now a $4.5 trillion economy. That counts for something. We have resources in other parts of the country. So if policies are conducive, resources will come. That I'm quite confident.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I'd be requesting you to kindly come to the center of the stage. That was absolutely brainstorming and thought-provoking discussion. Thank you, audience. Thank you so much, sir. I'd be requesting Trustee, the Energy Forum, Sri Siddharth, sir, kindly come and join us on the dais. There is a small token of appreciation from the entire organizing team. We would love to present it to you, sir. Each of your words, full of gravity and weightage, compelled us to rethink, replan, and re strategize. And at our own domain and footing, definitely we can be the change what we want to see. Brilliant address. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. Can we expect one more round of applause from all of you? Due to shortage of time, we couldn't allow more questions. So we would be announcing a small tea break, which might have 10 minutes. So kindly join us inside. Within 10 minutes, we will move for the next session. Let me tell you, the next session is all about from Sagar to Mahasagar, India's transforming relationship with its oceanic partners. And this will be chaired by Ms. Smriti S. Patnaik. And we have befitting panelists who will be taking part and sharing their thoughtful insights. Ladies and gentlemen, see you exactly in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. We have distinguished panel of speakers. And of course, you will get some room to ask your queries and share your thoughts. So requesting everyone to please come inside. If possible, in next couple of minutes, we can actually stop the supply of tea and coffee. Tea and coffee. Can we have our amazing audience inside? Ladies and gentlemen, for this particular session, we have highest number of speakers who have given their valuable time and presence. Marking day one, Purvodaya Perspectives 2025. Just checking our panelists and their kind presence. Sri Sanjay Chaturvedi ji. Sri Chan, you're there? Sir, please be seated. I'll be calling you. Commander Abhay Kumar Singh ji. Sir, please be seated. Sir, Sanjay sir, I'll be calling you with your proper introduction. Just checking. Sri Manish Dabhade sir. Thank you. Sri Harsh Pan. Sir, I know you are in hurry. So, Sri Vishal D. Bajpayee. Thank you, sir. Miss Adhyanti Sardani Virajuda. All right. I hope I pronounced the name right way. All right. So, with chair's permission, may I give the introduction and we'll call all the speakers? Fine. It is my honor to invite the session chair, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Smriti S. Patnaik, one of India's most respected scholars on South Asian geopolitics and security, serving as a research fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. Her guidance today will set the perfect tone for this discussion. Can we welcome the chair of the sessions with a round of applause, everyone? Come on. Dr. Smriti S. Patnaik, ma'am. Now I would be taking some time to introduce our panelists for the session. Mr. Sanjay Chaturvedi, Vice President at South Asian University, an eminent scholar whose work on maritime geopolitics has been foundational to Indian Ocean disclosure. So we welcome you. Let's welcome our speaker with a round of applause. Everyone, come on, show some gesture and kind participation as you have been demonstrating from the morning. Commander Abhay Kumar Singh, retired naval officer and research fellow at IDSA, brings deep strategic experience from decades of naval services. His views on maritime security will add great depth to the discussion. So we welcome you. Dr. Manish Dabhade, founder of the Indian Futures and noted diplomacy scholar from JNU. He is known for framing India's foreign policy conversations with clarity and scholarship. So we would like to seek your presence. Come on, audience. You can be more participative. Give some energy to the room. Professor Harsh Pan, Vice President for Studies and Foreign Policy at ORF, is one of India's leading voices on global strategic affairs. His perspective has shaped national policy debates and international understanding. Sir, can we have you on the dais, please? Mr. Vishal D. Bajpayee, Head of Indian Ocean Business at Tata NYK Shipping, who brings an industry-wide view of maritime networks, shipping routes, and ocean logistics. Can we have you on the dais, please, with a round of applause, everyone? Come on, back lines, back few lines to the last, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome Ms. Adhyanti Sardani Virajuda, Director for Asian Economic Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. An expert in regional economic integration, she drives Asian-wide economic collaboration and trade initiatives supporting stronger partnership across. Welcome, ma'am. Over to our session chair to carry the discussion forward. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much for that introduction and very good afternoon to all of you. I hope all of you have a cup of tea, so now widely awake to listen to this eminent panel of scholars who are going to speak on the topic of Sagar to Mahasagar, India's transforming relationship with its oceanic partners. As we all know that the government of India at one point of time had declared Sagar to be one of its flagship initiative, which has now moved to Mahasagar, keeping in mind India's larger global and geostrategy in mind, taking the leadership of Global South. So therefore, this has assumed very, very significant because it not only concentrates on Indian Ocean only as the Sagar policy was, it is much more, it contains blue economy, it contains economic development, capacity building, and several other initiatives of the government of India, which actually looks towards the Indo-Pacific in a much more broader sense. So to have today's discussion, we have a very eminent panelists, but I have made a little bit of changes, keeping in mind that Harsh has a flight to catch today. So may I first invite Professor Harsh Pant to speak on the issue. So whatever way makes you comfortable, you want to speak here, you can.
Thank you, Smriti, for having me, and thank you to the organizers for having me as part of this panel and as part of this very interesting conversation that you have been nurturing over the last 3 years now, looking at perhaps one of the most important questions in Indian foreign policy and grand strategy. I would say that how do you start linking up India through its eastern flank to what is happening in East and Southeast Asia. And I think the theme of economic corridors is very, very important and critical because unless we get that corridor aspect right, it would be very difficult for India to harness the opportunities that exist in parts of East and Southeast Asia. And I think for a number of our partners in East and Southeast Asia, that's essentially also a question as to what is happening in the eastern flank. So I'm very grateful that I'm part of this conversation. I'll be very brief in some sense, laying out some of the broad contours of this argument because Sagar to Mahasagar is a wide expanse and a change that India has made in terms of its own understanding of what it means to be a regional maritime power. Sagar, as Dr. Patnaik was also articulating, had a very specific connotation, security and growth for all in the region. And it meant when Prime Minister Modi laid it out in 2015, it had a certain sense of what India's responsibilities, what India's aspirations were at that point in time in laying out a roadmap for its engagement across domains in the Indian Ocean region. But earlier this year, when Prime Minister Modi articulated Mahasagar, which was a mutual and holistic advancement of security and growth across regions, it was a difference in emphasis that what at one point in time was simply a look at Indian Ocean region had suddenly expanded and was looking at multiple regions. And in this particular case, it was a task of multiple geographies, that the idea of the Indo-Pacific at the center of this conversation becomes very important. That India was not simply situating itself as a maritime actor in Indian Ocean, but is looking at the wider Indo-Pacific engagement and is looking at the wider expanse of the oceanic connectivity. So I think in that sense, this Mahasagar approach talks about expanding cooperation on key areas of trade for development, capacity building for sustainable growth, and mutual security for a shared future. All of the principles that were also embedded in the Sagar vision, but the Sagar vision was limited. Mahasagar vision, by definition, tries to outpace that idea. And therefore, when we think of this Sagar to Mahasagar, engagement, we are not simply looking at this as an upgrade on Sagar. We are also looking at it as an idea that this is now India's, in some ways, grand strategy for the Indo-Pacific. And without that grand strategic vision, India would not be able to harness all the once again all the opportunities that exist in its eastern flank. I would just lay out three important aspects of why of the drivers for this shift, and then three or four consequences for Indian security and foreign policy, diplomatic policy, economic policy. Before my colleagues on the panel, they delve into more specifics. I think one of the key arguments here, from if you transition from Sagar to Mahasagar, is this change in global geopolitical balance of power. How that balance of power is changing, how the extant major powers are behaving, what is their approach to the region. And of course, when you look at the main power that has driven the agenda in Asia Pacific and the Indo-Pacific for a long time, the US has a certain inward orientation, particularly under Mr. Trump. That orientation has become much more pronounced. So in a sense, one of the most important stakeholders in the Indo-Pacific is looking at the Indo-Pacific through a very distinct lens than it used to be. So if you read, for example, the recent national security strategy of the Trump administration, it talks about Indo-Pacific as a critical geography, but it also pulls back and focuses much more on only the economic dimension than, say, his predecessors' much larger, expansive strategic dimension. And therein lies the challenge. Therein lies an issue for a lot of America's partners and allies in the region as to how this shift in American foreign policy behavior is going to impinge on this part of the world. And therefore, how do you start thinking of a geography where on the one hand you have a US that is less interested, and on the other hand you have countries like China that are emerging, that have now put their imprint on the region, and that are increasingly also challenging some of the fundamental consensus that existed in this part of the world over the last several decades, that made Asia Pacific such a dynamic economic enterprise, and that made Asia Pacific one of the critical centers that made Asia Pacific so stable strategically for a very long time. So I think in that context, options for states become important. For India as a country, as an emerging power, as a middle power, as an emerging major actor in this part of the world, also has to find its own voice, also has to find its own space, and therefore, for India, this structural reality is driving India towards not simply looking at Indian Ocean, but also looking at the wider Indo-Pacific for its own maritime identity. And this is related to the second aspect, which is the rise of the Indo-Pacific, this whole idea of the Indo-Pacific, that Indian Ocean and Pacific Oceans today are not seen as two separate distinct zones, but by definition, and India's centrality in that means that India is at the heart of this emerging important geography called the Indo-Pacific, where India has to situate itself both as a matter of fact, but also as a matter of necessity, strategic necessity, that India will have to look beyond the Indian Ocean drive. And therefore, India's look east policy became act east policy. India's centrality in the region became a critical driver, and therefore we have seen a number of initiatives by India, both on the maritime aspect of the Indian Ocean, but also on the wider aspect, going all the way to the Pacific Island states, trying to articulate a new vision for the region. And finally, the changing nature of economic globalization. The economic globalization frameworks that we are so used to looking at and living with since the early 1990s, those elements of economic globalization are under stress. So, and whether you look at the West or whether you look at the East, there is much more drive, there is much more push on how do you build domestic capacities without compromising on your economic interests, and that drive is now shaping the new global economic architecture. So trust-based partnerships are becoming critical. Relationships are being looked at through economic relationships are being looked at through political prisms, and therefore the very nature of economic globalization that in a sense led to this idea of the Indo-Pacific in the first place is now being reevaluated by multiple actors, and India therefore will have to find its own sets of partnerships in the Indo-Pacific to define its own identity and its own role, which means certain things for Indian foreign policy, which means that if you look at Indian response because of these factors, you come to three or four sets of conclusions. One is that India's response, and one of the responses being this articulation of Mahasagar, from Sagar to Mahasagar, is that India increasingly seems to be willing and able to look beyond Indian Ocean region, to take on greater responsibility in the wider Indo-Pacific. That insularity that India had, Indian vision had, that India is an Indian Ocean power, that India is a South Asian power, is giving way to a more confident assertion that India is beyond, India is also a wider Indo-Pacific player, and that India has roles, interests, partnerships that need to drive its Indo-Pacific policy. The second is that because of this articulation, India now needs new partnerships which are issue based, which are functional, which drive fundamental agendas, whether it is on sustainability, whether it is on blue economy, whether it is on emerging tech. But these are new partnerships that India needs. And these partnerships will have to come largely from East and Southeast Asia, because that's how India had looked at its economic destiny ever since India started economic reforms process in early 1990s. Look East got translated into Act East, and therefore Sagar's evolution into Mahasagar, in a sense, is also a reflection of that larger journey that India is undertaking. And India today talks of itself not as a net security provider, but as a preferred security partner and also a first responder in this region, which again is a change of tone and a change of tenor, but it also exemplifies this drive by India that India believes in partnerships of equals. And which in a sense takes us to this broader point, that ultimately what we are looking at is how India's eastern flank gets linked to wider East and Southeast Asia. And that in a sense is what we are here for. That in a sense why we are talking about Purvodaya, why we are talking about how Orissa as a state can become an anchor in shaping India's destiny, linking India's destiny to its East and Southeast Asian neighbors. Because ultimately, without states in India doing their bit to project eastern flank of India into the wider space of the Indo-Pacific, this idea would not work. So from northeast to the wider eastern flank, this is the conversation that is now shaping, or should shape, India's engagement with the wider set of possibilities that are now emerging in this part in the Indo-Pacific, and that's the driver that India perhaps hopes to create and drive with its own identity as a Mahasagar, through the Mahasagar vision, to talk of economics, to talk of sustainable development, to talk of energy security, to talk of climate, to talk of blue economy, or to talk of security issues, but in a way that also allows for its partnerships with its partners, with its neighbors in East and Southeast Asia to fructify. Thank you.
Thank you, Hers. You brought in how these days the global economic transformation is also looked through geopolitics much more than just geoeconomics. You also spoke about how India, from being a net security provider, has now transformed to become the preferred security partner as well as the first responder in the neighborhood, which we have seen in the recent past, how India has responded to various natural calamities in this region. So now I would invite Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi. No, his flight is delayed, so we can go. Sanjay, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, esteemed co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely grateful for the honor that has been done to me by this invitation. I wish to flag at the very outset some nuances compressed in the overarching theme for this session. Professor Pant has. What is interesting here is that mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions. So then the question would be then, to begin with, where does it begin and where does it end? I cannot resist the temptation as a scholar, as an academic, to experiment with this very concept of Mahasagar. I will even take it to the Arctic Ocean and also to the Southern Ocean, which surrounds Antarctica. I'll come to that part a little later. What is also very important here is the emphasis on transformation, that it is not just a casual transactional relationship with countries like Indonesia, Australia, and many others in the region, but it becomes a genuine a conversation, and the pursuit is for a very genuine oceanic partnership. I also find in this articulation, in this vision, the emphasis on the Indo in the Indo Pacific. It makes a huge difference when you look at the Indo Pacific from Indo or you look at it from the Pacific. In fact, I would appreciate, I would want all of us to appreciate India's geohistorical location and its multi-directional nature or character. In the sense that when India, if you look at India's location, India is looking north, Eurasia, India is looking at east, India is looking west, you are looking at Indo-Pacific, you talk about Indo-Atlantic, and it is possible even to add, which I will do later in this short presentation, Indo-Antarctic. I also feel that Sagar, Mahasagar, our emphasis on Bharat, is a part of a larger philosophical project which has wide geopolitical implications, and that is decolonization of our self, of self-image, of civilizational India. I would even be tempted to say that Mahasagar even enables India to move beyond the contested cartography of Indo-Pacific, because there, we know that it is a term which has different cartographies, different definitions. It has been pointed out how India's understanding of Indo-Pacific is far more expensive than that of the United States. But it also needs to be acknowledged that not everyone, not every country in the region is very comfortable with the term Indo-Pacific. Deployment of Mahasagar implies that it includes Indo-Pacific, but not necessarily exhausted by it. After all, we should recall that the term Indo-Pacific was coined by a German geographer, Karl Haushofer. And when he did that, he was talking more about what he called a grand cultural realm, but I will not go into that. Let me then also highlight the proposition that has guided much of my academic and intellectual engagement with matters Indian Ocean. And I would argue that the ocean has never been an empty space awaiting the so-called order, including colonial and imperial orders. It has always been a world, and that is particularly true in case of the Indian Ocean world, always thick with multiple forms of order, social, cultural, economic, ecological, and political. After all, ocean is a medium that forces us to think very differently with regard to sovereignty, security, and sustainability. So I want to argue that Mahasagar concept, Mahasagar vision has this huge potential to remind us of this Indian Ocean world and its contemporary relevance. Now, what has changed over the past decade and more is not the ocean itself, but the way power, risk, and responsibility now circulate through this maritime domain. And what do? They question the binaries in the Western geopolitical tradition between land power and sea power. One of the enduring problems in maritime thinking is what I have elsewhere described as a sea blindness. And this is a tendency to approach the ocean through overwhelmingly land centric, state centric cartographies. Yet, maritime neighborhoods have historically evolved, say, for example, India, Indonesia, the rest of Southeast Asia, and beyond, in a very deterritorialized, fuzzy, and circulatory spatial formats that the modern geopolitical maps and cartographies simply cannot capture. In the maritime domain, let us ask ourselves the question, where does it begin and where does it end? Anywhere in the ocean is everywhere in the ocean. Ocean currents, trade winds, cultures, commodities, and ideas cannot be contained by these cartographic lines on a particular map. This reality makes cooperation and multilateral ocean governance. Professor Pant, I remember his article and his emphasis on the governance, ocean governance, not a matter of choice but a necessity. Much geostrategic thinking, I'm not dismissing it, but we have to appreciate, continues to frame the ocean through the lens of near and far waters. I'm reminded of the work of political geographer Colin Flint, who has argued that these are not fixed legal categories, but historically produced spaces shaped by actions, ambitions, and anxieties of states. Control over near and far waters evolves through competition as rising and established powers seek to extend their reach while guarding against intrusion closer to home. Now, this particular insight underscores that maritime space, say for example, Mahasagar space, is made through history and power, not merely through law. At the same time, it also reveals the limits of a purely competition centric, state focused reading of the ocean. The challenge, of course, that we face when we try to operationalize and turn it into policy, Mahasagar vision, is that we do live, as Professor Pant also hinted at, in an era of excessive geopolitics. So it is against that backdrop that we have to appreciate the value of this discursive journey of India from Sagar to Mahasagar. Now, in 2015, it marked a decisive break from India's historically continental mindset. It placed the Indian Ocean at the center of India's strategic and developmental imagination and emphasized responsibility and cooperation rather than dominance. And that was, ladies and gentlemen, a very important departure. More importantly, Sagar implicitly gestured toward a different understanding of order. My own work on the Indian Ocean world, and I've argued that the pre-colonial maritime Asia sustained a non-hierarchical order from below, emerging from a remarkable social and institutional diversity. These trade works were also knowledge networks, ports, and islands. They were contact zones and not frontiers, as the Western geopolitical tradition will project them. Now, what compels the move towards Mahasagar is the question of scale, the challenge of scale, and the kind of times that we have entered. Say, last 10 years, for example, climate change discourse has become more pronounced. It is now unfolding in its multiple forms: sea level rise, fisheries stressed, disrupted supply chains, fragile island societies. They have all revealed the limit of a region bounded maritime thinking. Particularly when you take regions as constructs, there are certain limitations. We have to acknowledge that today's maritime order is multi-spatial. Physical oceans interact with digital spaces, with undersea cables, satellite systems, logistical networks, and deep knowledge power hierarchies. Traditional binaries, land versus sea, traditional versus non-traditional challenges to security are getting increasingly blurred. Mahasagar reflects the recognition that maritime order can no longer be regional, linear, or hierarchically imposed. Hence, this emphasis across the regions, across the scales. It must be relational, multiplex, and planetary. Now, to conceptualize this shift as a scholar, I can't help dealing with metaphors. We have come across string of pearls, which I accept, but only partly. The cartography that comes to my mind is the metaphor of Indrajal, that is Indra's net. Now, this imagines the world as a web, if you talk about Indrajal, where every node reflects every other mode. Nothing exists in isolation. Causality is non-linear. Diversity does not undermine order, it produces it. Now, that brings me to a critical extension, and Madam Chair, that is my concluding point. Just, I've taken 30 more seconds. Mahasagar vision, I argue, will remain incomplete if we do not travel in multiple directions. I don't have time to go to the Arctic, but I will certainly talk about what I would like to describe as Southern Indo-Antarctic Ocean. Now, this Indian Ocean does not end at the tropics. Climatically and ecologically, it is deeply entangled
with the Southern Ocean. Antarctic ice sheet dynamics and Southern Ocean circulation shapes monsoons, sea level rise, marine productivity, and vulnerability of small islands and coastal states. 80% of world's fresh water is locked up in Antarctica. The fisheries of the Southern Ocean hold the key to the future of food security. And just out of curiosity, I was scanning some material, scientific material, to see how Orissa, for example, in the Bay of Bengal, would be affected if what are called the doomsday glaciers in the Antarctic were to melt. We're talking about a continent 5.5 million square miles larger than India and China put together. So I hope that India's leadership, India has taken over as chair of IORA. India is an active member in the Antarctic Treaty System. India has come out with an Arctic policy document. My hope is, as a scholar, that India's Mahasagar vision will include, if you want, Indo-Pacific by all means, but it will go beyond it. We need to broaden and deepen it. Now, with India assuming the chairmanship IORA, it is essential to ensure greater involvement of Indian businesses. I'm coming to specific recommendations now. The Mahasagar vision could serve as the anchor for India's positioning in IORA over the next 3 years. Institution building will remain important. Alliances around the narratives of Mahasagar will have to do much more thinking about that. Let Mahasagar remain a great work always in progress rather than an enclosure, inviting epistemic partnerships and intellectual alliances. Let Mahasagar as a moment begin simultaneously at home, across the Indian subcontinent, within India, in all the four directions, broaden and deepen the canvas of alliances with state and non-state actors, business groups, academia, civil society organizations. Don't forget the small scale, medium scale industries. And let us not forget, emotional turn of Mahasagar is very, very important. In an era marked by a lot of excessive geopolitics of fear, let Mahasagar be driven by the emotions of hope and trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. You brought in that Mahasagar should not be constraining India's maritime aspiration, and it should not act as a kind of enclosure, and how India's chairmanship of IORA can take this India's maritime vision forward. I will just request if, because Harsh is supposed to leave, if there is any specific questions for Harsh, kindly raise it now so that, yes, sir.
Thank you, because he has to take the flight. I thought the concept Sagar to Mahasagar and beyond, as he has pointed out, we have to break down India's ambition. We should not chew too much, which we can't. Let's talk what could be in the next 50 years. The Sagar to Mahasagar concept and beyond that, as he said, Arctic or Southern Ocean. As it is, I go back to the year of Lord 1898. Admiral Mahan, the great American strategist, after the American-Spanish War, had written a beautiful piece of article. The Navy which controls Indian Ocean controls the world. That was way back in 1898, more or less 125 years back, 128 years back. Now, what is the Indian's concept? If you go to the Western Indian Ocean, we have Agalika, where we have airstrip now. We have in Indonesia the Eastern Malacca Strait of Sabang port. Way down another 3,000 miles down south, we have Keeling Island or the Cocos Island, where the Australians have an airbase developing into huge airbase, which India also is supporting. So the whole space of about 3 or 4 million square miles, India is eyeing. This is the most important thing. Rome was not built in a day. Any military strategy, those of us, we have studied history, strategy. We have to work out the plan, how to control the Indian Ocean. As the other world powers are going down, be it Britain or America, the great article by Professor Meert-Sever. Meert-Sever said, never in the history of the world, one country had a surplus of $1 trillion in 1 year. That is China. We don't have that amount of money. China is expanding heavily in Navy. But with our support states, Indonesia, Mauritius, Seychelles, and to cap it, the choke point is Malacca Strait. We are developing the South Bay, the one of the biggest port and the deepest port. May I tell you, I have done a lot of studies on this. The port over there will be 28 meters drop, one of the deepest in the world. And that is a circular basin of taking the ship of 5 kilometers. No port in India has that capacity. So my request will be that let's concentrate what we can do in 25 years, 50 years down the line, so that the Sagar to Mahasagar concept, or going beyond to the Western Pacific in the Philippine Sea, that could be our future year. But restrict ourselves how to strategically capture this part of the Indian Ocean. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. It's the last one we'll take.
Sorry, since I've come a long way, I'd like to get some comments in. I come from Indonesia, and we've been working on a number of issues that Harsh talked about. I have 2 or 3 quick comments. The first is that all the discussion is unidirectional. What India can do, what its aspirations are, what its problems are, and so on. But we are talking about a two-way relationship here. The moment we talk about, the blue economy, or we talk about corridors, we have a partner at the other end of the corridor. And my first point is we know very, very little about Indonesia. In the last 20 years, it's not just the economy, but the entire political system has been changed. And in each of the issues that we talk about, there is a political dimension as well as a purely bread and butter economic dimension. The second point is about security. I've heard from a lot of colleagues here to say, well, China is a threat. The Indonesians are not more active in resisting it and so on. Until I remind people that the overall defense budget of Indonesia, even today, is 0.8% of GDP. And it has to police a coast over 100,000 kilometers, which is several times more than what we have. So we also need to manage our expectations. My last point is that Indonesia is twice as wealthy as India today. And on top of that, it's also a growing middle power. It has fairly close relationship with China. It has close relationship with many other parts of Southeast Asia. But the big dilemma in Indonesia now is sentiment that we face here in India and so on. So there's a lot of things in the background that sentiment that we face here in India and so on. So there's a lot of things in the background that we need to talk about. And we cannot simplify this to purely how much the export and imports and how much human capital we have built and so on. And tomorrow I'm making a presentation on the blue economy so we can take some of these. So I'd just like to get your reaction to that.
What do you?
Thank you so much. I think both these questions, in a sense, relate to the fundamental quandary of grand strategy, which is ends, ways, and means. How do you put them in balance? And I think the point that was made earlier, that look, this is an expansive vision of India's aspirations in the Indo-Pacific, but can they be met without first consolidating what we have already? And I think that challenge for India has always been, how do you ensure that your ability to perform in the Indian Ocean and project power in the Indian Ocean is significant enough so that from there you can take a leap of faith and say that wider Indo-Pacific remains relevant. And for that, resources are important, capabilities are important, but I also think that, in some ways, vision is important. That unless there is a vision of engagement with the wider set of stakeholders, which I think was the point that you mentioned, that this is not simply India positioning itself, but India positioning itself with its own capabilities plus the capabilities of its partners. And I think where are those partners located? So as was mentioned, right, we are traditionally used to looking at partners in our near abroad. So Mauritius is there, Sri Lanka is there. I think gradually this idea that are we building partnerships beyond, and are those partners like Indonesia looking at India through also a similar lens? And I think that is where the sense lies, that are we having enough engagement with Indonesia, for example? And I do think we are not. I think at this point it is underdeveloped. The strategic component of the relationship. So while the prism may be the same as you mentioned, right? That we are Indonesia may be struggling in ASEAN, or we may be struggling with our own South Asian neighbors, but we are also not willing to look to Indonesia, and Indonesia is also not willing to look to us as a strategic partner, not simply export and import and how much we are trading with each other, but also are we investing in each other's capabilities? Are we investing in each other's strengths and leveraging them? I don't think we are, given how significant the maritime link is. So I think that's essentially why this idea of Indo-Pacific, though it might seem at times grandiose, but I think it allows us to do that. If we don't think, for example, of in Mahasagar terms, for example, I think a number of these conversations would not be on the table. If we are still saying that Indian Ocean region is what is important, which it is, then how do we bring in stakeholders like Indonesia to the table? So I think the conversation has to expand with due recognition to the challenge that we have, which is first let's build our capabilities and capacities in the Indian Ocean, and then you move beyond that. So I do think ultimately it's a question of how effective our strategic thinking is in mapping out the ends that we plan through the means that we have, which are not unlimited.
Thank you.
I agree. There are challenges everywhere, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Shri Harsh V. Pant. Of course, with the answer, I believe directly or indirectly, a diplomatic suggestion has been given because Miss Adhinti is sitting just beside to you. So, wonderful answer. Thank you for the kind participation and sharing your thoughtful perspective with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be now taking a moment and would be inviting Trustee the Energy Forum, Shri Siddharth Pradhan sir, to kindly come and join us on the dais. We would be presenting a small token of appreciation in the form of an artifact which showcase the rich culture of our state to Sri Harsh V. Pant, Vice President, Studies and Foreign Policy, Observer Research Foundation. Come on, audience, bring some energy to the room. That is a great participation. I wish you could have time. Yes, before Sri Harsh will be leaving the forum and the hall, we would be taking a group photograph. All the dignitaries, since this is the last session of the first day of Purvodaya Perspectives 2025. A big round of applause, everyone, for the galaxy of intellectual people present. Thank you, Sri Pradhan sir. Thank you, Sri Pant. Looking forward for your participation in our future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsh, and obviously very interesting conversation. And I really like that comment that because you are not successful in South Asia, you are looking beyond this. That is a point I don't agree, but we can have a conversation on that a little later. Taking this opportunity, may I invite Commodore Abhay Kumar Singh to give his perspective on this issue? 10 minutes, Abhay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here in Bhubaneswar for this forum and with a part of this distinguished panel. We meet at a moment when oceans are no longer peripheral to international politics, and which has been emphasized multiple times. Oceans are central to it. Seas now carry not only commerce and energy, but also competition, climate change, technological disruption, and aspiration of states large and small. For India, this reality is neither abstract nor distant. It is immediate, structural, and strategic. India is a maritime nation by geography, by trade dependence, and increasingly by a strategic outlook. Yet, much of its modern history, India approached the ocean with restraint, or some may even call it neglect, and remained fixated with the continental issues and challenges. That approach has decisively changed in last few decades. We, I would like to speak about this transformation of India's maritime outlook through the lens of its evolving relationship with its oceanic partners that has been mandate of this panel. Indian Ocean is not merely a body of water surrounding India. It is the country's primary economic artery and strategic frontier. Nearly 95% of India's trade by volume and around 70% by value moved by the sea. Over 80% of our crude oil imports transits through vulnerable maritime choke points. Disruption at sea is disruption to India's economy, energy security, and national resilience. But this dependence is shared. For the littoral state of South Asia, East Africa, Southeast Asia, and the island nation of the Indian Ocean, the sea is livelihood, connectivity, and survival. This shared vulnerability creates a shared a strategic logic. Maritime security and prosperity are indivisible. This was what Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi also was referring to the indivisibility. In this context, India's eastern seaboard assumes particular strategic importance. Facing the Bay of Bengal, anchored by the ports such as Visakhapatnam, Chennai, together with Andaman and Nicobar Islands, it functions as India's principal maritime bridge to Southeast Asia and broader Indo-Pacific. The eastern seaboard enables naval diplomacy, humanitarian assistance, capacity building with partners in the eastern Indian Ocean, reinforcing India's role as a connector between the region and a facilitator of cooperative maritime order. India's recognition of this reality has driven a shift from inward maritime defense to outward maritime partnership. India's maritime engagement in IOR and broader Indo-Pacific has been growing in tandem with our economic engagement through Lookist and Actist policy. However, this shift towards outward maritime partnership found its first comprehensive articulation in 2015, the doctrine of Sagar, which has been repeatedly referred to. The Sagar doctrine rested on four interlinked ideas: safeguarding India's own maritime territory, deepening cooperation with maritime neighbors, acting as a first responder in the regional crisis, and building capacity of the smaller littoral states rather than dominating them. Crucially, Sagar rejected the zero-sum mentality thinking and emphasized inclusive security, respect for sovereignty, and shared growth. India do not seek to impose order at sea, but to enable it collectively. India's partnership with our own economic growth and our Sagar doctrine view India in a different manner than the other powers. India was not viewed as a hegemon, but as a reliable collaborator, one that responds in crisis, builds capacity quietly, and respects political autonomy. At the same time, it needs to be highlighted that doctrine alone does not build trust. Performance does. India's credibility as a maritime partner has been built through sustained action over decades. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief from 2004 tsunami to cyclone and medical emergencies till now. Anti-piracy operation in Western Indian Ocean conducted within the international legal frameworks which continued from 2005 till now. Maritime domain awareness anchored by the Information Fusion Center in IOR, which shares real-time data with the partner states. Capacity building through patrol vessels, radar chains, and capacity building assistance through hydrographic survey and training program for island and littoral states. Equally important has been institution building. India has invested in the cooperative framework rather than exclusive blocks. Examples which is Indian Ocean Naval Symposium that builds habits of naval cooperation, and IORA to integrate security and trade, sustainability and development. And further to that, the new addition is the Colombo Security Conclave, a sub-regional framework built on trust among the proximate maritime neighbors. These mechanisms reflect consistent Indian approach towards layered, inclusive and sovereignty-sensitive cooperation framework. At the heart of maritime engagement, India's maritime engagement lies the concept of good order at sea. This is not merely about preventing piracy or a conflict, but it refers to maritime environment where law prevails over coercion, legitimate economic activities flows freely, marine resources are used sustainably, and security development and environmental stewardship reinforce one and another. This idea aligns with India's maritime strategy with UNCLOS provisions, the blue economy prescripts, and sustainable development goals. It allows India to bridge hard security and soft governance, naval presence, and environmental responsibility without contradiction. In doing so, India positions itself not only as a security actor but as a normative stakeholder in the global maritime common. Why Sagar was not enough? By the early 2020, it became evident that maritime environment was expanding faster than the regional framework could contain. Three developments were particularly significant. Indo-Pacific emerged as a primary theater of global geopolitics. Climate change and ocean sustainability moved from peripheral concern to the security issues. Maritime challenges from supply chain disruption to illegal fishing became increasingly trans-regional. Sagar, while effective in the Indian Ocean, was geographically bounded. India required a framework that could extend cooperative principles beyond oceanic sphere without amending the core values. This necessity gave rise to Mahasagar. Announced in 2025, Mahasagar, mutual and holistic advancement of security and growth across the region, is best understood as an evolution, not as a replacement of Sagar. Mahasagar extends three core ideas: mutuality, that is security and growth cannot be one directional; holism, that is security, economy and sustainability must be addressed together. Across the region means India's maritime partnership now extend beyond across the global south and beyond Indo-Pacific realm. This framework reflects India's growing confidence as a maritime nation. It also reflects realism. No single state can manage today's oceanic challenges alone. In other words, India is repositioning itself from the regional stabilizer to a global maritime collaborator. What does this transformation means for the political terms for India's oceanic partner? First, it means that choice without coercion. India's model contrasts with the extractive or depth-driven approaches followed by others. It emphasizes transparency, legal order, and local ownership. Second, it means capacity over dependency. That our India provided the systems such as the radar system, patrol vessel, and training are designed to empower partners, not bind them. Third, it means security with sensitivity. India has learned, sometimes painfully, that maritime cooperation must respect domestic political realities of smaller states. Fourth, it means that shared futures, particularly in the sustainability, climate resilience, fishery management, marine conservation, are now integral to the security partnership, not afterthoughts. This approach has made India as a partner of preference, not because it dominates, because it delivers quietly and consistently. Yet, transformation does not imply perfection. India's maritime vision faces real priority, resource limitations in sustaining presence across the vast ocean spaces, institutional fragmentation, which we have within our own Indian governance structure, and geopolitical competition that risks militarizing governance, and unresolved tension between the rapid economic growth and environmental stewardship. I'm just finishing 30 seconds more. And the credibility of India maritime leadership will depend less on rhetorics, more on the implementation consistency over the next decade. And with this, I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abhay. Sorry to have interrupted, keeping the time in mind. May I now request Dr. Manish Davade?
Here and Namaskar and Jai Jagannath. Let me begin by thanking. Let me begin by thanking the Energy Future for inviting me to this truly remarkable initiative, Purvodaya. Uh, I'll very quickly, since there's a time limit, so let me stick to the big picture and really look at and try to really go to the essence of the idea of Mahasagar, the promise of Mahasagar, and some of which has already been talked by really eminent scholars before me. Uh, where, I mean, what exactly is this shift? What really explains this shift from Sagar to Mahasagar? And I think it is really, and which was talked about, that it is really a strategic reimagination of geography. I think that is the singular sort of framework within which we can look at this shift from Sagar to Mahasagar. So a decade ago, India unveiled a maritime vision called Sagar. It was born in a belief that the Indian Ocean must not be a theater of rivalry, but a stage for inclusive progress. Sagar, in fact, set the original ambition and the foundation, the first gear of sorts in a long drive towards now what is called Viksit Bharat. So we transformed India into a dependable maritime partner, the first responder in crises, a driver of regional connectivity, and a contributor to economic stability across our maritime neighborhood. So what essentially India did was that it strengthened its partnerships from Mauritius to Myanmar, from the Straits of Hormuz to the Straits of Malacca. But by 2025, a new reality seemed to be on the horizon. And here, obviously, India under Prime Minister Modi moved on to become the fourth largest economy in the world. India had successfully hosted the G20 presidency, and next year, India is going to host the BRICS presidency. So this is I mean, how India is I mean, this is the position India is at this juncture. Equally important, I think, which was also talked about by scholars before me and even today morning, was that there is also a rise of the so-called Indo-Pacific, and broadly, I think, global South. There seems to be a sentiment of positivity and a positive trajectory. And what we essentially are seeing now is that the world's growth is now tilting towards the oceans, but so too were its vulnerabilities. So trade disruptions, wars, hot and cold, in Europe and in Middle East, climate shocks, and a fragmented infrastructure expose the need for a deeper and more ambitious framework. And I think that is really the genesis of Mahasagar. And that is exactly why in March 2025, Prime Minister Modi moved to announce the shift from Sagar to Mahasagar. And again, it was, I mean, a movement, a transformation from a regional creed to a global commitment. So what exactly is Mahasagar? And I think that again it is India's maritime ambition and doctrine for the next decade and more. It acknowledges very importantly and principally that prosperity in the Indian Ocean, Indo-Pacific and beyond must now flow through inclusive, scalable and sustainable partnerships. So someone had raised the issue of partnership. So I think that is at the center of the Mahasagar doctrine. It really tells the world that India's oceans diplomacy, it is no longer a canvas. It's no longer a corridor. We are not talking only about economic corridors. It is really a big canvas. Uh, Friends, the Indian Ocean, in fact, many would know that it accounts for one-fifth of the global seaborne trade and connects more than 2.7 billion people across three continents. So it is not just a body of water. I would argue, and many would argue actually, that it is an economic superhighway, a corridor of capital, commerce, and climate challenges. And this region is not just globally important uh, in terms of our projection.
I think India is also, especially the Indian strategic leadership, is also looking at this moment as India's moment of leverage. And coming to India's eastern sort of seaboard, and we are right here in Bhubaneswar, which so you can start from West Bengal and go down and down from Odisha to through Odisha and Andhra Pradesh to even Tamil Nadu. So this is in fact going to be the new gateway to the Indo-Pacific. These states, they are no longer peripheries. They are in fact springboards of economic diplomacy. The ports of Chennai, Vishakhapatnam, Paradeep, and Kolkata are being transformed into, very importantly, smart logistics hubs. Industrial zones along this coast are integrating into global value chains in electronics, seafood, steel, and renewables. From the Bay of Bengal, India can now reach the tiger economies of Southeast Asia, the vast natural markets of ASEAN, and the vibrant consumer base of the Indo-Pacific, of the larger Indo-Pacific. It is from the east that India's maritime economy will expand outward, with the northeast states becoming key land-sea connectors into Myanmar, Thailand, and beyond. So what you're essentially seeing under Mahasagar, that this eastern front is not just a region, it is now a regional strategy. And also, I think all of us also need to remember that the Eastern Indian Ocean still remains the least integrated region in Asia, despite its demographic and market density. So Mahasagar surely sees this not as a challenge, but India's and the Eastern states' greatest economic opportunity to connect, to invest, and lead with like-minded partners. So what essentially can be done? What essentially are the areas? So I think first and foremost, what we will be seeing is a new generation of maritime economic corridors. So from Chennai to Denang, from Mombasa to Mundra, from the Pacific Islands to the Gulf and Europe, India is working to unlock seamless transit across ports, rivers, highways, and rail, reanimating, very importantly, also a point referred to, ancient trade routes with 21st century infrastructure. Secondly, port-led growth as a force multiplier. I think that's a very important component of Mahasagar. So ports today are not just docking spaces. They are economic hubs, digital platforms, and green innovation labs. India is already building the region's largest shipment ports and is prepared to co-create port ecosystems with our partners. So means integrating shipyards, special economic zones, fintech, and logistic hubs. Scholars here have talked about the blue economy. So what exactly are we looking at in this sphere? It is really a shared growth frontier, from sustainable fisheries and marine biotech to offshore wind and ocean tourism. The blue economy offers inclusive development, especially for island and coastal nations. India is committed to building blue economy partnerships that combine finance, technology, and skills. The fourth point is about digital maritime networks. The future of trade, in fact, is not just physical, it is digital. So India envisions paperless ports, AI-powered cargo flows, blockchain-based customs, and interoperable maritime payment systems, particularly tailored for developing economies, very importantly. So India's digital public infrastructure model offers a scalable, secure, and an inclusive foundation for this. And finally, uh, also the point was talked about sustainability. So sustainability for India is not just it is really in fact a strategy. It is not a sacrifice. So our collective future depends on how responsibly we grow. Mahasagar champions, very importantly, green ports, resilient coastal infrastructure, and renewable energy on the high seas. For India, sustainability is not a constraint. In fact, many argue otherwise. It is not a constraint. It is, in fact, India's new comparative advantage. So, this is, I think, the essential promise, the economic promise of Mahasagar, an integrated ocean economy where prosperity is not gated but distributed, where the littoral becomes central to global growth. Uh, and let me just flag a few agenda items. Yeah, 1 minute more to go. I still have 1 minute. So yeah, so what could be India's economic diplomacy agenda in the next decade or so? So I think India, I mean, there was also, as I said, talk about economic partnerships. So India should be now talking about maritime infrastructure partnerships, about corridor-based industrial strategy, about Global South Blue Economy Coalition. So these are some of the initiatives, including maritime capacity and policy alignment. So I think at a fundamental level, what is India bringing to the table is not just partnerships, but I think very importantly in this, Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi talked about excessive geopolitics and unpredictability. So what is India bringing to the table in Indian Ocean is predictability. That is a rules-based, a demand-driven, a transparent approach to economics that reflects a deep respect for sovereignty and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude here that India's journey from Sagar to Mahasagar is not just semantic. It is strategic, it is systemic, and it is shared. From a regional steward, India is emerging as a maritime enabler of the global south. India believes the next decade will be shaped not by those who dominate the oceans, but those who connect through them responsibly, equitably, and with foresight. India is ready. We bring scale, stability, and sincerity. We bring digital infrastructure, development partnerships, and deep democratic trust. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi declared earlier this year, and I quote him, let Mahasagar become not only our geography, but our shared journey of growth. To policymakers, I think Mahasagar gives a vision. To investors, we offer scale. To partners across Africa, ASEAN, and the Pacific, India offers commitment. The seas ahead are full of promise. Let us sail them together. So thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Manish, on that note and your explanation of what Sagar to Mahasagar, progression from Sagar to Mahasagar means. May I now invite Sri Vishal Bajpayee, Head of the Indian Ocean Business Tata NYK Shipping, to speak.
Can you move the slides? Can I move the slides from here? Excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. First, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, gratitude to the organizers of this conference, Ministry of External Affairs, CII, and the Energy Forum for setting up this platform for this tremendous exchange of ideas. I'm here. Thank you for the invite. It's a privilege to be part of this August gathering with all these eminent speakers. I'm here to give our perspective on behalf of the shipping and the maritime trade industry, on behalf of Tata NYK Shipping. So to start with, why this is, we see this as an India's maritime moment, the next 25 years, the next 2.5 decades. Over 95%, we all know that over 95% of our trade by volume moves by sea, and 70% by value also moves by sea. Indo-Pacific, the larger Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean region carries about 60% of global maritime trade, which is two-thirds, also encompasses two-thirds of the global GDP. As far as specifically the shipping trade is concerned, almost 700 million metric ton of dry bulk, 500 million metric ton of liquid bulk, and 350 million metric ton of container cargo trade traverses through this region. So this is precisely the reason why India's maritime strategy going forward is going to be one of the greatest levers in its export-led growth. And India, we feel, is on the cusp of export-led maritime trade-driven growth for the next 25 years. Now, how do the Eastern India Purvodaya states come into the picture in this strategy? 28% of India's mineral output, 20% of India's steel manufacturing capacity, and almost more than 80% of our iron ore reserves lie in the belt from Jharkhand, Bihar, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. The large port capacity modernization plans give them a total port cargo handling capacity of more than 300 million metric ton per annum collectively. So under the Mission Purvodaya, the eastern regions, eastern sector states are expected to deliver 200 million metric ton of the steel capacity out of the total 300 million metric ton that is targeted by FY31, which is almost two-thirds of India's annual steel making capacity will be within these six states. Odisha alone has targeted to reach 31.5 million metric ton of steel capacity with 60 plus operational steel plants. So these Eastern India industrial corridors can actually add up to $1 trillion to Indian GDP by 2030 with multimodal links which have either have been conceptualized or already in operation. There's a bit of a dichotomy here, which also presents an opportunity for the Purvodaya states. India's trade with GCC vis-a-vis India's trade with ASEAN. So the GDP within the GCC nations is around 2.3 million ton, inclusive of the oil-rich economies of UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. You compare this with the ASEAN GDP, which is around close to $4 trillion. But Indian trade with the GCC countries is around 179 billion, vis-a-vis around 121 billion with the ASEAN countries. India's exports to GCC countries is around 57 billion versus $41 billion for ASEAN countries. Now, what does this tell us? That the Purvodaya states, which share a maritime boundary with the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean littoral states, have a great opportunity of a much bigger market, much bigger size economic trading partners on their eastern side to take advantage of. This Sagar framework, the Mahasagar framework now reduces this operational and navigational risks. The GCs, and what we need to really conceptualize is a GCC, Bay of Bengal, and Nicobar logistic access to safeguard India's trade flow within the Indo-Pacific. With the shifting of United States trading and security policies and China's increasing footprint in the Indian Ocean region, some sort of widens our security and economic gap. So we must secure and create some sort of sovereign corridors against these external pressures. India also needs to have its own self-anchored trade and energy corridors to sort of protect and galvanize its global trade going forward. Yeah. Herein again lies an opportunity for Bay of Bengal rim countries and provinces. 25% of the world's trade transits through the Bay of Bengal Nicobar axis. Container shipment volume in the Indian Ocean Indo-Pacific region is growing at the rate of 7% per annum vis-a-vis a global average growth rate of 5% per annum. And Indian East Coast ports have had 150 million tons of cargo handling capacity in the last 10 years. I mean, we have all heard of this concept paper from Niti Aayog and attempts by the government to start a transshipment hub on the island of Nicobar, in southern Nicobar. Now, this plan can actually be synergized with the creation of an international container transshipment terminal can actually be synergized to scale it up and have a bulk commodity handling terminal. And we can draw inspiration from the example of the Tanjung Riba iron ore transshipment terminal which exists in Malaysia. And why this is important? Because Malaysia as a country is not a major steel making economy, but it has managed to position itself as one of the largest transshipments hub globally for iron ore movements from South America to Far East. But India, with its own captive iron ore imports of 100 million metric tons, can be an anchor for channelizing these Indonesian coal exports by having an international coal transshipment hub along with the container transshipment hub in Nicobar. Going forward, I mean, as we move towards the greening of the shipping and the greening of the shipping industry and future bunker corridors, we must understand that shipping itself emits 3% of global GHG emissions. And there's a significant scope for decarbonization. The International Maritime Organization has a roadmap running up to 2050 for decarbonization of the shipping industry. It targets 40% emission reduction by 2030 and 70% reduction by 2050. Singapore, which for decades has been a major fuel bunkering hub globally, the largest bunkering hub globally for maritime trade, it projects to invest over $5 billion by 2030 in green fuels, alternate fuel bunkering investments. There is expected to be a demand of methanol of around 1 million metric ton per annum by 2030 and ammonia of around 2 million metric ton per annum by 2035. Now, we may not have been a big partner in the global bunker fuel market, so long as this was driven by heavy oil and fuel, low sulfur fuel oils. But this alternate fuels, the new age fuels, actually present an opportunity for Eastern India states to sort of partner Singapore, because Singapore is very likely to import a major part of these alternate fuels going forward under 2035. So this green fuel pivots in Singapore as well as in Persian Gulf port of Fujairah, it presents an opportunity for producers in eastern part of India to sort of diversify into production of ammonia and biofuels as an alternate fuel for the bunkering hub in Singapore. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes. So a bit about the partnership that we have created here within the Tata Group, together with our joint venture partner, NYK Line Shipping from Tokyo. So this is a sort of a model Indo-Pacific partnership. What it does is it brings Tata Steel's expertise of institutional building and financial management, along with NYK Line's competence of operating ships and maritime trade globally for the last 100 years. So two iconic partners with 100 years of history behind them. They have sort of created this joint venture to service the Indo-Pacific trade, whereby Tata NYK sort of serves the eastern sector power plants, whether it is be it Tata Steel, Steel Authority of India, JSW Steel or ArcelorMittal. And these sectors together carry around more than 50% of India's dry bulk maritime trade. Tata NYK vessels, operate within 50 ports in Indo-Pacific and help the eastern sector power plants maintain a sustainable supply chain even during difficult times of crisis, including COVID or the Red Sea or the Russia-Ukraine war. So it's a sort of partnership which we would like to see replicated and scaled up going forward, and something which brings the strengths of Indo-Pacific nations together, different businesses, to sort of help in India's eastern sector power plants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for bringing in how the industry look at the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean and the potential of the Eastern Seaboard, and you also spoke about the logistic hub in the Greater Nicobar Island. May I now request Ms. Adyanti Virajuda, who is the director of ASEAN Economic Cooperation, because she will bring in the much needed East Asia connection to South Asia, because we have been speaking of from our perspective. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, or rather, almost approaching good evening. I wish to thank the organizers, particularly the Confederation of Indian Industries, for inviting me to speak at this very important conference. As an Indonesian diplomat working on ASEAN economic cooperation, I will share brief reflections about this important issue from an ASEAN perspective. Let me begin with a quick word on ASEAN for those who may not be very familiar. ASEAN stands for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. We have 11 member states, and Timor-Leste is our newest member. They have just joined ASEAN officially last October during the ASEAN summit. With over 670 million people and a young workforce, ASEAN is a key engine of growth and connectivity in the Indo-Pacific region, and is projected to become the world's fourth largest economy by 2030. Before I begin, I also wish to make a small note. I am currently wearing batik, which is Indonesia's UNESCO-recognized heritage textile. It has a lot of motifs that is shaped by many cultures that met through centuries of maritime trade. This reminds us that the sea has long connected our region. And here in Odisha, this is particularly relevant given the tradition of Bali Jatra, which is literally voyage to Bali. This, this itself is a reminder of the centuries old maritime connections between India and the Indonesian archipelago. That is why today's theme, from Sagar to Mahasagar, resonates strongly for us. Ladies and gentlemen, from an ASEAN perspective, the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, or what we call AOIP for short, adopted in 2019, is ASEAN's guiding framework for its engagement with India and its partners. Anchored in ASEAN centrality and the principles of openness, transparency, and inclusivity, AOIP promotes a rules-based framework, mutual respect, mutual trust, and mutual benefit, as well as respect for international law, to strengthen strategic trust and win-win cooperation through ASEAN-led mechanisms. From Indonesia's perspective, India is a key maritime partner, both bilaterally as a fellow Indian Ocean littoral state, as well as regionally through the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. We see India not only as a security partner, but increasingly as a partner in connectivity, in resilient supply chains, the blue economy, as well as people-to-people exchanges. In that context, ASEAN's key question is not what Mahasagar means for India alone, but rather how Mahasagar can support the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific's priorities and how we can strengthen this cooperation through ASEAN-led mechanisms that the region already trusts. For policymakers and the private sector alike, the practical test is whether these initiatives can lower transaction costs, can enhance the resilience of sea lanes, and create bankable opportunities in connectivity and the blue economy. Allow me to make 4 very brief points. First, concerning Mahasagar and AOIP. Mahasagar represents an evolution of the Sagar vision towards a wider Indo-Pacific partnership, including engagement with ASEAN and other littoral states. This is welcome when Mahasagar complements rather than competes with AOIP. Both frameworks emphasize maritime security and stability, freedom of navigation, inclusivity, respect for sovereignty, and a rules-based regional order. From ASEAN's perspective, Mahasagar works best when it reinforces the AOIP and delivers practical public goods through ASEAN-led mechanisms. Second, sorry. Second, the Bay of Bengal as a complementary connector. For ASEAN, our main maritime arteries remain the Straits of Malacca and the South China Sea. At the same time, the Bay of Bengal, linked through the Andaman Sea, serves as a complementary connector for ASEAN. adding resilience to regional connectivity, particularly when land corridors face constraints. Strengthening ASEAN India economic corridors requires viewing land and maritime routes together and keeping the Bay of Bengal framed as a shared space of prosperity and resilience, rather than a theater of power projection. If we align the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and Mahasagar in practical delivery, the opportunities are concrete. These include blue economy partnerships, marine conservation, disaster relief, and as well as response and humanitarian assistance through as well as tourism and cultural exchanges that renew long-standing links between our seas. And third, Purvodaya and corridor performance. Purvodaya becomes relevant for ASEAN when it advances ASEAN connectivity and value chain integration. Connectivity from an ASEAN perspective is not about it's not merely about infrastructure, but about whether corridors can function effectively, reducing logistic costs, as well as strengthening trade lanes and delivering inclusive outcomes, particularly for coastal communities and MSMEs in the blue economy. And my fourth and last point is the importance of delivery through ASEAN India platforms. The way forward is anchored in the October 2025 ASEAN India Summit, which elevated maritime cooperation as a core pillar and designated 2026 as the ASEAN India Year of Maritime Cooperation. This provides a concrete platform to operationalize Mahasagar in an AOIP consistent manner. Practically, this includes strengthening cooperation through the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, and the ASEAN Regional Forum Maritime Security Mechanism. ASEAN-led mechanisms that anchor regional confidence alongside investment-ready projects in sustainable fisheries, coastal resilience, marine debris reduction, ocean renewable energy, and green ports linked directly to trade facilitation and corridor outcomes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me close with one reflection. Today's discussion underscores the momentum in the Indian Ocean, and our shared task is to keep ASEAN-India cooperation anchored in the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific principles and focused results. When we do so, Mahasagar, Bay of Bengal cooperation, and Purvodaya become opportunities, not constraints, for inclusive, development-oriented cooperation delivered through ASEAN-led mechanisms. As we strengthen maritime security and economic corridors, we should also continue to nurture our centuries-old maritime cultural linkages through tourism, education, and community exchanges, so that our cooperation is rooted not only in strategy, but also in human connections. Let our sea lanes carry not only trade, but also trust between India, ASEAN, and Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that was a very good exposition of Indonesia's historical linkages with India, especially Odisha, as you mentioned about Bali Jatra. But at the same time, you also brought in the Bay of Bengal, its strategic significance, and also your emphasis on that this complements rather than competes are very significant. And this also your your concept of how the delivery mechanism should be through the ASEAN, already existing ASEAN mechanism, and how ASEAN look at the Indo-Pacific and the Mahasagar strategy, which actually does not conflict with ASEAN's broader strategy towards Indo-Pacific. It's very significant. Now, may I open the floor for question, if there is any question from the floor?
So firstly, I'm very much humbled to introduce myself to you. I don't have much exposure in ocean freight and on a larger picture, on a macro level, oceanic partners and naval partners. But yes, I have some exposure on the air cargo side of the business, air cargo, mostly on the air cargo side. And what I felt is that you have made so much, linkages with our culture, with our history, and where we can go forward to. One of the things I may be very tentative because some of the people whom I'm speaking to, they come from background of institutes like Manohar Parihar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, which is quite critical for our country as such because it involves a lot of strategic thinking towards how we can build our resilience in not only in logistics but also in our defense mechanism and all. So, yes, coming to the point, I saw a bit of incoherence. See, relating to our culture, our history is good, but we need to be relevant in modernity. So, for example, Bali Jatra is our history and culture, but we cannot expect Cuttack city, where the Bali Jatra started, to be a port city now. Bali Jatra was it was a canal. Cuttack city is connected by canal from the mouth of river Mahanadi, because Cuttack city is geographically located at the head of Mahanadi river delta, to the falls point where the Paradip port is located. On the eastern coast of India, we have so many deep natural harbors now. Paradip is ranked consistently as the one of the busiest seaports of India. We have Dhamra port, which is one of the deepest natural harbors. We have Vizhinjam in southern India in Kerala, which is also managed by Adani Group, which is one of the deepest natural harbors. One of the example which Mr. Pradhan gave related to Agalar in Mauritius is a very strategic military as well as combined with air force linkage for our country. Are we going in some bad direction? Because we need to be relevant in modernity as well. So it's very humble question to you. You are all experts. Please don't mind if I'm so tentative in giving my suggestion, but this is a issue I felt. You spoke about some terminologies which can, at today's age, a chat GPT can give you some terminologies, but we need a coherence to how to combine the strategy and the mechanism to think forward. Thank you. Appreciate your patience to listen to my question. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, please.
Good evening. Ma'am, I have a very fundamental question. I don't know how you will take my question. So, given the situation that India's strategic move from Sagar to Mahasagar, how China as a superpower will react to India's cooperation, coordination, and collaboration with its eastern neighbors? Thank you, ma'am.
This is the last question we are taking.
Good evening to everybody. This is for the representative from ASEAN. Now, with this changing global scenario, the geopolitical scenario, starting from America to Venezuela to Middle East to Ukraine. Now, ASEAN will have a very tough job in repositioning itself because if people from different ASEAN countries will take different sides, possibly. So, how is ASEAN going to react to this? How are you planning to do it?
there is madam there. मैडम को दे दीजिए वहाँ पे यहाँ पे I'm just asking a very basic question. That is, do you agree with my observation that it is nothing more than a grandiose scheme of vision and the evolution from Sagar or Mahasagar, it just change of jargons and all that, and it will be confined to rhetorics and discussion in these academic forums, but it is not implementable. Given financial limitations and overlapping mechanisms, the track record of other mechanisms like India ASEAN cooperation, etc., the track record, the negative thing, given that scenario, I think it's just a vision, it's just a slogan, and nothing more than that, and it is practically cannot be implemented, this inter-regional collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now, I think some of the questions are very relevant. Somebody asking whether history should be relevant, how China reacts, whether it is a jargon or something like that. So therefore, I will ask the esteemed panelists. I'll start with her because
Let me first of all come to the question of history. Recently, a young historian, Anirudh Kanisetti, has written two wonderful volumes on Cholas, Lord of the Seas. Um, and when you read these works, you realize that there are so many pasts which have not been turned into histories, and they demand and deserve to become histories so that we can appreciate the possibilities of alternatives. You see, I mentioned particularly the word Indian Ocean world. It is not the case with Atlantic, it is not the case with Pacific Ocean. A lot of work has been done on Indian Ocean world, and that is why what we just heard from my esteemed colleague from Indonesia. If you have to appreciate Indian Ocean world, go to Indonesia, go to Indonesians, go to Bali, go to Jakarta. And you will realize that these cultural bonds is the soft power that Indian Ocean creates collectively. It's not just one country or another country. It's a very collective, very powerful. I wish I had the time and the opportunity to underline that another area where we have to work is tourism, which includes cultural tourism. We have to appreciate our cultural heritage more and more. China. Why should we worry as policymakers or academics as to how China will react? Visions are visions. This is our vision. This is our narrative. We are also a very rich civilization. And we are 2050. Let us imagine a world in 2050 where India is going to be. And narratives are very important. Narratives are very powerful. I mean, that is my response to your question, whether are we playing with words. I don't think we are playing with words, because you have to appreciate the first Sagar vision that Prime Minister Modi articulated in Mauritius 10 years ago was a context which has evolved. It is not, I think it's a very wrong way of looking at. In fact, I always say put Maha in bracket before Sagar. Sagar has a sea connotation, whereas Mahasagar has a oceanic connotation. And please also appreciate Antarctica might look far, but we were there in 1980s. We questioned the whiteness of the Antarctica Club. It was a coup. India was followed by China, India was followed by Brazil. We changed the narrative. So we are not We are no longer map takers. We are no longer narrative takers. India is a new India that we're talking about, a very confident civilizational strength that we have. I think the point is that when you have a vision, what do we do with it? Either we dismiss it, that is one option. The second is that from our respective locations, as business people, as from a feminist perspective, from IR perspective, from geopolitics perspective, we work in that direction. We take that vision, it becomes a narrative, it becomes a discourse. So, my own understanding is that it is not a play of words, it is a part of a larger project of a new India decolonizing many of these imaginative geographies. And I think that is the spirit in which we should take it. Thank you.
Ma'am, I think please understand, and in fact, I would request all of you to appreciate the fact that Sagar came at a point in 2014-15, and now we are sitting in 2025. So there are two changes which have completely changed our approach. I think first is the fact itself that which Professor Chaturvedi talked about, excessive geopolitics. I think that's a beautiful term. I think which really explains that at the systemic level you are seeing too much revisionism, and again led by, I mean, of all countries, US, which really had a stake in this international order, including in the Indian Ocean, including in the Indo-Pacific or Asia-Pacific earlier. So I think that is a fundamental change happening at the systemic level. And look at India. I think India's capacities. India is now, I mean, we started, I mean, maybe in 2010 from being the 10th or 11th largest economy to the fourth largest economy. So India is also growing. India is also, and that I think there's a structural change internally, domestically, and India is now having much more solid capacities to influence regions around it. And again, I'm not saying that. I mean, look at South Asia. I mean, obviously, there are challenges there, but which region or which part doesn't have challenges in its own backyard? So I think that really explains, and uh, it's a vision, and vision is always a work in progress. And as either we dismiss the vision or identify what are the challenges and really get going with addressing those challenges. The whole idea of, I mean, this I mean, this conference on Purvodaya. I mean, hearing what Sanjeev Sanyal, said about the Eastern Front, it was not a very sort of exciting proposition where the Eastern sort of, I mean, it was, he really talked about West versus the East, or West, I mean, look at the difference. But I think at least that conversation has begun, that, you know, then something needs to be done. And I think that that is really, it is a power of an idea. And I'm sure we all are inspired at some stage in whatever we are doing by the power of an idea. So it's a vision to do something. So I think let's appreciate that fact also. And I completely agree with you that there are challenges. No one is denying that. I don't, I mean, see anybody of us here saying that, you know, it is really an immediately realizable goal. I don't think that is the case. But of course, it's a work in progress. Thank you.
Uh, okay, I think earlier two speakers has already given a fuller explanation. I will just focus on the issues related to what China will feel. Again, there are two issues related to that. A cooperative venture on the maritime matters is appreciated by every maritime actor, irrespective of bilateral antagonism in relationship. Uh, Even after Galwan, India-China ability to collaborate on issues related to Red Sea and the anti-piracy efforts through Djibouti Code of Conduct has uh, carried on without any issues. India's approach to build up capability within the Indian Ocean region, if it is largely, as I said, that related to ensuring that sea lane of communication in Indian Ocean remains uninterrupted and uninterruptible, it will be welcomed by China. However, we all know that China has its own sense of insecurity, which it expresses through formulations such as Malacca dilemma, which is its own concern. So whether China will be alarmed by India's effort to enhance maritime governance in structure in Indian Ocean, answer is no. But whether China will read something more than what our effort means, that is a China concern. I mean, nations should pursue the policy based on their own interest, what they wish to do. Others, what they think about, I think it's not much of concern. And ma'am, I agree with you on that issue of say Mahasagar being a word that stage, because it's a aspirational vision. Hopefully, as the Sagar was one time also simply came as a acronym, what it means, what Government of India policy will follow, it progressively emerge. Mahasagar again, what mutual means, what holistic means, what across the region means. We are all here, as we have said, it is our own interpretation. Progressively, Government of India through its own means will articulate. We are just capturing the essence of it.
Abhay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for your question about the geopolitical dynamics. Concur with you that with the many conflicts occurring all around the world, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in many other parts of the world, this creates a lot of dynamics. And how we in ASEAN get through this is we do not take sides, which is actually the primary reason as to why ASEAN established the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. At that particular time, we didn't want to be forced to take or want to be how do you call it, forced to admit, I mean, to take one particular side. So we created our own vision on how we engage with our partners, including ASEAN, including India, I mean. So it all comes back to ASEAN centrality, about transparency and how we can actually create a rules-based regional architecture that upholds international law and can bring prosperity, stability to our region and in our dynamics with our partners. I guess that's all I can add for now. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll try to answer a couple of questions. One about the historical perspective of this, the history of behind Bali Jatra was mentioned here. So it also sort of gives us a sense of where we come from and what we were before the deindustrialization of the Indian economy started happening sometime in the 18th century. So we were a major industrial nation. We were not entirely dependent on agriculture, and we were also sort of a big export driven trading economy. From there, we are now sort of aiming to reach a stage where we again become a big export driven trading economy. It also tells us, the way this entire Bali Jatra journey used to start from an inland hinterland going right into the southern Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia, which means that we had the concept of inland waterways and inland transportation back then. It's something which the government is now trying to revive after 7 decades of independence. So we need to sort of learn and relate from that history to sort of create a brighter future. And on the question of how China will react, I think one of our esteemed panelists tried to answer that. From a business perspective, I think we are at a stage of this journey where we cannot answer all questions today. But uh, I think as businesses, as policymakers, we would rather lose sleep on addressing other questions like how do I make myself more cost competitive? How do I reduce my logistics cost? And how do I make India the preferred trading partner and the eastern states the preferred export hub for traders globally? I think if we can do that, we can spend the next decade working on these points, and then maybe we reach a stage where we sort of worry about how China will sort of react to our growth. So let us reach there, and then maybe we'll find those answers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really, really a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, our panelists. And thank you, audience. I hope your queries are sorted with the answers. If yes, and if you have enjoyed the discussion, please give a thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much. Adding to this theme, I would be humbly requesting again Trustee, the Energy Forum, Shri Siddharth Pradhan sir, to kindly come and join us on the dais. We would be seeking a moment to felicitate our chair and our panelists. And I must mention that the audience energy was really, really commendable. Our very first token of appreciation for Ms. Smriti S. Patnaik, Research Fellow, Manohar Parikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. Sri Sanjay Chaturvedi, Vice President, South Asian University. Thank you for your valuable remarks. Commander Abhay Kumar Singh, retired Research Fellow, Manohar Parikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. Sri Manish Dabhade, founder the Indian Futures Associate Professor of Diplomacy, JNU New Delhi. Sri Vishal D. Bajpayee, Head of Indian Ocean Business, Tata NYK Shipping. Last but not the least, for the very vibrant and dynamic Ms. Adhyanti Virajada, Director, Asian Economic Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Thank you. Time for a group photograph, sir. Before, okay, it's done. Thank you so much. I request all our panelists and our chair to kindly be seated below the dais so they can have some relaxation moment, leisure time. We would be seeking some time in order to prepare the stage for a breathtaking cultural performance. Ladies and gentlemen, gear up for the same. Thank you once again, Chair. Thank you, panelists. Audience, we would be taking some time. You may join us by, let's say, 7 o'clock for the cultural representation, which will be rendered by the Academy Odissi Dance performance by Padma Shri Srimati Ilyana Sitaristi and troupe. Thank you so much.